everyone. Welcome to Austin, Texas and the Circuit of the Americas here for our second day of coverage of Trans Am and SVRA. I'm Jonathan Green, and with me once again, Ben Sissel. I'm looking forward to 11 o'clock when the feature race TA2 will be in action. And of course, later in the day, just after 1 o'clock, we'll have TA, XGT, SGT and the GT class, all racing in one race, 100 miles, and see who comes out on top. But SVRA have also big field.
This is SVRA and Vintage Racing's biggest day of the year. It's our national championships. If you win here in your class, you can walk away with a national championship trophy. You're the Vintage Racing National Champion for 2020, and you get a gold bell helmet to either race with in the next 10 years of racing, or you can display it at home in your trophy case.
Well, we've also got something very special in SVRA this weekend. The Brabham name is synonymous with motor racing, of course, but for the first time ever, we've got Dad Jeff and Son Matthew racing against each other right here. Let's take a look.
My dad started racing in the 50s, and he was very mechanical, engineering minded, and as well as being a race driver. So when he left Australia and came over to England, he raced for Cooper, but he was also engineering the cars a lot, and his dream was always to build his own car. So after he won 2 world championships with Cooper, he left and they started their own company, and they started to build Brabhams. During the 60s, they became the biggest race car manufacturer in the world. In 1966, he won the world championship in his own car, which is the only person ever to do that in the history of motor racing. And he ended up retiring in 1970. Myself and my 2 brothers, we started racing, and my younger brother David and myself had quite a lot of success, and you know, we both won Le Mans and kept the name going. We made the one I'm driving green and gold, which is the kind of the colors that you know, my dad used to have, you know, on his Formula One cars when he was racing. So yeah, it's a thrill for me, because as I said, I never really had the opportunity before, and yeah, and it's just been a blast.
A special moment then for the Brabham family, Jeff and son Matt, to race together in Sir Jack's legendary cars.
I'm just here this weekend with Ron Hornig and my dad. We're racing Brabham BT35s together. So yeah, I jumping in a Brabham race car with my last name on it against my dad is pretty special, and yeah, very grateful to Ron. But to be racing this weekend with SVRA and Tony having us all on board is pretty cool.
It'd be interesting to see if we're still talking to one another at the end of the weekend, you know? But I'll see if I can keep up, because Matt he's a fantastic driver. He's a superstar in the making, you know, and if I could just keep him in sight, you know, at my age, I'd be really happy.
I can't wait to see that race in action, and you were telling me in practice they're not holding back, are they?
They are not. They are racing really hard. Matt is a little bit faster in the S's, but Jeff can get him in the straights, and they passed 6 times in just one little practice session.
All part of a lot of fun here at the Circuit of the Americas. We'll take a short break. We're going to hot foot it to the commentary booth. We'll be right back.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to find the full line of Pirelli tires. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I found a place in my heart. I found a light in the dark. I found my heaven.
The Range Rover Evoque.
Well, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are. Jonathan Green here, and alongside me, Ben Sissel. It's a bit of a misty morning here at the Circuit of the Americas, but as you can see, cars already on track as we get ready for our first of several group action from the US Vintage National Championship we like to call SVRA. And with me, a man who is exceedingly knowledgeable on all things SVRA, Ben Sissel. And Ben, we got Group 10 coming up. We had a good race yesterday, and the mighty Dollenbach name was back in action and winning at COTA. They've won everywhere else. Why wouldn't they win here?
Yeah, but I don't see him out there right now. We should see him in a red 2000 Mustang, and he's not. That's Tim Horrell there on the right, and Walt Brown, who was with us. So some of the drivers, I wonder if some of the drivers dropped out, couldn't get started. But let's go through. So we've got Tim Horrell.
Yeah, he's out there. I saw him.
I don't see Rick Jeffrey. Walt Brown is in the pink car. I didn't see Debbie Cloud. Yeah, I don't see Debbie Cloud out there. Yeah. Michael.
Well, that's good though, because it gives an opportunity maybe for someone like Tim Horrell, who'll be racing as well in Trans Am later today, to maybe take a victory, because certainly Wally yesterday completely trounced the field, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to come out. So. Looks like there's only 10 cars, and I have 18, so that means 8 missed the grid.
Well, we'll see who starts from pit lane, but yeah, maybe it's an early start. Maybe some of them not quite ready to get out there, but hey-ho.
They enjoyed Austin a little too much last night.
Yeah, Wally was holding court, maybe. That's a beautiful Ferrari coming through shot there. We've got a real juxtaposition of cars, though. You've got the modern Ferraris, you've got some old stock cars, and this Group 10 is effectively a combination of Trans Am and IMSA and FIA Group 4/5 cars. So, you know, it's kind of, it's a real mix of cars that have all kind of qualified in their day for both Trans Am, IMSA, and GT.
Yeah, this is fun. So today starts our Vintage Racing National Championship. All claims of honor come through this day. You win a Bell Gold helmet, which we talked about earlier. Probably the most coveted trophy in vintage racing in America. And it's really funny to see social media follow them. So like Dave Handy won it years ago, and he put up a whole bunch of pictures on his Facebook about him eating breakfast with it, going to the grocery store, wearing his helmet, walking the dog. He did everything in his daily life wearing his gold helmet through town.
See, I have not understood why motorsport hasn't taken this social distancing thing to the nth degree, and I think anybody related to motor racing should wear their helmets at all times.
I agree, especially if you have sponsors on it.
Yes. Here we are. We're about to go. It's a little misty from the drone, but we're glad to have the pictures up and running. And as you can see down from our first camera at turn 1, we are about to see them pop out from the media center where we are, and here they come to begin our first race. It's Group 10 of SVRA here at the Circuit of the Americas. The pace car has pulled off, and now Tim Horrell on the right-hand side in the Porsche in the white and black will lead this field. Alongside him, Walt Brown, who came in here and commentated. The green flag waves, and away we go. A smaller field, but a chance for someone to make a name for themselves as the Group 10 helmet race gets underway, and immediately the Pink Panther is in the lead.
I really like that number 14, that Shelby GT right there. That is a really cool car.
And flying the flag for Great Britain and Italy, Ferrari and Jaguar in the E-Type, or XKE as it was known here in the United States. But Tim Horrell straight out to the front, the paraplegic from Breathless Racing. And I really do take my hat off to how he handles the car so well, given that he's using, I mean, I guess this is the same car he uses in Trans Am in the GT Championship, right?
Yep.
So he's getting a little extra practice, really, isn't he?
Yeah, he's taken full advantage of it, and that's allowed in Trans Am rules to come and race with us if the car qualifies. So it's been really fun to watch. And then that's Michael Zock in that yellow Corvette right there, taking on Walt Brown.
So that mist may turn into a little bit of drizzle as the Ferrari comes hurtling up the inside of 11. And we've just heard reports from race control that the potential of a little bit of rain.
Oh, look at that. Walt Brown spins on the straightaway. He didn't hit anything. But that's Walt Brown, who was in here with us yesterday. He is a gold helmet winner. He's waiting for the corner workers to wave him back on, it looks like.
That's not my spin. I am the Pink Panther.
Yeah.
That's not my spin.
But it doesn't look like he's getting the car fired back up.
Yeah, let's hope he gets it fired up, because that was a strange spin, because did he just put too much wheel, did he put much drive down and go round, or was it potentially the fact that we have got a little bit of glistening rain out there right now?
I don't know, but that would be a 120 mile an hour spin, probably.
Yeah, it would be, yeah. So coming through the stadium section, and we call it the stadium section for two reasons. One, we do have the grandstands around there, but it's named after the famous Hockenheimring in Germany, which also has a similar complex, and this was effectively fashioned after that famous Hockenheim complex, and so we can quite rightly call it that. Now let's have a look, see if we can see any rain, see if the wipers go on Tim Horrell's car, or the lights come on. But Horrell is off to the races, and now with Wally Dollenbach not racing this weekend, this morning, there's a good chance for Tim Horrell to really go and get a result out of this. And look at the gap he's built over Michael Zock already. Here he is in the all yellow.
Now I'd like to know, Ernie Francis Jr., 6-time champion, if he's on the headset talking to Tim, because they're teammates, and if Tim will now do the Ernie Francis Jr. thing, which is pull about 500 yards ahead and then just keep the same distance and try to win as slowly as possible.
Yeah, if I know Ernie, that's exactly where he'll be, because Ernie is hands-on. If ever I've seen a young driver more hands-on, I don't think I've ever seen anybody more so than Ernie Francis Jr. Great shot of car number 6.
Gordon Johnson right there. That's the Irv Air car
double
from the
yellows
IMSA GTO, double yellow. So Walt Brown probably could not restart the car. I didn't see any contact with the wall.
No.
And any damage, but we really feel bad for Walt Brown. Maybe something mechanical happened. He's always a really great driver, fun guy to be around, but obviously he couldn't get the car restarted before. They were trying to give him basically a lap to get it restarted.
Now that's interesting. The Ferrari, was that a local yellow? Because the Ferrari's
No,
just
that's
gone
a double
ahead.
yellow. That Ferrari just broke the rules. He's
Okay,
have
just
to
checking.
give that back. Yeah, he's going to have to give that back. He probably didn't see it, so hopefully he does.
No,
or he's going to be
you can't
black
miss that
flags.
shot. There's Herb's car. Herb Brown parked
That
up
is a-
on the straight.
Well, they're just waving at yellow. No, it's double yellow.
It's
so
double
yeah.
yellow, yeah.
I
So
hope
that
his-
Ferrari is in trouble.
If you're with that Ferrari team, make sure you contact your driver. Tell him to give that position back to Michael Zock in that yellow Corvette. Then we've got Gordon Johnson in that black Oldsmobile. Alan Davison is in that Panos. Alan Davison is actually one of our sponsors with us with FPEC, with SVRA. Right behind him in the Rusty Wallace Miller Genuine Draft is John Cloud. And Steve Beck is in that number 6 car, the 1995 Ford Thunderbird. What a crazy eclectic mix.
Yeah, I like this mix. I really do. It's like you said, it's a combination of cars that were eligible for either GT1 through 4 based on Trans Am and IMSA specification rules and NASCAR. And effectively, you've got it's a series from 1999 to 5 years prior to present date, as Herb, he'll be fed up with that. He had such a great day yesterday. He came, joined us. You can see the Pink Panther on the side, which hence the reference to the Pink Panther. He's even got it on his overalls.
I think we should take credit for fixing that, because Mark Bellacco in that red Ferrari, beautiful red Ferrari.
Look, I can see now what's happened. Look, he's got bodywork stuck on the rear wheel.
Oh, yeah. It looks like maybe something happened in the rear end. Something snapped.
That could be a suspension issue.
Yeah, something snapped in the rear end. But Mark Bellacco in the red Ferrari has given the position back, so we can take credit for that. I'm sure the team is watching the live stream, and they told him, hey, this is what John and Ben said to do, so he did it. And so now he's in the running for this gold helmet, because they're going to catch up to Tim, and we're going to have a restart. And now Mark Bellacco, this is anybody's game.
Talk more about that helmet, the Bell helmet, because I heard what you said at the beginning, but when did Bell sort of start doing this?
The first year we were here, which I think was 2013, we have a great relationship with Bell Helmet. Tony Perella talked to the owner, CEO of Bell, and they formed a partnership, and every year they design a new gold helmet, Bell helmet, that is a race-certified helmet for the next 10 years per our rules. So a really nice helmet. I think that's about a $600-700 helmet.
Wow.
And what's funny is I think Tony's original idea is then that they can wear it in their race car and show everybody that they're a national champion.
Right.
But it's such a coveted trophy that most of our drivers are putting it on display in their office or at home.
Now, you know the truck racing, if you get the right angle now, when you come out on 12, you could just go onto the two wheels.
Yeah.
Just like truck racing.
Yeah, if Matt Brabham saw that, he might just do it just out of habit, right?
He is a solid truck racer.
Yeah.
So Tim Horrell leads this field. The lights are actually off on the safety car at the moment, but I don't think that's because
I don't think that's
he's going to let them go at any time soon, because that trailer that is on track is very much in the way, and he'll slow them right down and try to sort of pace the race to come. Now, this is not easy. Conditions are cool. Tires are now cooling. It's good for the engines and the heat in the cars, but it's not good for the tires. And they're coming round to turn 11, which of course is the lead on to the straight. As we take a look at the man at the back, the 05, Scott Young, in the Jaguar SKE, and it is one of the most infamous. Even Enzo Ferrari, when the E-Type came out, said it was a beautiful car. Yeah, he's got the lights back on again now.
Yep.
But they've almost got Walt up and ready to go.
Yeah, it looked like, I think you're right. You can see his tire marks. It looks like something just snapped in the rear end, and Walt did the right thing, kept it out of the wall, kept it out of the other cars. That's really unfortunate for Walt. I know he was really looking forward to winning another gold helmet. Walt, we're really sorry, but nice job. You did everything right. Kept it out of the wall. You kept it out of the other cars. And that's unfortunate for him and the whole Aero Lane crew. Chris Hines and his team really builds a great car.
Maybe we can coax him back into the commentary booth and cheer him up. Now you can see they're starting
to... But let's have him change his suit beforehand. I'm sure that was pretty scary for him.
Let's, yeah, you can see them now warming those tires. I figured that they're going to start to worry about that.
Yeah.
And we heard from race control a little bit of an instruction that there was potentially some drizzle coming down at turn 1 earlier in the race. So we'll keep you up to date on that. But
I tell you what, if I'm Tim Horrell right now, I'm really concerned about that red Ferrari one car back of Mark Bellacco.
In terms of what, winning the race?
Yeah, Tim wants to win this race. He's a very competitive, really skilled driver. He has a great crew with Breathless Racing. And, you know, I think, honestly, his competition, he's in the GT4 class. And, well, no, Michael Zock is in the Group 10 GT4 and that yellow Corvette, too. He had such a comfortable lead, but that Corvette is probably going to outpower him to turn 1.
Good point, yeah. Well, I'm glad to report that the rain that was drizzling a moment ago has now stopped. But, hey, this is Texas. Everything can change in a minute, in a heartbeat.
That's Drew Alcazar in that beautiful Shelby GT350.
Yeah, I like that. That's my favorite one out there.
He owns Russo and Steel Auction Company, so he pretty much has pick of the litter. You know, I always see him. He's always got the nicest cars, a super nice guy. If you've seen him at auctions, you know how enthusiastic he is. Really well-run auction company that deals in some really nice cars, high exotics, with lots of American muscle. But, you know, he gets to see them first, so he gets to pick.
And Ben, just, you know, you mentioned auctions. Just talk for a moment. We're about to get underway racing, but these cars are not priceless, let's say, but they are worth a pretty penny, right?
They really are, and it depends on the cars. You know, there are some cars that race with us that may be under $10,000, and then there's some cars that are upwards of $10 million.
Here we go then. Tim Horrell leads them away. The green flag waves. Watch out for both the Corvette and the Ferrari as they head up the hill. And as predicted, quite rightly, the grunt, quite literally there. And Horrell left standing, and the next man he's got to defend against is the Ferrari just behind in the number 7.
But he outbreaks him. That Porsche.
That's good stuff by Horrell.
That's handling versus horsepower right there. As Drew Alcazar and Scott Young are going into it with that red Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah, it's doing my head in watching that spoiler on the front of a Jaguar. I can't get my head around it.
Yeah, and I've never seen a Jaguar with that big of wheels and tires. Ooh, Tim just went a little bit out of bounds there, missing that pylon.
Yeah, he's got the hurry up, hasn't he? He knows he's in trouble, especially in a straight line. And down the back straight, he's going to have to really defend.
Alan Davison keeping Rusty Wallace and Mark Martin behind him out there, which is pretty fun.
It's good to have Rusty and Mark Martin out there, isn't it?
And it's funny because
I wish they
Alan's
were.
other car is Mark Martin's IROC car.
Two of the greats, Rusty Wallace and Mark Martin from NASCAR days, of course. And now the breathless racing. Tim Horrell heading down towards 11. Now, has he got a big enough gap to hold off the man in second place, Gordon Johnson?
No, Michael Zock.
Michael Zock.
I don't think so. I think Michael's going to be able to get him going into 12, or at least get up to him. But Tim should be able to
Look at the
outbreak
gap
him.
he's got. We'll see. I think he's going to hold him this lap at least. The Ferrari's got the headlights on. He's coming fast. And Balocco in third place now as the field starts to spread out here. We've only got probably a lap or so to go after this. So Tim Horrell holding on for dear life at the moment as the field spreads through.
Alan Davison in that Panos, followed by John Cloud, followed by Steve Beck. This is a good battle right here. John Cloud and Alan Davison race with each other quite a bit. So that Panos is Ford powered. Alan has been racing and vintage racing for quite a while with us. A really good driver. It's a really pretty car. I actually interviewed him this morning. There's Tim Horrell. I think a great story. He just loves racing. You know, maybe our next live stream we should explain to people how he's
Yeah, I was about to say, do you know who adapted this car or who he copied it off? We've had the likes of Zidani and so on who've been absolute trailblazers when you aren't using your legs to actually race a racing car.
I don't, but actually his teammate in Trans Am, Ernie Francis Jr., was out there in a practice session, and Ernie Francis Sr. told me there's a button they can switch to where it's back to normal controls, or they hit the button and then Tim can control the car. It's really
So about 2 laps left, and Tim Horrell building on that lead. He's using the stadium section where he is quick, but the Corvette is quick in a straight line. And we don't know exactly where that Ferrari 458 Challenge car is going to pop out next. And that gold helmet up for grabs as the Valvoline number 6 heads through turn 1 of Steve Beck. Ford Thunderbird.
Steve Beck always puts on a great show. He races with us a lot on the West Coast. And there's a really good stock car contingency on the West Coast where the cars are set up as they were.
Is
really
his brother
fun
still
to
playing
watch.
guitar?
Yeah. Look at that. Oh,
Ooh, he got the corner there a little bit.
he
But,
did.
now we'll watch them pop out over 9 into 10, my favorite corner. And Tim Horrell doing a really good job. Look at the gap he's built now on the Corvette. We thought that was going to be over because he did get the overtake you predicted at the restart, but since then Tim Horrell has built nicely, especially in the S's and in the stadium section. Now we could be on the final lap in terms of timing because my clock's ticking down, and this should be the checkered flag actually, so Tim Horrell's done enough, I think.
I think so, but watch for Gordon Johnson to try to get onto the podium, try to take that Ferrari. Gordon's also with Aerolane. He's a teammate of Walt Brown. They make really good cars, really fast. Gordon's been vintage racing for quite a while. Loves that car. That's Irv Ayer's car, championship car in the IMSA GTO category, I believe. And he loves it.
So the lead is coming through. We're looking at the battle for second and third because Tim Horrell is off to the races and gone. And it's a case of whether the Ferrari of Mark Balocco can actually make any inroads. I don't think he can. I don't think there's enough time as they come through 16 and 17 underneath the famous tower, heading through 18 now and on his way to victory. Tim Horrell will take the checkered flag.
We hope to get a shot. Is that the checkered?
Horrell heading up the hill.
It looks like he's still racing. He didn't get a shot
Maybe
of the
one more
checkered
lap
flag.
to go then. Yeah, no.
No, they're waving the checkered flag.
Oh, they are, yeah. So Tim Horrell, I can declare now as the winner, and Michael Zock takes second place in the Chevrolet Corvette. The 458 Challenge Ferrari of Mark Balocco does take third place, but the gold helmet goes to Tim Horrell, and I reckon he'll be proud to wear that because he could have a GT championship by the end of this season as well.
Yeah, good season for Tim Horrell, and this is
great season.
I think we met him at Sebring with us this year. I think that was the first race I met him. Really nice guy, great driver, super enthusiastic. And I think he started racing in SVRA just to get more seat time, and now he's kind of taken over Group 10 as well, and International GT.
So that's our first race of the day, Group 10. Coming up, we will have Group 2, another helmet race, so all of the races coming up. Trans Am will get underway at 11, and then the second race of Trans Am will be at 1:05. And yeah, looking forward to all the racing here. The mist will, I'm sure, burn off fairly quickly. We had 80-degree weather here yesterday, so that was fun. And I think we're looking for more of the same. Here's confirmation of the result then. Team Horrell for the Porsche GT4 Club Sport car, taking victory over Michael Zock. Mark Bolocco in third position. Gordon Johnson, Alan Davison, John Cloud in the Pontiac Grand Prix takes 6th place. Steve Beck 7th. Scott Young in the Jaguar taking 8th. That's a good improvement from yesterday. Andrew Alcazar takes 9th position. And Walt Brown sadly does not finish after that spin on the back straight. So then, that concludes our first race of the day. We'll take a short break from the Circuit of the Americas. We'll be back with more SVRA after this.
Everywhere I look, I see light and shape. And some shapes are just more beautiful than others.
I think about lots of things when I drive. The cost of scheduled maintenance certainly isn't one of them.
The F-Pace.
How Jaguar makes an SUV.
For great offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas as we get ready for a Brabham Fest. 13 Brabham cars and 2 actual Brabham humans. Love it. We've got Matt Brabham, who of course is... People have been asking me what happened to Matt Brabham. Well, nothing happened to Matt Brabham because he had a burgeoning single-seater career, did Matt, who we're looking at right now, and did very well in Mazdas and very well in Indy Lights, and in fact entered the Indy 500 one year. But since then, he's been racing in truck racing. He's a very successful and accomplished truck racer now. Loves racing the trucks, and that's what he's been doing. But he's still a youngster. He's still very fast, as his father Jeff will attest. And yeah, I've got a feeling that Matt Brabham may well be the best of the bunch to come, because of course David and Jeff have had accomplished careers, both winning Le Mans and IMSA, and of course now David, ex-Formula One driver himself, is developing a brand new Brabham car. So the legacy continues to live on, but it's great to see all of these, 13 in all Brabham cars out there, including this one. As we take a look now at Group 2, about to get underway. Beautiful sight, and of course tough to drive as well as we look at John Harvey, or the John Harvey car, Bruce Hamilton at the wheel. So we've got Matt Brabham, Jeff Brabham, as I said, Tonis Kazamets, who you saw a moment ago, Bruce Hamilton, who I just mentioned, Ron Honig, who put the Brabhams together for this weekend, and he too will be out there in a Brabham BT35. And what a great shot that is. We've got our bona fide Italian drone pilot, Logano, flown in specially, as he's the smallest person in the world. And we put him up there, and he's doing a dandy job. But out they go. And I know that Big B Ben, who will be back with us in a moment, enjoys this one. And they just split them up a little bit as they go out, just to make sure everybody gets a good start. I wouldn't want that job, to be honest.
Yeah, that's Will Huxtable out there splitting. And so
why do they split them?
Each track is different, so whoever wins pole gets to pick which side he goes. And they tell the splitter that. So sometimes people think the outside's faster, sometimes people think the inside's faster. And then he splits them, you know, one by one from there. And that's Tonis Casamets right now with Cahill Racing in that black, and number 3 is really going to try to spoil the show.
Now, our cameraman Hamish has got a great opportunity here because these cars do not have any aerodynamics and wings and front wings and rear wings. So they're going to slide through these corners. And it's particularly skillful to stay on track in these cool conditions, tires not up to temperature. The first lap could be interesting.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And so this is exciting for me. I've been around vintage racing for about 10 years. This is the largest group of Formula Bs. I'm going to say this isn't political, but I'm just going to tell you, this is by far my favorite open wheel class. These cars just look so cool. They're so hard to drive. There's probably overtired, maybe a little bit overpowered. You have to be a really good pilot to fly these cars around. So let's go through the order here. First,
yeah, go for it.
Matt Brabham in second place. Jeff Brabham of the Brabham, both racing. Brabham, 1971 Brabham BT35s. So if you're looking at, I think Matt Brabham's car is a little bit older because it's number 26. And
so
Jeff Brabham's is number 31. Tonis Casamets with Cahill Racing in 1969, Brabham BT29. Bruce Hamilton, a 1970 Brabham BT36. In fifth place, Ron Hornick, who's provide the Brabhams for the Brabhams, which sounds really fun, is a 1971 Brabham BT35. He's in number 32, so he actually took the oldest one. Chalmer McWilliams is spoiling out there with a Lotus 41C. Beautiful maroon car. He's a really good driver. Mark Schillingberg in a 1964 Brabham BT10. Travis Engen in a 1970 Chevron B17B. Pierce Reeder in a Lotus 69B. Lee Brain in a 1971 Brabham BT35. Paul Haggard in a 1970 Brabham BT29. Jeffrey Anderson in a 1969 Brabham BT29. This race group is sponsored by Brabham, I guess. Dan Chapman in a 1968 Brabham BT21. And Gordy Good in a 1967 Brabham BT21. 14 Formula Bs are about to take the flag. Beautiful race. This is one I've been waiting for weeks. Once we said they're going to get their own class, I can't wait to watch this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The pace car quite slow here, and you can see them weaving from side to side, trying to put some temperature in those tires in these cool conditions here in the morning. It's only, 8:30 in the morning here in Austin, Texas. So it's still quite cool. We're expecting temperatures to hot up as the clouds disperse. Although you never know in Texas. It could stay this way, cloudy all day. But about to get underway. Ben, what's your thoughts?
If you're watching on our social media channels, leave a comment. Who's your favorite? Let's play a little fantasy football. I think Jeff Brabham's going to come out on top. I think Tonis is going to be second, and I think Matt's going to be third. I think Matt's going to get a little bit too squirrely in the S's. I've been watching him. He is on the bitter edge. I love Matt Brabham, but watch for experience over youth in this one. Possibly.
All right.
So who do you think? Give us your top 3 on our social media channels. Tell us where you're watching from. This is going to be quite a race as I give it over to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, as you can see, they're coming round to turn 19. The pace car's lights are off, which means we're about to go racing here. Fantastic drone shots, and we've got every angle covered here with Greenlight Television and SVRA. So, coming round to turn 20. This is the hardest part of the race, especially for the Brabhams leading the way here because they've got a full field waiting to pounce and they've got 133 feet to climb. It's the SpeedTour from SVRA, the US National Vintage Series, and here we go. Side by side, 2 Brabhams and 2 Brabhams inside.
That is such a cool shot.
And yes, Jeff taking a quick look, and Tonis popping out there for a moment. He now looks to the inside, locking up Matt Brabham. Just holds on to the lead, but I think Casamets may well go. Somebody going wide there, going to second place here. They're all jostling position as they go through 2. Now let's watch the S's. This is where you predicted Matt might get it wrong. He is sliding, that's for sure.
That wasn't that was pretty smooth. That's Bruce Hamilton in fourth.
Casanets is second.
Travis Engen, yeah, we do have Casanets in second. This is going to be quite a race.
Up through 6 and 7, we wait for them to pounce onto 9, and here they come. Down through 10, and now under braking, Casanets has got a chance. He looks to the inside. He just needs to outbrake Brabham, and he does just that and takes the lead. But now down the back straight, can Matt Brabham come back at him?
I don't know. I think watching their practice, Jeff Brabham was faster, and Jeff is actually in the catbird seat right there in the draft as Matty's trying to drag race him down. So Jeff and Tona should be a little bit faster than Matt.
Casanets made that same move yesterday.
And here we go, side by side. Look at this! Three-way battle for the lead, and here comes Jeff Brabham to take the lead at turn 12. Beautifully done. Casanets tries to hold on to second, and Matty's not giving him much of an inch, though, as he tries round the outside at 13, but he has to slot into third place. But Jeff Brabham now leads this race.
And Tonas Casanets has got to be having the race of his life. He's a very talented racer, and to be honest, a lot of times in vintage racing, he doesn't have matching talent. Right now, this is the first race I've really seen with Tonas. If Dave Handy's not with Tonas, he has nobody to race with. So right now, he's got some matching talent and just having the time of his life.
I was about to say, he's enjoying every minute of it as they guide through 18 now, and up towards 19. Tricky corner, especially with a little bit of mist down, and look at them glued together, the three of them, as they come towards 20, and they're going to have an almighty run up that hill now. And here they come. And Casanets takes the lead as they cross the line, but Brabham takes a look to the right, and now it's the drag race up the hill, and Jeff Brabham's got the better line. Matt's going to go to the inside and see if he can beat both of them there, and does so. Or does he? No. Dad takes...
Now, Tonas does not give an inch, and I hope Jeff understands that. I hope they've raced with each other enough, because Jeff is a gentleman racer. He's always super fast, but he's probably not used to other racers in vintage racing not giving an inch, and Tonas is a very aggressive driver. He doesn't put a wheel wrong, but he might get a little closer than Jeff is used to in vintage racing.
What a spectacle. I tell you what, it's like rolling back the years, no question about it, as we take a look at the number 70.
Hamilton.
Yep, Bruce Hamilton.
And then I think that's Chalmer in that orange car behind, or in that green car behind him. But man, that battle up front, we got to stay with that battle up front in this race. We usually like to highlight the whole thing, but this is just too good with the Brabhams racing, with Tonas Casanets just having the race of their life. It's Circuit of the Americas. Formula B was kind of a feeder series for Formula One back in the day, and this is the American Formula One circuit.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot back in the day, someone like Sir Jack Brabham would race both Formula One and possibly Formula 2, and maybe some of these cars. They wherever they could get a chance to run, they would. And here comes Matt Brabham talking of a run, and he looks to the inside at 12 to try and catch up with Dad. Oh, they're wheel to wheel.
That is really good racing right there from Tonas, aware where Matt is. They're not giving each other an inch. I wish I had cameras on the side of these cars, because I'm sure that the wheels are getting locked in between wheels on this. Look at this race right there. Tonas taking the inside, but Matt has the faster line here on exit.
Look at that. Casanets gets the lead for a moment. But look at these three of them, and they are having a ball out there. Through goes Matt Brabham into second place, and Jeff Brabham goes back to third, having led for most of that lap.
This is fantastic. And then look at this backpack of 4 right here.
Yep, another good group of racing.
That's what I love about always racing through the group. And
here we go.
3 at the end, too. So that's Travis Engen there with the chevron, with the big orange Dayglow nose. Ron Hornig is leading this group. I think that's for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. But here we go. We're back to the leaders.
And I tell you what, they're putting in respectable laps. A 2:17, all of them in the 2:17s that time. Side by side again. The two go up the hill. Casanets on the inside has the better line. Matt will try to go high and wide and do the switchback, and he may just get him. Jeff's waiting to pounce himself, but it's going to be Casanets going under the bridge and in the lead. But here comes Matt Brabham through the S's.
So these are open wheel cars, no downforce except possibly the mirrors, and really, really difficult to drive, but a lot of fun. Equally yoked cars out here.
Well, I'm glad they use the mirrors for downforce, because you can't see through them.
Yeah.
They're tiny.
Wow, and that's Mark Schillingberg taking the lead off of Travis Engen there. Good pass into turn 1. Travis Engen giving him room, saw him coming, and Matt Brabham is now in the lead. How many lead changes have we had in this group of 3?
It's insane, isn't it?
really is. I bet you the Cahill staff right there watching Tonis are just going crazy watching him race. They never get to see him race this hard with people. Usually he just takes the lead and just runs with it. I've never seen Tonis have this big a battle in Formula B. It's very exciting.
Tonis Casanets now looking for the draft and gets it. Goes to the inside now as they approach turn 12 and should take the lead ahead of Matt Brabham. Jeff Brabham just waiting here for his moment. Still plenty of time left in this race. Casanets does take the lead through 12.
And ladies and gentlemen, that lead car you're seeing right there is for sale. You can contact Tonis or Cahill. So if you want to race with the Brabhams, you just buy that car. You know right now it's fast, it's set up correctly. The paint job on it looks Concours winning show car, but obviously it's got speed and power.
And David, if you're watching back in the UK, come and join us. That's David Brabham I'm referring to, of course, the ex-Formula One driver. And I'm sure he should join his brother, his fellow family members, don't you think?
Oh, that would
join
be
his
awesome.
brother?
Yeah.
And I love listening to that story from both of them, talking about how Sir Jack, their father, Jeff's father, was one of the most unique drivers in the world of motorsport, racing his own chassis to a world championship. Never been done and never been done since. Amazing.
That is amazing. So Schillingberg, man, really just working his way through. He's in the white car. He's passed 2 cars in this lap, and look at this.
Here we go again. And back into the lead goes Matt Brabham.
It's almost a battle of drafting right now. There's 2 great drafting spots, the main straight and then that back straight. And basically whoever is just in back. Watch this, though. Tonis is going to try to do something here at the S's.
And if Bernie Ecclestone's watching, he, of course, ran the Brabham Formula One team for many a year. Maybe Bernie should do some historic racing.
Yeah.
He used to be a racer himself.
Yeah. That's Bruce Hamilton. He's in a 1970 Brabham BT36 racing with Cahill. Bruce is a longtime racer with us. He races an Indy Lights car, I believe it is. He races in LMP3 with IMSA. He just loves racing.
Now, of course, we mentioned the bragging rights, and there was no question right from the get-go, right from the announcement that the father and son team would race against each other in actual Brabhams, they certainly started getting bragging rights going. And Jeff is not giving in, and I think he's being the wise one because there's only still 6 minutes to go. And look at him, side by side now, the 3 of them. And now here comes Jeff again, challenging for the lead, but has to settle for second place, but gets past his son.
Tonis did not give Jeff a lane there. I'm not sure Jeff's going to be real happy about that. That's not that's racing, not quite vintage racing.
We'll take it, though. Into 15 they go. Nothing between these 3, but look how far they're pulling away from the rest of the field. A huge gap of some 13 seconds.
They've had such a draft advantage, too, just because they've been racing so close. They're cutting a bigger hole through the air. So that's Chalmer McWilliams right there in the 91A. Bruce Hornig in the SVRA Blue, number 32. Or Ron Hornig, I'm sorry. He is actually the person that made this Brabham thing happen. So, Ron, thank you for this. This may be the show of the weekend that you're providing for us, Ron.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Certainly going to get some headlines for sure. There's no question about that. A wonderful spectacle, and it isn't over yet because, look, Dad's in front, and here comes youngster Matt challenging side by side up the hill at Circuit of the Americas. A classic move by Matt Brabham to take the lead.
The student has become the master.
Yeah. Well, you heard in that interview, Jeff was saying what an accomplished driver Matt has become and is becoming. He's only still in his 20s, and so a lot of racing still to come from Matt Brabham. He made a real spectacle in Indy Lights. Everybody started noticing him, and of course, when you have a name like that, you're going to have a target on your back. It's like Mick Schumacher coming into Formula One perhaps next year. Everybody's eyes are going to be on whether he can be as good as his father, but I think it's unfair. You can never really compare eggs to eggs or apples to apples, but anyway, we'll see.
But it's always nice to have royalty in the series.
Absolutely. And a super great gentleman. Perfect for historic
racing. Look at that shot we're getting right there. You can really see the front suspension just really working, and now look at the rear.
The BT10.
Look at those little axles coming out of there. What a cool shot. All right, so.
Of course, the other one you've got to remember is the Kiwi, Bruce McLaren, who also developed his own car.
That's the biggest gap we've seen between these three. Matt Brabham in the lead, followed by Jeff Brabham, Tonis Kasemets. Tonis Kasemets is kind of closing it up here. They're getting a little bit closer, but it looks like Matt Brabham might have found some speed somewhere.
You really see the line as they go through 12 there from the drone, and it's starting to build, and you also see how tricky this corner is. This 14 and 15 complex can catch you out if you get it wrong.
Notice the line they're taking there that going into 15, they're really not hitting what you would consider the apex. They're totally missing that one so they can hit a late apex on turn 15.
Now coming through 18 and 19 here at the Circuit of the Americas. Misty conditions, if you're wondering. No, we haven't got a forest fire on, it's just mist. And coming out to the last corner now. Time running out though, and this could be the start of the last lap.
So here we go, father-son battle. That's the son ahead of father Jeff Brabham.
He looks in the mirrors.
Kasemets.
How far's dad behind?
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. You can see that. Look at the detail in that.
And of course, the green and gold is the traditional colors that Sir Jack Brabham ran in his Formula One days, a 3-time world champion. And when you consider that the likes of Ayrton Senna were 3-time world champions, those are rarefied air for sure. I got the pleasure of meeting Sir Jack once. Lovely fellow and very gruff. He didn't suffer fools, did Jack Brabham. More of an AJ Foyt kind of character was Jack Brabham, but a fantastic racer.
And I just can't say enough nice things about Jeff Brabham. Such a gentleman. You know, I was a huge fan of his growing up. I had him on a T-shirt with the Nissan and now to be able to hang out with him, they say never meet your heroes, but I
don't
couldn't
think
be
that's true in motor
happier.
racing. It's one of the few sports that is not the case.
Yeah, he is such a gentleman, and it's rare not to see him at one of our events with Ron Hornick, and it's such a great pleasure to have him here. Jeff, thanks for joining us in Vintage Racing. You're adding so much to this.
At the moment, it's youth over experience as Matt Brabham leads the way in the all-yellow Brabham, getting a little bit squirrely there under braking. He's pushing on as Dad puts the pressure on. Jeff Brabham, former INSA champion and Le Mans winner, overall Le Mans winner, I may add.
Bathurst, which is just
Yes,
crazy that that's a real track. If you've ever seen it or played it on video games, I can't believe that people race that.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? But at the moment, the control of the race is with young Matt Brabham in the BT35.
He's found some speed in the last 2 laps and has pulled a gap. I wonder where he's doing that.
Well, there's going to be one more lap by my estimates because we've still got 1:20 on the clock, and that's enough for another lap as they come round to.
And what has happened, because I know the crew
last lap.
That's the LL means last lap sign. I know the crew of both Ron Hornick's crew and Cahill have put just enough fuel to finish the race. So now the cars are as light as probably the fastest that they'll be. Their tires may have worn out just a little bit. Let's see if Jeff and we got some lap traffic that they're going to have to contend with through these S's before turn 11. That's going to be difficult.
Now, if Jeff's going to put some pressure on his son, where's it going to be? Or will this back marker come into play? Look at this. It's going to slow Matt down
that's
here.
Gordy Good. That's not a great place to pass, but if he can get past him, there he's going to give some room between them.
Yeah, he's getting out of the way, though.
Yep. Thanks, Gordy. Great job. He was aware. They were showing the blue flags.
Into 8 now, and now up to 9. This is all uphill, this section. It's deceptive in terms of just how much the undulation is as they come down from 10 and into the flat part of the circuit, which is turn 11, and then it's heavy on the anchors. And now Jeff Brabham is under a lot of pressure again from Tonis Kasemets. And he's going to have the draft here as they go down towards 12. At the moment, Matt Brabham has got control of this race down past the RV park. Morning, everyone. Great view from the RV park.
Sure is. Look at Tonis looking to the inside at 12.
And he's going to try to take Brabham for second place. Tonis is. And has he got him? We're watching Matt, as we should be. But I wonder who's going to be in second when they pop out through the stadium section. Well, at the moment, it is Kasemets, but here comes Brabham again. Jeff Brabham on the run, looking for a 1-2 for the Brabham family.
He's going to try an over-under here, I think. He takes the later apex. Tonis takes the defensive line.
Got a couple more corners to make them stick, but it's going to be Matt Brabham for sure here in the final run for the Brabhams. 13 Brabhams involved, 15 if you count the 2 live ones, and that of course is Jeff and Matt, and it's going to be the youngster Matt Brabham continuing the legacy of the great Brabham family here at the most modern circuit of them all, as Matt Brabham takes the checkered flag at the Circuit of the Americas. Kezovitz just holds on to beat Jeff Brabham, who takes 3rd place. Great racing between all 3 of those. They were stuck together like glue in the 3 Brabhams, and it is a 1-2-3 for the Brabham name.
A 1/10 of a second between 2nd and 3rd. That is good racing.
It's great racing.
That many
Bruce
miles.
Hamilton takes 4th place in the BT36 Brabham. And the first Lotus, or the first other mark, is the Lotus 41C of Chalmers McWilliams.
Don Hovel is his mechanic, legendary Indy mechanic of Bobby Rahal.
Yep.
So he's here this weekend too. You never know who you're going to see in these paddocks and grids. We had Willie T. Ribbs walking around yesterday. It's really fun. Look at that father-son.
What a moment.
Giving each other high fives, if you will, air high fives. Nice job. That was quite a race. Tonis, Casanets, Cahill, you've got to be ecstatic about that. But Matt Brabham gets the Bell Gold helmet.
You know, there are many father-son moments. You know, you go fishing with your dad, he teaches you certain things, and you go through life. But there can't be anything better for Jeff Brabham to see his son accomplish what he's accomplished so early in his career. It's never easy when you've got the famous name. Jeff can tell you that. And Matt's equipped himself very well. He's a super young man, and he's got a huge racing career. And I love the fact that he's even bothered to take on a little bit of historic racing when he could be doing anything he wants right now.
And I really want to thank Ron Hornig and his whole crew. Keeping these cars running is no easy feat as they go 3 wide as a celebration lap. Look at that. Sportsmanship, gentleman racing, and I think all 3 of them are going to get out of the car just laughing, having the time of their lives.
Well, we saw the thumbs up from Jeff and then Matt, and no question that they have enjoyed it for sure. So, a nice little 3-line parade of Brabhams coming down the close down lap, and I'm sure Ben will hot-foot it out there to go and talk to them. But congratulations to Matt. And coming up next, we have Group 9. That'll be followed by another Group 2 race, and then the MX5 race will be at 10:30. And then we go to our build-up for TA2 just before 11 a.m., and that's when the big muscle cars will be on track. And there's the paddock just below us. Looking forward to the Trans Am races and the championship very much on the line in all 4 TA Trans Am championships. So looking forward to that.
If my life is about making music, my drive needs to be all about hearing it.
You have to rely on your gear, the way it feels, the way it does exactly what you need it to do.
The F-Pace, how Jaguar
makes an SUV.
For great offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
And there's a nice close-up for you as we get ready for our next race coming up. Thumbs up from the drivers, all getting ready. And this is the US Vintage National Championship live from the Circuit of the Americas. I'm Jonathan Green, and alongside me, Ben Sissel. He's just popped out to see if he can get an interview or two. As we get ready for another single-seater fest. And we've got some really interesting cars in this one. You've got Lolas and Rolts, Mazdas and Swifts. Mostly modern compared to what we just saw cars. Yesterday it was Bakir Bakovic in the Benetton Formula 1B, and we're looking forward to that. There's a sort of look-alike Ferrari with the shell on the side, but it's not a Ferrari. In fact, it's a Dallara. And it's an F2 car, in fact, a modern F2 car. And there's a nice shot of all of them on pre-grid getting ready. You can see they use these trolleys to come down from where they're pitted. Go on, Tony Garcia, run, boy. He's going good, is our boy. Look at him go. Now he's going to show us that Formula 1 car. I know he is, because I can see him down there. And this is the car that did it all, the 1998 Benetton Formula 1B from Menlo Park, California. And I remember that in action in the day. Sponsored by Korean Air. And it was in the heyday when Benetton and Flavio Briatore were at the top of their game in the mid-90s. And then you could see the odd Indy car out there as well. And we've got some Mazda Pro cars out there as they start to make their way out of the pre-grid. And in terms of the years represented, we've got cars that go back as far as, what, 81 and all the way up to 2008. And you even got the Korean Air on the helmet as well, keeping with tradition and keeping with how they were prepared. A lot thinner, of course. The cars have developed in Formula 1. You might be wondering why it looks so thin as a Formula 1 car. Well, that was how they were back then, and a very thin rear wing and a very small wheelbase too, and smaller tires than we have currently in Formula 1. But it created some exciting racing, that's for sure. And yesterday, like I mentioned, Bakir Bakovic won in that Benetton Formula 1B car. Hans Peter was second in the Swift 016. And Charlie Peter was in third place in the Swift 014A. And in a moment, they will release them from the pre-grid, but we're not far away from releasing them now. And it's going to be interesting to see these guys get their tires up to temperature, because these cars are a little bit more sensitive, the modern cars, in terms of getting mechanical grip, with the downforce, of course, from the slicks and wings. Predominantly, we've got mainly Pro Mazda cars out there, the odd Van Diemen. And we do have one Honda out there, 2015 Bill Kephart driving that, the Honda FF from Colorado Springs. And I'm looking down, Sugarland, Texas, Spicewood, Texas, Austin, Texas. We've got Brock Evans from Austin, so Humble, Texas, just outside of Houston. So Liberty Hill, Texas. So a lot of these cars and drivers from Texas. So it's great to have a local contingent and such an interest in these types of cars here in the good old Lone Star State. And you can imagine back in 2012, all of these drivers would have been well excited to hear about the building of this famous circuit. And it has gone from strength to strength. Despite COVID, not a lot of events here this year, but we're still going strong and looking forward to a bumper 2021. So we await the start of our next race. This will be a Group 9 feature race for the helmet, the gold helmet that, the Bell helmet that Ben was describing. And so they're all racing for that, and it's a prestigious national title. This, the US Vintage National Championship, of course. And Tony Perella, amazingly, getting over 300 cars involved in this weekend's racing. That's no mean feat. And of course, the crowd here as well. We are getting fans in, but they're all masked up, socially distanced, thankfully. So everybody filling in the protocol, which is good news. And the last two of the front cars going out, and there you see the back row, another group of cars. It's a big field, this. Some 32 cars involved in this Group 9. And ranging from 1600 to 4,000 cc. But all single-seaters, all slicks and wings, all fairly modern era. Like I said, the oldest being, I think, Nick Leonard's 1981 Rolt RT4 from Pipe Creek, Texas. That's an 81. We have an 88 Reynard Formula Continental from 2000 from Kingwood, Texas, just outside Houston. And there's car number 50. That is John Taphorn in the Van Diemen USF 2000. And of course, USF 2000 still going strong here in the States. The ladder of US Pro 2000, then Indy Lights, still very much alive. And of course now with FIA Formula Regional and FIA Formula 4 Americas, now the commercial rights with Tony Perella, who runs this series, will be on the same card as these cars next year. And I'm excited personally to involve the youngsters who may just get the idea that they can not only race their own racing career, but might get a chance to race the odd historic. And we're seeing more and more youngsters do that now, Ben.
Yeah, and a lot of our drivers, you know, sometimes they come to the track with 2 or 3 cars, or sessions overlap. Like we're going to see today, Alan Davison is going to give his car over to Dylan Archer, a Trans Am racer with us that did the E-Series. Ernie Francis Jr. has had a chance to drive Eric Johnson, who races with us in his DTM car. So you never know what's going to happen. And I love these open. I think, honestly, Jonathan, we just witnessed the best vintage race that I've seen in the last 10 years with Formula B. And this open wheel class proves to do the same. We will kind of go through the list as they come down here. So we got Bakir Begovic, Hans Peter, Charlie Peter, Lewis Cooper Jr., Jerome Meehan, that beautiful Formula 2, Lee Brain, Ben Sinnott in that cool car, Stuart Crow, Bruce Hamilton again. So Bruce jumped out of his Formula B and hopefully made it in time to get into this one. Glenn Belowski, James Johnston, Amir Ali, Phil Stratford, Rob Radman, watch for him to jump up front. Travis Engen again in this car. Kevin Burry, Wesley Cunningham, Randy Aycock, James Johnston Jr., John Norton, Brock Evans, Doris Seibert, Gray Fowler, Michael Hummel, Bill Kephart, Edward Copley, Justin Frick, Kurt Bennett, look for him to run up front, John Taphorn, Mark Russell, and Nick Leonard. 32 cars potentially taking the field. Let's see how many are out there. That looks like a soapbox derby.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And if you're wondering how they are eligible for Group 9, well, we've got a combination of Category 1, Formula 5000, Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Atlantic Category 2, Formula 1. But there's certain years. In Formula 1 case, it's 80 to 86 and 87 to 94. And then all the way through Formula Atlantic also, Formula 5000, Formula Holden even. And Indy Lights cars available for this class. Here we go then. Now, the Formula 1 car won it last time as they roar up the hill again. What a sound. Beautiful sound. Green flag waves and now jostling for position.
Jerome Mead up the inside, taking second place, coming from 5th.
Ooh, they're all squeezing into turn 1. It's going to be tough. And at the back, it's the number 50 of John Taphorn.
What a crazy eclectic group of cars. Look at that shot right there through the S's. Amish, right? Is that the cameraman's
Yep.
name? That is a good shot right there. I love
Lovely
it.
shot. Nice work. And just following through on the number 5.
That's Gray
Everybody
Fowler.
through turn 6 safely.
Gray Fowler's on that number 5, a 1997 Van Diemen Formula car. That's Jerome Mee. We're getting a shot up there, taking the lead, or in this group. He's not in first place. And that's Charlie Peter following him behind him in a 2002 Swift 014A. So Jerome Mee jumped up from 5th to 2nd. So we've got a Formula 1, but then we've got, looks like Hans Peter is in 2nd. Jerome Mee is in 3rd in a Formula 2 car. That's Travis Engen with the Dayglow nose back there. You're going to hear his name quite a bit. He's with us quite a lot. And I think this is Bruce Hamilton. And the lead here should be a number 85 car.
Now that player's car had a problem yesterday.
We have a car off there.
Oh,
turn
yes.
12. Oh, that's
no,
the Formula 1.
It's the Formula 1 car at turn 13. Unlucky for some. He was leading the race and he spun it and he's having to wait. Unless he stalled it, I think he's just waiting. Let's see.
I hope he hasn't stalled it because he probably doesn't have a starter and a battery on the car.
I was about to mention the fact that, you know, when you get a Formula 1 car going, you usually need about 6 mechanics to get it started.
He has. I've seen them started at the grid, and they have to have a starter motor. So he is. If he's stalled, he's probably there. So that
could
might
bring out
a
a safety
double.
car if he can't get it started.
They might be able to do a hot pull on him because they've got a lot of time here, but we'll see. So that puts Hans Peter. Should put Hans Peter in the lead, followed by Jerome Mee, Charlie Peter, Ben Sinnott, Stuart Crow, Lee Brain, Bruce Hamilton, James Johnston, Amir Ali, and Rob Radman as the top 10.
What a shame. What a shame for our Benetton. But then again, he had some glory yesterday. He won the first race. But unfortunately, it looks as though he spun and stalled it at 13 here at the Circuit of the Americas. So, different race today, which is all good for us. Got a little bit of a news story for you. Boris said we can never get enough of Boris. He's going to be taking the place of Keith Procek, who's got a migraine, unfortunately. So he's going to run TA and TA2.
Wow. That's sad for Keith. I know he loves running the TA2 series, but Keith with HP Tuners, thank you so much for giving the seat over as we see a double yellow to hero Boris Said, whose dad raced in Formula 1.
Yes, he did. Which, interestingly enough, I talked to Boris about a few weeks ago, and he wasn't aware because he didn't grow up with his father, and he wasn't actually aware that his father was in Formula 1 till sort of after he started racing.
And doesn't that kind of prove that it's in the blood then?
Yeah, I think it does. So, as you can see, safety car will be out and the tow will be
You know, I really want to give my
operation.
props to the Circuit of the Americas crew.
Yeah, they're great.
I have a good friend named Bree, who's kind of family members with Terry Osmond that works with us. And Bree helped us out yesterday in the car show, but I want to give a shout out to her. She's a lawyer by trade, but she's out there running the safety vehicles. And I was out there filming a TA2 race 2 days ago, and they were moving the wall back in, and Bree, is hitting the wall like a linebacker to move it back into position. The hustle from the Circuit of the Americas crew is like none we've ever seen at any other track. They can get a car out of there, they hot pull, and
this is another car. This is Lewis Cooper Jr.
Yeah, Lewis Cooper Jr. in that 2007 Panos DP01. I hope there wasn't contact between Lewis and Bakir because that was a fight for first and second going into 12.
Yeah, good point. Maybe they did touch.
Damage.
I mean, there's no damage that I can see.
So look at that crew out there. And by the way, if you're wondering, if you want to get involved in motor racing and have the best seat in the house, contact your local SCCA or your club, and you can be a flag person. You see the yellows. It's really fun. I highly encourage you to do that. You'll learn a lot about racing.
I was about to say, you can learn a lot by marshalling about how people race, how you go about racing.
But it's a family.
Yeah.
They become so close because they're on the radio with each other all day long. They're looking out for each other's safety, and they hang out. And some of the flaggers that we have at our events are some of the coolest people with the greatest stories.
Well, and by the way, a huge responsibility. The lives of these men and women out there daring to drive. You know, these marshals look after them, and there's a lot of respect between both driver and marshal because they know they keep them safe. Their flag marshalling can be the difference between getting in trouble and not.
And it's the only way we could be racing.
Exactly.
Right now, you know, you'll see some of the digital boards around that some of the tracks are moving to, But so let's go through. Hans Peter, number 66, is in first place, followed by Jerome Mee. Charlie Peter in third, Ben Sinnott fourth, in that very cool car, and I say that because it's got cool livery on it, meaning the cool cigarettes. Stuart Crow, fifth place. Lee Brain, we just saw him in the last race. Bruce Hamilton, we saw him in the last race in seventh. James Johnston, Amir Ali in ninth. Rob Radman, Travis Engen in 11th, so he's just out of the points, right? Formula One, he's 11th.
I see what you're saying.
Kevin Burry, Glenn Belowski.
Well, he's been well out of the points back in the day.
Yeah, Randy Aycock, Wesley Cunningham, John Norton, James Johnson Jr. is in 17th, Brock Evans, Doris Seibert, Gray Fowler, number 20, Michael Hummel, Robert Pink, Bill Kephart, Edward Copley, Phil Stratford, John Taphorn. Back here is out. Lewis Cooper Jr. is out. Justin Frick did not start. Kurt Bennett did not start. Mark Russell and Nick Leonard did have 5 DNFs or DNSs, but we've got a great group right here. Look for Travis Engen to move up, get up in points with GMT Racing. He's racing 4 cars here this weekend. I think he has, so just I'll explain this while we're into this. When you win in SVRA, you're winning a medal and a red hat if you make the podium. So you can win a gold, silver, or bronze medal and a red hat, the very coveted red hat. I've never been on the podium with SVRA, so I am not allowed to wear a red hat. It's a very coveted thing. Travis Engen could probably fill up a hotel room.
Those red hats aren't as popular as they were yesterday.
The Make America Race Again hat?
That's the one.
Yeah. So that's what they're racing for. It's just pride and the fun of racing. You know, this is probably the purest motorsport because most of these drivers, in fact, almost all of the drivers have no or very little sponsorship. They're spending money to race with us, to just have the time of their life. And it's our job as SVR staff to be the concierge and make sure that they're running safely and they've got good competition. But our job is to make sure that they're living the dream.
Well, we're about to live the dream with them because the safety car is coming off this lap and we are going racing again. We have still some almost 4 minutes on the board, so we should get a 2-lap sprint here for our Group 9 action. As you can see, they're weaving snake-like through the stadium section, being led by the safety car, but we're expecting that safety car to pull off and let us go racing again. And we'll have, like I said, probably a 1 or 2 lap sprint. Here we go then. Group 9, we've had some good racing already. Matt Brabham won the first race. Or the previous race, I should say. And the calm before the storm here. And it's still very misty out there. It's just gone 9 o'clock in the morning here, and the sun refusing to come out just yet. Little shy this morning. We saw the sun go down last night. Didn't want to miss it.
So we have 32 cars that signed up and 11 different manufacturers.
That's great.
You don't see that in modern racing. How cool is that? Looks like
he's got a jump. Nicely done by Hans Peter. He got a very good jump there. And away they go. Up the hill they come.
Ben Sinnott on the inside right there at 4th place, trying to take it.
Good strong field, isn't it? Look at them all spreading out so very quickly indeed. Oh, tight racing.
Yeah, those are
side by side through down the hill at 2. That's not easy to do. That's a 4th gear corner, turn 2, when you're up to speed. That's a great shot. Look at that. Yeah. Weaving side to side in front of us and using all the mechanical grip. And now with the tires up to temperature, hopefully, nobody swerving too far wide. And everybody smoothly through the S's. Down towards 11 come the leaders. Chance for an overtake, but no one quite close enough. Now you tuck in and get the slipstream.
Yep. Lead Jerome Mee, Charlie Peter, Ben Sinnott, and Stuart Crow as our top 5 as they go down the back straight.
How hard do you think these cars are to drive I would have said you've got to know what you're doing. This is not for the faint-hearted, is it?
It isn't. And also the G-forces that they're
Yeah.
experiencing here, especially on this turn. Look at that Ben Sinnott side by side right there with Charlie Peter. Ben Sinnott just takes third place from Charlie Peter, but I would say extremely hard to drive. You know, I don't know that personally because I'm not good enough to try one of these cars.
Yeah. Well, I know that in modern IndyCar and Formula One, some of the corners and some of the G-force they go under, you and I as mere mortals would pass out and our neck muscles just wouldn't be able to cope with it. Now, of course, these guys are not going quite as fast as that, but even so, there's a lot of G-force acting on them right now.
Yeah, there sure is. We have a driver who's probably about 24 years old named James French that races a Formula One car with us with his dad, and his neck muscles are amazing.
Yeah.
Because he's
Well, you need him.
with us in LMP3 too also.
Here we go.
Ben Sinnott again, trying to take it from Charlie.
Sinnott look on the inside line. Charlie Peter trying to defend, but
we're on final lap.
Just gets through. We are on the final lap now, so this race is going all the way with these 4 cars. At the moment, Hans-Peter leads. He's got a gap of some 5 seconds over Jerome Mee. There it is. You can see it for yourself there as he popped through shot there. This is the battle we're watching, though. Really good 3-way battle between these 3.
That's Lee Brain in the red car. This is Bruce Hamilton here. Coming up, he was in the last race with us, and he partners with Lynn St. James quite a bit in that car.
Yeah, when they're close up like that, you really see how well they grip to the.
Here we go. Charlie Peter might try to make a move on Jerome Mee with Ben Sinnott as they come into the DRS zone. Ooh, Ben
Nice
Sinnott,
ball
that
from Lee
might have been a little bit of a brake check.
Yeah. Final lap here in Group 9. SVRA National Championships here at the Circuit of the Americas. A bumper field. The crowd are here as well. Delighted to be bringing it to you wherever you're tuning in around the world.
So what happened there is...
big lock up, and he's missed his braking point, but just about gets it all together again. Well done, Charlie.
That's Lee Brain right behind Ben Sinnott. Ben Sinnott kind of checked up there at 11, and Lee had to hit his brakes, and that put Stuart Crow right in the back of Lee, and I hope Stuart Crow's front wing is okay.
Into 15 they go, still looking for a better result, fighting all the way. This is great racing in these priceless cars. And Hans-Peter heading towards the checkered flag. Just 2 corners to go for the leader.
Charlie Peters.
And here he comes out of turn 20 to take the checkered flag. Hans-Peter wins ahead of Jerome Mee, who will be coming around that corner. Here he comes, and look how close it is. Oh!
Charlie Peter takes it.
Charlie Peter! Nicely done. At the last corner.
A little over-under action. We've had some good open-wheel races so far, Jonathan.
Excellent stuff. So Hans-Peter takes the victory, no doubt about that, but Charlie Peter, right at the get-go, at the last second there, comes on the inside, gets great drive out of 20, not easy to do, and beats Jerome Mee to the line, who takes 3rd place. Ben Sinnott, good battle all the way through in 4th place. Lee Bahrain just lost out there at turn 11 in the draft there, and he will finish 5th ahead of Stuart Crow in 6th and Bruce Hamilton in 7th.
So if the camera guys can hear us, let's get a good shot of that red-looking Ferrari Formula 2 of Jerome Mee. It's a really pretty car. As they're coming up to congratulate each other after a great race, waving at the fans. We've got a lot of fans here. You can come out to the Austin Speed Tour. You can buy tickets at speedtour.net or meet us here at the gate. Great to be back in racing with fans. This is a really cool sight. You can see the kids right there in the campground waving to the drivers. Just a lot of fun in vintage racing.
Clickety-click, 66, Hans-Peter coming down the back straight, waving to the crowd.
So we will see him with a gold bell helmet.
Well, I hope one of those. I want to see one of those.
National champion. I haven't seen him yet this year.
No.
But it's really neat. You see some really gruff men getting very emotional.
Getting weak at the knees, huh?
Trophy. And women, yeah. And a lot of times it's a woman driver or it's the wife.
Well, here are the results then. Hans-Peter takes the Swift 01 0.16 or 0.16 to victory. Charlie Peter takes second place, a really, really hard fought second place. Jerome Mee takes third, Ben Sinnott fourth. Lee Brabham takes fifth place, Stuart Crowe sixth, Bruce Hamilton seventh, Amir Ali takes eighth position in the Mazda Pro, and James Johnston ninth, and Rob Radman takes the top 10. So that concludes our Group 9 coverage. More racing to come from the SVRA Sports Car Vintage Racing Association. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from COTA after this.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
There is Tony Perella, the man, the boss man, running off. He doesn't like the limelight too much, but it's because he's busy keeping these guys. I mean, talk about a plate juggler. Tony Perella, how he does it, I'll never know. But it's so, I'm so honored to be part of this because he really does enthuse you to better. And he is a people of the man, a man of the people, so to speak, because Tony Perella is every which way a passionate racing fan, driver, and organizer. And
I've got a great story about this guy here, Todd Strong. If we can stay on him. Todd Strong grew up in the Lake Tahoe area and had a skateboarding accident in the late 70s and started a fast racer, but he had broken his arm in that skateboarding accident. He's an aeronautical engineer in the aviation industry. And so during physical therapy and everything so that he could race again, he invented and patented the shake weight. Remember the shake weight?
Right, okay.
From years ago, from like infomercials? So that's Todd Strong. What a great last name to invent the shake weight.
Yeah.
And look for him to be up front in the Club Ford. He races with us in the Formula Ford Challenge in California. And then next to him is Dan Cowdery in that green car. Really fast driver. And they're pulling out right now. We've got a lot of Formula Ford Challenge drivers from the West Coast. Paul Fanner from Racer Magazine. He keeps like teasing us that he's a Formula Ford driver. I haven't seen it yet. Paul Fanner, if you're listening,
no, he'll
stop
be
what
listening.
you're doing and get out here and race some Formula Ford with us and have some fun with us.
He's too
It'll
busy.
just be some great articles.
He's
for
too
Racer
busy doing one of the
Magazine.
best magazines in the world. Are you kidding?
This is going to be a
last
fun
night,
race.
just looking at what was going on in Formula One and who was doing what. And NASCAR, of course, it's Jimmy Johnson's last hurrah today at Phoenix, so we wish him well. But he ain't done because he's going single-seater racing. You know what? Jimmy Johnson's going to end up here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I see him in the Trans Am Series someday.
I actually heard
or
rumor
even
that he was
vintage.
interested in doing some Trans Am. That
would be
is
great
really
if we could pull that off. How cool would that be?
Well,
you know,
Paul
it's my
Tracy's
job to
doing it
interview
this weekend.
drivers, but I'll be starstruck if I ever have to go interview him.
I have interviewed him once, and I was starstruck. I saw a great thing on Twitter by him about his what he calls his 48 family, and you know, he's just such a gentleman, and he's had such success. 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson racing today at Phoenix, his last day in NASCAR before he takes on the IndyCar series. But he's got a good teammate in Scott Dixon, who, I don't know, knows a little bit about IndyCar racing.
22 cars in this field of open wheel Group 2, Formula Ford, Club Ford. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different manufacturers.
Oh, it's painful hearing your mental arithmetic there.
How
I
cool is
see
that?
the
Yeah.
fumes coming out of your
I'm not
ears.
very mathletic. But we're going to go through the grid right here. We've got Trevor Russell in that 1998 Club Ford. Todd Strong is in the vintage 1974 Titan. Dan Cowdery, Eric Inkrot, Bob Hatley. That's all of our Southern California contingency. Not all of them, but those 4 are in our Southern California contingency. They race with each other all the time. We had dinner with them the other night. They talk a lot of smack. They love each other, but they hate getting beat by each other. Glenn Taylor, Michael Warwick, Michael Hummel starting 8th. Kim Madrid, look for her to run up front. She hasn't had it yet. She's been struggling with some gremlins in the car. She's in the pink car. She's actually the organizer of the Formula Ford Challenge out west. Roland Johnson is in that very historic, the very first Formula Ford race in America. He's driving the car that won that race at Willow Springs, I believe, in 1969 and his 1967 Lotus 51. Jeff Langham in 11th. Jeffrey Garrett. Duke Waldrop. Cool story about Duke in number 13. His wife, Faye, won our Amateur Mechanic of the Year last year. And the reason why we were doing a race at Roebling, and she was sidetracked, and I walked up to her with my camera, and she started yelling at Duke, and she said, expletive, Duke, slow down, you're winning the race by wreck. And so since then, I thought, there's a good mechanic. That's why Duke is winning so much in SVRA, because he's got accountability partner on the radio. So she won Amateur Mechanic of the Year last year. Faye, we love you. Brian Gay, 14th. Jim Edmonds at 15th. Bruce Matari. Robert Rogers. David Mock. Gregory Stam. Mac Anderson. Rick Stather. And Scott Clark. 22 cars, I think 11 different manufacturers, going from 1998 to the... Jonathan, I'm going to give it over to you. You're my favorite announcer. We're going to have some good time right here.
All right, you can see them forming up now, 2 by 2, and it's the Van Diemen and the Titan side by side. The Titan Mark 9 and the safety car about to pull off and let these guys and unleash these guys on the most famous circuit in the United States. They're already playing a soccer match over at the Bowl Stadium. It's all going on here.
I count 17 cars in the field of 22.
So let's see who gets up the hill first. Trevor Russell in pole position in the red on the right-hand side of your screen when they come out of 20. And here they come. There he is. He'll be on the right. There he is in that Van Diemen. Alongside him, Trevor Strong. Todd Strong, I should say. Oh, nasty. Now, that was a strange incident. It looked as though the steering just went as he accelerated, or the suspension went, but he had a big, nasty crash. The flag is green, but I don't know how long will last at green, because the yellow is out, and I think they'll slow him down again and bring out the safety car immediately.
That was a local yellow back there, so they might try to get him a lap, because it's going to take him 2 minutes to get around as we watch.
I just don't think there's time to get him out of there, because it's
I don't either.
You know, it's hard to get a car there. There is one just actually parked opposite our commentary position.
Trevor Russell. Todd Strong. Eric Inkrot takes the inside.
As he got the slide on.
Nice. Eric Inkrot. Todd Strong went sliding out. Mr. Shakeweight. He slid out, and Eric Inkrot takes it.
Oh, what a
as
sad
we look
sight.
at Bruce Matari, and oh, that just stinks. And I think he's one of Jens's drivers. It looks like he broke front suspension. I don't know if that happened at the green, but
I think that happened when he hit the wall. I think as he accelerated away, something snapped, because he snapped quite literally to the left and straight into the wall. Nasty in the Formula Ford Vector.
Sure, so that class right there, you can see the year. So that's our new. Just about to get past, I think. Nope. Todd can't do it. So that's Eric Inkrot. The white car is Todd Strong. Dan Cowdery. Look for Dan Cowdery to be up front in this group. A really fast driver from the West Coast. He's always up front with us in the Formula Fords, and they're going to have to do a double yellow.
See that they have to bring out the safety car now.
Thanks to the
trucks
got the hook out.
And he's out the car.
That stinks. Bruce Matari, great driver. That was a 1995 Formula Ford Vector. That doesn't look like there's too much damage. We'll see that car back on the track.
You can see by his countenance he's fine. Let them do their job. He was what a shame. You know, you get all prepared, you go to the start, and then boom, a second into the race, you're out.
Yeah, I hate to see that.
So the safety car will pick him up. And a nice shot, 76.
David Mock, that's a beautiful car, that 1969 Merlin MK2A, or maybe.
Yeah, a Merlin in Lotus colors.
Yeah. So let's go through the manufacturers. Van Diemen, a Titan. Crossley's a big name. That's C-R-O-S-S-L-E. Swift, Club Ford, Zinc, Lotus. You've heard Lotus. That's a Lotus 51 that Roland Johnson, that really historic, won the first Formula Ford race at Willow Springs in '69. A Merlin, LeGrand, Club Ford. I think in Abarth. And Robert Rogers is running this Abarth, a really odd-looking car. I haven't seen it in the field yet. Look for a red car, and it's an open-wheel car, but it's got these big side panels on it. His daughter Cynthia, who races with us, just got married, so congratulations to Cynthia on good stuff. We hope to see you back racing with us in your Fiat 124. Eric Inkrot, we saw him win with us at Mid-Ohio, all the way from Southern California, and Eric's a really fast driver. He spent years battling the pink car you see there, Kim Madrid, in Formula V in Southern California, and they both moved up at the same time to Formula Ford. That's Bob Hatley in that green number 8. He's a really fast driver. He's been doing this for years, followed by Roland Johnson. There's some really fantastic drivers in this. It's one of those classes that was a training ground class for drivers. It's no downforce. They're really difficult to control. And if you can drive a Formula Ford car fast, I really do believe you can drive anything fast.
Well, as you can see, they're hoisting that car out of the way. We're under caution at the moment. An incident very similar to the Scott Sharp Indy 500 right turn right at the start. For those of you who know your Indy 500 races, very similar,
here.
but it's in miniature almost.
Look at this. We don't see this at other tracks. I see my friend Bree running back to the truck, doing everything they can to get off the track as fast as we can. Circuit of the America Safety Crew. We appreciate that. We applaud that. Thank you for your hustle. Unbelievable. Because what that could do, just that little bit of hustle right there, could keep us from having to do another lap under pace car. And they know that, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Everybody says vintage racing is exhibition. There's been a crash in every race so far.
Yeah, unfortunately. You know, this gold helmet, this Bell helmet, means so much to the drivers that they sometimes might take risks that we don't really need them to.
These guys are racing hard, that's for sure.
This has been a good day, Jonathan.
We haven't started yet.
Yeah, we're having some pace car light problems. We're supposed to charge those lights every night, and I'm thinking that somebody might have slipped up on that responsibility last night because the pace car lights, and we need those pace car lights for the Trans Am races today later on. So if you stay tuned, the TA2 race is going to start sharp at 11 o'clock because RC up there in race control keeps really good control of the time, and he likes to start everything promptly. So let's go through the schedule the rest of the day. The next race is going to be 5A, 7, and 11. Then we've got groups 8 and 12. Then we've got the Spec MX5 Challenge Series, really good racing. This will be the last race in their championship season. TA2 race, followed by the TA XGT SGT GT race, and then we get back to SVRA racing with our all-enduro car. Then we have the other side of the Group 2, which is Formula Junior 1, Formula Junior 2, Formula V at 3:30. Look for the Barons and their Formula Vs. We've had 53 Group 2 cars here, so we had to split them up into 3 groups for these helmet races. Then Groups 6 and 12, the American muscle cars should go on at about 3:55. At 4:20 is Groups 1, 3, 4, and 5. The Datsun reunion at 4:45, and all Datsun. And then that finishes out, and Circuit of the Americas, kind of a melancholy time for us because it's going to take us another year to get back here.
Well, I live here, so, you know. In fact, I sleep here in the commentary box.
Yeah, I saw your bunk beds.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you we're about to go racing again.
We're about to go racing again. We've cleared that incident away, which happened right at the start of the race. Sadly, we lost car number 27A. But we are about to get underway. They are weaving side to side to get the heat in the tires and get ready to go racing again. Forming a grid pack once again. And ready for that run down the main straight. And I can see.
So then it's the leader's responsibility to take off whenever he wants to.
Yeah.
And so sometimes they hold back or sometimes they try to take off. There's a lot of
But
strategy.
no one can overtake him until he accelerates. Green flag waves.
Todd
Away
Strong,
we go.
Todd Strong looking up the inside of Eric Inkrot for second place. Dan Cowdrey following right behind. I think Dan's in the best spot right here in case something happens.
Good clean start. No incidents so far as they dive into turn one. Maybe I spoke too soon. No, looks as though everybody's cleared it. We've got one straggler at the back. That's the Merlin.
And David Mock, beautiful car.
Isn't it?
My favorite in the Group 2, which we unfortunately don't have here, is the Gurney Formula Ford. It looks kind of like a Gurney Eagle, really pretty car. Eric Inkrot's still there, Todd Strong, Dan Cowdrey, followed by Glenn Taylor. There was Kim Madrid and Roland right there, Brown. Jeffrey Garrett in that green car. It's a good shot there.
He didn't catch up to the 76, so he's got some work to do to catch up with the pack now.
And then there's David Mock. You know, sometimes when you're running in the back, you get a lot of good camera time.
Yes. Trevor Russell, though, out front ahead of Inkrot and Todd Strong as they dive into 11.
What's funny about this is this group right here from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th with Kim Madrid and Bob Hatley, their husbands and wives are sidetracked together watching this race, also having the time of their lives as we see Todd Strong beside Eric Inkrot taking the draft and look for Dan Cowdrey to try to peek out and try to gain 1 or 2 positions here at turn 12.
Well, he jinks back into position. I don't think he's decided to go for the overtake into 12, as is usually the go. But no, the 9 survives Eric Inkrot.
That's a really pretty car right there. Michael Warwick in that 1975 Zinc Z10CF.
Yeah, you don't see the Zinc. You don't see
Locks
many
up his front end right there. Here we go. Let's see what can happen here. Dan Cowdrey is very calculating. He's right there in that number 38, the yellow and green car.
Yep.
He's going to wait to see what happens until the last lap.
The Titan MK6, Mark 6 Titan.
Eric Inkrot is just so happy to see Todd Strong in his rearview mirrors. They're so competitive. We played a dice game at dinner the other night, and they're even competitive playing dice games.
I could see. It's all your research is all food.
It is all food. I get paid in food. Last lap.
Last lap, here we go then, and was a great battle here for the podium, and it's far from over. Jinking out is car number 16, Todd Strong, side by side. He's got the better line towards one of the number 9 of Eric Inkrot, but Inkrot's been good and strong all race long. Will he do the switchback? He's thinking about it. And as you said, the patient 38 is coming into the 4, Dan Cowdrey.
Watch for Dan Cowdrey. I think this race is unfolding exactly how he wants it. If he's got the speed, he may be kind of sandbagging a little bit back there. He's very, very calculating. He's not going to show his hand until he has to. Todd Strong right there takes the lead in the Club Ford category. Bob Hatley in that green car, really great racer. There's Kim Madrid in the pink 291, followed by Roland Brown. Johnson, I keep calling him Roland Brown. It's Johnson.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, we're starting to get a few puffs of clouds pulling away now. We're starting to see a bit of the countryside of Central Texas. And here at the Circuit of the Americas, we're in full action here in our Group 2 race.
Todd's driving in his mirror. Todd Strong, got to look ahead too. Dan's going to try to duck right behind him. It looks like Todd and Eric have a little bit more power than Dan right now, so he's really got to get up in that draft. He's not going to be able to get him at 12.
I've seen so many races decided at turn 12 here at the Circuit of the Americas over the years. Will it be the same again for the podium? No problems for Trevor Russell at the moment, but here we go.
Eric Inkrot to the inside. He has the preferred line.
Oh!
Todd takes it.
Nicely done by Todd Strong into second place. Not over yet, though.
Now look at that, Eric's outbreaking him. Dan Cowdery staying right there.
Another opportunity coming into the next left-hander. Here we go. And they've all decided to say line of CERN. There's about 2 opportunities. One, maybe a dive bomb at 20 because they're close enough. And you can't really do much around this triple apex, but you can at 20. 19's a risk, too.
So we haven't talked about Trevor Russell. He's up there with a pretty comfortable lead in 1998.
The Van Diemen looks as though it's going to be the winner here. Trevor Russell, despite that elongated start because of the crash, has maintained his lead, and there he comes. There's the checkered flag. Trevor Russell wins, and it's nip and tuck for second place, but Todd Strong does take it.
Dan Cowdery, followed by Bob Hatley. Good stuff. Glenn Taylor, Michael Wurick in 7th, Kim Madrid 8th. Nice job, Kim. Top 10. Roland Johnson 9th, and Jeff Langham just in the Formula One points, rounding out our top 10.
And a good race, despite the crash for the 27A. Sadly, Bruce Matare in the Formula Ford Vector crashing out right at the start. That brought out the safety car, but it didn't bug Trevor Russell too much, and the Van Diemen did its work.
Yeah, congratulations,
A
Trevor
best lap
Russell.
of 229.8, not bad, pretty handy.
Now, I do believe, looking at this, that there are going to be 2 gold helmet winners in this category. So Trevor Russell is going to win his championship in his class, and then it looks like congratulations to Todd Strong. Looks like he's probably going to go home with a gold helmet in Club Ford as well. His daughter Erica is here with us this weekend, and what's cool, I was watching her walk around with her device. She was teaching her students Zoom classes while she was here, and she took a ride in the pace car, held it up to the window, and she took a tour of the paddock and showed her students all about racing.
That's
That's cool.
There he is.
They're going to be happy about that. Look for Eric to pull alongside Todd and give him probably a thumb, but we never know what finger they're going to give him. Probably a thumbs up.
So as we look down on the RVs, we take a look at the results, which is Trevor Russell in that Van Diemen FF taking the win over Todd Strong. Eric Ingrot involved in some good racing all the way through. Dan Cowdery was in that battle too, but he took 4th place. Bob Hattle in 5th. Glenn Taylor 6th. Michael Wirick in 7th place. Kim Madrid, lady you were talking about earlier, in 8th position. Roland Johnson in 9th. Jeff Langham rounds out the top 10 in the Merlin. Good racing from our Group 2 race. We'll take a short break here from the Circuit of the Americas, and we'll be back with more action from SVRA after this.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Now, this is special. Look at this. Le Mans 24s, Lime Rock, Mid-Ohio, Laguna Seca, Jarama, Donington, and McNish Capello. Those are the guys. Look at those names. Johnny Herbert, Pierre Capper, J.J. Leto have all driven this fantastic and magnificent Audi. And look at the wins it's had. ELMS in Europe, ALMS here in the United States. It's a beautiful car, and Tony Garcia giving us a really good, intimate view of what is a classic car.
Yeah, but you know what's cool about that car? There's some huge names on that car, but the pilot of that car right now, Travis Engen, is my hero. Those are some big names, but Travis is always running with us. Really great driver. We're looking at Mark Stratford's car there. This is Kurt Leverton's car. Kurt from Des Moines, Iowa. Lola T294. really fast car with Wolf Motorsports. Then next to him, and Robert Hemke from Texas. This is a new car to Robert. I think he's had it for about a year and a half. He's a really fast racer. He races with us in Formula Juniors. He's got 2 of the Purple People Eater Minis. He's got several other cars, but now he's in a pretty high horsepower car for him. And he's starting 4th, but I even expect him to maybe give Kurt a run for his money. We've got Fritz Seidel in this group, and we are talking about his daughter, Molly Seidel. Congratulations to Molly, qualifying for the 2021
Olympics.
Japan Olympics as a marathon runner. She was a long-distance runner at Notre Dame. She qualified out of 450 people, finished 2nd, and congratulations to her and Fritz and the whole Seidel family. That's going to be really fun to watch. So Vintage Racers, we are all going to be tuning in to the 2021 Olympics in Japan and watching the women's marathon race, cheering for Molly, running in her Saucony shoes.
So here we go then, looking forward to what will be quite different in terms of racing, certainly in terms of the cars. Very, very different from what we've been looking at, but just as interesting and just as unique too, and some real classics
That's
as
some
well.
Cool shots right there. That looks like Hot Wheels. Slot car track. Love it. So let's go through the list here.
Go for it.
Starting in first place in a 2005 Audi R8 LMP, Travis Engen. Mark Stratford in a Panos Elan DP02 from 2006. Kurt Lieberton in a 1974 Lola T294. Robert Hemke in a 1971 Lola T212. Dean Turnbow, GB08. Fritz Seidel in a Carbier CS2, really fast S2000. So we've got, this is group 5, 7, and 11. So we've got a mixed group here. So he's the first of our S2, I believe. Johnny Cannabis in a Lola B0890. Paul Reed in a Radical. Edward Gunther in a Swift DB5. Glenn Bryant in a 1988 Lola T8890. Ben Valentine in a 1972 Swift DB5. David Hale, 1985 Lola T598. Brent Knoll, 1983 Tiga. Payman Altad in a 1986 Tiga. We've got a Phoenix Can-Am car driven by Rusty Herbert. Jeffrey Anderson in a Lola. Adam Drazen in a Swift. Bob Levinson in a Swift. Jason Bauman in a Swift. John Boxhorn in a Carbier CS2. Justin Frick in the number 9 Acela. James Cope in a Swift. Lee Brain in a Lola. We've seen Lee Brain in 3 different races. There are 24 cars that could potentially take the green, and out of those 24 cars, 10 different manufacturers in one race. You don't see that in modern motorsports.
No, you don't. And that's what I like about the way you've done the groups here. Really, really good. And this is going to be quite a spectacle. Watching that Audi, I've seen it up close a couple of times already in SVRA, and it just clings to the ground, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. I've been filming him for years, sidetrack, and he comes around some of these turns so fast, I think he's not going to make it, and he's going to come right into me. But that thing just hugs the ground. Another reverse airplane race car out there.
So as they round the stadium section, we are about to go racing in our next group. Ben Sissel, Jonathan Green bringing you the action here from the Circuit of the Americas, and we've had a bumper day. And sometimes, surprisingly, a few too many crashes than we'd probably like, to be honest.
Watch for Robert Hemke starting back there in 4th place in that white Lola to really try to get a good start, because with a little bit of downforce and horsepower advantage that the driver, Kurt Lieberton, has in front of him. Once Robert gets in front of somebody, no matter what car he's in, he can make his car really wide and difficult to pass.
Lights out on the pace car, which means we're going racing, and watch out for that beautiful silver Audi, which will pop out of turn 20 on the right-hand side of your screen when we turn to our camera 1 position, looking down the straight. And when we see it, expect it to be on that inside line all the way up the hill. Here he is with the lights blazing. Mark Stratford alongside him as they go green. And in fact, Stratford's got a better start. He's got ahead just briefly of Travis Engen to take the lead, but here comes the Audi using all the grunt at the green flag, and away we go. Boy, what a sprint to the hill he got there. No problem.
Okay, so he gave his position back. I noticed that somebody
passed
he at the starting line, and he passed Robert Hemke before the starting line, and you're not allowed to do that. So he did give his position back. I believe that was Dean Turnbow.
Great to see some Lolas racing here in the United States, but a good battle already starting to liven up here as the Audi drifts from side to side through the S's at turn 5 and now coming up to turn 6. And they're pushing on for sure. Right at the back, it's car number 11.
Bob Levinson.
That's him in the Swift. And the field already starting to spread out as they head down to 11 for the first time. The Audi R8, excuse me. LMP.
Oh, Fritz Seidel getting by the Radical. Radical's got the inside line right there. Nice pass.
Nicely done. Travis Engen then will open up that Audi now down the back straight. Now look at the speed from the drone. Look at him go. Wow. Look at that.
Yep.
That's a major speed, and now heavy on the anchors into 12. But look how smooth that is. Mark Stratford still in second place. Now an overtake here, possibly. Nope. Back into line goes the 56 of Paul Reed in the Radical. And they are as ever popular, the Radicals. I've been watching them in action around the United States this year. And just as popular as ever for Radical Racing, and a great way and an affordable way to go racing.
They'll be with us in 2 weeks at Road Atlanta as we see Fritz Seidel racing Paul Reed right there. Carbier CS2 versus Radical. Fritz Seidel is a really good racer with us. He's with the Curie, and he can really put a car wherever he wants. He has some really nice Porsches that he's also out there with us. But look at this. He's coming back. Mark
He is
Stratford.
coming back strong too. But look at the gap they pulled away, these two. But the Audi just has straight line speed like no other.
Yeah.
Up the hill they come. And look, you have to look right back now to third place. Huge gap. And that's some 8 seconds now, that gap. Robert
Hemke.
Hemke.
Yep. And there's Fritz Seidel there in the 02 Beta. Look, he's wearing his gold helmet. So there's a shot of a gold helmet. So we got to get a close-up of Fritz's helmet. I'm sure he's got 4 or 5 of those over the years. Really good driver.
Ooh. Actually, no, I thought he was slowing then, but I think he just missed a gear. Kurt Levington. No, he's okay. I thought he was slowing down for a second there. He either missed a gear, but for a moment there, he looked to be going quite slow. Look at this, side-by-side action here through the S's.
Oh, yeah. That's the number 34 of my buddy Glennard Skinnard.
Glennard Skinnard?
Glennard Skinnard.
No,
Glenn
you
Bryant,
cannot be
but his
called
nickname
that.
is Glennard Skinnard.
I see.
Glenn Bryant in that beautiful Canon sponsored livery car out there in a Lola T8890 from 1988.
First and second going down towards turn 12 at speed, as you can see. The drone really gives you a sense of the speed as well. But the gap is not too far. They were right behind each other, and this is where second place, Mark Stratford, seems to catch up. Does a good job through the stadium section, and by the time we come out of 20, he's right there again with the Audi, and then the Audi just blasts away. It's good to watch.
Yeah, Robert Hemke under pressure from John Cannabis. Paul Reed and Fritz
So
Seidel.
we've got Cannabis and Leonard Skinner all out in the same race. I love it.
This is really neat because these are 2 cars that probably wouldn't ever be on the track together. More modern Radical with a vintage Carbier. Fritz takes them right
Nicely.
here.
Nicely done. You don't see too many overtakes there, actually.
That was a good one.
Still plenty of time in this race, some 8 minutes left of racing, so we're going to get a few more laps in of these spectacular cars. Still being led by the R8 LMP of Travis Engen, who is a busy lad this weekend.
He is. He's running 4 races and the Enduro. Like I said, I think he has the largest collection of our SVRA red hats that you can only get if you podium with us at different races. But a lot of the races we go to, he probably does maybe 8 to 10 events with us a year and could be racing up to 4 cars like he is this weekend.
Looks as though the soccer match is over, or practice is over at Bold. And the racing continues here. No concerts today. And back to the front straight we go. Looking closely at Glenn Bryant, the number 34 in the Lola.
Ben Valentine took a position from Glennard Skinner. And then David Hale back there in that number 30. This is going to be a good race right here. So that's Glennard Skinner, Glenn Bryant right there. He gave the position unwillingly to Ben Valentine, and look for him to try to get that back.
Photographers on the bridge getting a good eyeful of these beautiful cars as the two swoops through the S's. Fritz Seidel doing a really good job in that Carbier CS2 from 2000.
I got to give it up
from
for
Milwaukee.
John Boxhorn and that number 89, the green car. He's come up from 20th place to looks like he's in. Can't see, but he's definitely moved up.
Yeah, he's up to 9th. He's top 10.
Nice. That's pretty good. He's
Very
in the
nice.
points.
Yep.
I keep saying that, but that's just to do Formula One points. But whenever I hear that, that's where my mind goes.
Well, the weather is brightening up a little bit here. We've got a little bit less cover now, and hopefully the sun will pop out soon and give these paint schemes a really glorious look because our cameramen are ready. Travis Engen leading the way by 2 seconds now in the Audi. Mark Stratford doing a really good job in second place. And the field's starting to spread out now. Jason Bauman coming into 12, got a good gap in his little battle midfield.
Yeah,
he's in 17th position, Adam.
Yeah.
In the Swift DB2.
He had some mechanical issues the other day, followed by Bob Levinson in that 1986 Swift DB2. I like that we have spectator social distancing there. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And Mark Stratford's got to be really just trying because Travis Engen definitely has the power on him. But
yeah, I was about to say, I mean,
he's got the agility.
There's a big power difference between the Audi. I mean, you're talking, you know, a good 1,000cc.
That is such a pretty car, though. And so much history with that Audi. Look at that thing.
Well, the beauty about Audi's racing cars is that it also made them look good. They weren't just missiles. They looked so beautiful. Now, that's not to be rude to the Panos. That's a very good-looking car, too. From Mission Viejo, California, is Mark Stratford.
Uh-oh, Fritz Seidel and Robert Hemke. Fritz takes the inside over Robert Hemke.
That was a perfect move, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now, they're not racing for class. They're always racing, but they're in 2 different classes. But now, watch this. Robert Hemke's got the power, so Fritz is going to duck behind him and try to get into the draft, as do the Radicals.
Clock ticking down, 4 minutes left in this race. We should get another lap or so in. I love the paint scheme on the car, number 5, the Lola from Abilene, Texas, as the 56 swoops by.
He's got a lot of really neat cars, and including, I was watching his restoration. He's really active on social media, he and his wife. He bought Jim Hall's Mini Cooper and has restored it.
You know, I'd love to do a Netflix documentary series on great collectors in Texas. Just on cars alone, cars and bikes. Can you imagine?
Lone Star Cars.
I'll start at Chaparral. Why not?
Yeah. Look at that. Travis Engen through the S's.
Now you see the gap between first and second. Yeah.
Making it look easy. Mark Stratford there. That's
the thing about that Audi. It's almost as though it's on magnets. It's like a Scalextric car.
So Fritz Seidel took the lead again from Robert Hemke. So they may, Fritz has the more nimble car, and Robert Hemke's got the power.
And I've got a feeling that when they come around again, it'll be that last lap. And that's the 74. Kurt Levington. And another Lola. But here comes the Audi again. Into that stadium section. Now we've seen leaders make mistakes in the stadium section already today. And sometimes the concentration can wane. It's a very big, powerful Le Mans car, that.
I've been watching Travis for about 10 years, and I don't know if I've ever seen him make a mistake. If he's out of the race, he's a very good driver, calculating. We were talking about him being an avid swimmer, and I really do believe he swims every day, he says, but I think he swims every day to keep in shape to be able to drive a car with such high G-force.
Well, you've got to be, you cannot drive a car like that without being in good shape.
I'm not in good enough shape to drive that car.
Nor am I.
To drive it fast.
Not.
Yeah.
Brent Knoll just going through shot there, and the Tiga.
Oh, we've got a car off there.
We do, yes.
Before 3.
Yeah. In the background, right at the back there, just under the bridge, it looks like.
Doesn't look like it's brought out it looks like he's in a safe area. There's no local yellow there, so we appreciate him pulling off in a safe area so that we don't have to stop the race.
Oh, and another car off. It's all happening.
That's a spin.
Here are the closing stages.
But he's in a safe place. He's off the
he's
line
got it
there,
going.
Back going.
I think the one at 3 is in more trouble in terms of, and Hamish has found him. It is the number 7.
Rusty Herbert.
Rusty Herbert, yeah. Oh, what a shame. He's out of harm's way, to be fair, but I wouldn't have thought race control will like him being there. It's still pretty precarious. If somebody goes wrong or touches, they'll put him in jeopardy. So that could actually end this race, to be honest.
I doubt it. Not in practice, probably, but RC race control, he always makes really good decisions up there. He wants us to race as much as we can as long as it's safe. And a local yellow from one lap alerting the drivers where he is. We'll probably do it for that one as we're on the final lap following Travis Engen out of 11 down the long back straight into turn 12. How long is this straight, Jonathan?
It's just under a kilometer.
How long is that in American?
Oh, I see. It's about a mile.
No, it isn't. It's a sixth of a mile, isn't it?
Well, okay. It's almost a mile. So, into the stadium section for the final time comes Travis Engen, who has, as Ben quite rightly pointed out, not put a foot wrong, certainly this weekend, if not every weekend. And driving a car like that, you really can't afford to. It is absolutely priceless. You couldn't put a price on that car. You really couldn't. It's been driven by the greats, including Alan McNish, JJ Leto, Ivan Capello.
Travis says now that that's the most winning Audi ever, if you count the vintage races.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yes, I can imagine so.
It's got the most race miles and the most race wins, thanks to Travis Engen, because he's kept it going basically right as soon as Audi went to their new car. He bought that and has been racing it ever since.
So then, out of the last corner comes the Audi, and the R8 LMP of Travis Engen from Western Connecticut takes the victory over second place Mark Stratford. That's how it was throughout the race. And the panel's Alain DP02 takes second place. And we're waiting for third place to come across the line. And that should be...
Congratulations to Travis Engen.
Kurt Leverton. Yeah, nice race. Nice display of racing. And drone really giving us an insight into just how fast that Audi is in a straight line.
Congratulations to GMT.
And look how far third place is away. He's still not crossed the line yet.
You like my signs and banners there, John?
I do. Good job there.
I had to borrow a ladder from one of our competitors to put those up in the wind. It's really tough in the wind.
I can imagine.
They're like sails.
I'll bet. And there's the Lola, finally.
Kurt Leverton, Des Moines, Iowa, representing in the Lone Star State, taking the checkered, rounding out the overall podium. Should be followed by Fritz and Robert. But look at that car, Travis.
Wow, sun's gleaming on it now.
Flashing his lights.
Flashing his lights at our man, Tom.
Congratulations to Travis, winning a gold helmet. Congratulations to GMT, JR. Wish you were here, but the GMT crew is out here having a great time. taking care of Travis's 4 cars. There's another vintage race happening at another world famous there.
Where?
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, right by those bathrooms.
Well, go. How about that?
Yeah.
Go fund me. I would never have known
really,
that.
If you're going to keep up with kind of Formula One tradition, like at Monaco, they should just jump into the swimming pool.
I like that. How big a swimming pool? Can you do laps?
Yeah. Well, I think you'd have to do probably 10 laps to be an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
I see.
It's like a backyard swimming pool.
Yeah, yeah. Then Rusty Herbert then in the Phoenix Can-Am, the man from Missouri City, Texas.
I bet we could get Logan to get a shot of that swim.
We'll work on it. You've got to feed him lunch. If you want personal shots, you've got to feed. He's Italian, Logano, and you've got to feed him the good pasta if you want to get a particular shot. And that's not bad. So we'll take a short break here at the Circuit of the Americas. We'll be right back with more action from SVRA after this.
When the road calls, we answer with our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average. Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
I travel a lot. Whether it's a meeting in New York or a car auction in LA, I trust only Passport Transport to deliver my car. With their up-to-the-minute GPS tracking system, I know exactly where my car is at all times. They take the extra step to secure my vehicle's safety, and their pickup and delivery service is truly door-to-door. With Passport Transport, I know my car's in good hands, because they're car guys too. I'm Roger Van Ness, CEO of Kemp Auto Museum, and this is why I'm a Passport Transport customer.
Hey guys, can you move over this way?
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas as we take a look at a beautiful Porsche getting ready for our next SVRA.
Lisa Hansen right there, one of our really fast drivers. You saw the crew guy, Aaron, takes care of all these cars. Aaron's with the Curie out of Wisconsin and Florida. You see him back there in the distance. Great mechanic, keeps these cars running.
And it's a Datsun weekend, right?
It is. Datsun is our featured mark. We're going to have lots of fun with Datsun. As we look here, this is a really historic car. This is Michael Anderson. It's a Datsun 2000 Fairlady. He manages about 8 race cars from Pomona, California. That car was driven by Rock Vest from 86 to 94. Lots of national championships. He won South Atlantic points, 2nd, 4th in the runoffs. Good stuff right there. And that's back to the livery that Rock would have run it in.
Okay. That's another thing I think is a nice touch by SVRA to keep the liveries original as well, as much as possible, yeah.
If we can get a shot of Charlie Valdez on the number 37, that Miata there. We've got a neat story about Charlie. In his Group 12B, he's 16 years old and was invited to attend this race. He is one of the youngest drivers here. We have a 15-year-old also. He's been racing since 14 years old.
How old is he?
He is 16, I think.
Oh, my word. There he is.
Yeah, in that car. So that is Charlie Valdez. He's trying to make it as a pro driver. It's the smallest engine in his group by far. It's all stock, no upgrades except for the suspension. He's been racing endurance. But if you're looking for up-and-coming talent, look at Charlie Valdez right there in that green Mazda Miata. Next to him in that Lotus 7 is the Lotus 7 of John Nash.
Yeah.
And his wife is a great vintage racing photographer, one of my favorite people in the paddock. She is just always having so much fun.
Clearly that sounds like another free meal coming.
No, I love British cars, but I'm not a big fan of British meals. They're both from the UK. You perfected your cars, but the food is
I'm
not
afraid
great.
you just stepped over the line
I love
there.
Mexican food, and here
that's
we're eating.
why we designed such brilliant cars, because we didn't want to go to lunch.
Yeah,
we didn't take lunch breaks.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But look at this field of cars. Great stuff here. You're all wearing masks. Thank you very much.
Rather nervously looking at our camera going, why are you filming me?
I really like that E30, the 241 right there at BMW. But I think, if I were to pick my favorite car in this class is kind of a British car if you count that Ford Escort. But that's a British Ford Escort.
Hang on a minute.
Right there.
Ford Escort is about as British as it gets.
17. Yeah, so I like that. Well, Ford isn't known as being British.
Right, I know,
but
but
that's a British
the Ford Escort was
yeah.
primarily
And
a British-built Ford.
We're appreciating my work right here. It's my job also to hang up all the flags, and I spent some
How
time
many
on
Bens
these
are
American
there?
flags.
Do you bring the family, or are you just?
I wish.
Maybe we could put you up for cloning.
See, yeah, but
I'll talk to Tony.
That's a good shot right there. So that's why I do it, for some good shots.
Well, that's a fantastic shot. Look at that.
So some neat cars in this field. We've got Porsches, Datsuns, Alfa Romeo, Ford Escort, BMW, Lotus Super 7, a Jaguar XJS, and I hope we get some good shots of this. We didn't get a lot of great shots of this yesterday, but Charles and Andrew Mute. So we've got a 1985 Jaguar XJS in the same livery that it was raced back in the day, and that is the number 1 car. It's green. And then there's a number 5.
Now, are those brothers, Charles?
They're father-son.
Oh, okay.
And then in the number 5, and he's got a great Instagram channel. I believe it's Rapid Terrier. He takes some great photos. Andrew Mute is in a 1985 BMW M635 CSI. So they'd be in the back. I hope we get some shots because they are absolutely beautiful cars. We have a lot of B sedans like the BMWs, the Alphas, and the Datsun 510s. That white Datsun 510 back there.
I like that.
Is from really fast Mini Cooper driver Greg Wold. Now he's moved up, most people would say, to a Datsun 510. So look for him to move up in this race.
Well, we've got a slight delay because of that car that's stuck out on track at the moment. Yep.
So
we'll get to talk about more of the cars.
That Jaguar I was talking about was at the top of the screen. So they're having to put him up on a rollback, and with such a long front nose like that, it takes a long time to get that thing on the rollback. And in fact, I'll tell you a neat little story. So our vintage drivers have noticed this, and they've come up with what's called the low car recovery sled.
I see.
And it helps bring up low cars like that, and there's our Escort.
Now that, when I was growing up, was the business. And it still is.
Yeah,
Can't beat a Ford Escort.
Stuart Blackwood. That's a 1971 Ford Escort RS. Those were made in Europe.
Yeah.
Couldn't really get them here.
Well, that's like I said, that's why certainly growing up in Britain, you saw more Ford Escorts than probably any other car.
More than a Mini?
Rivaling the Mini, for sure.
That's Drake Dittman right there in the number 241 1991 BMW E30 318S.
With the BMW colors.
Yeah. Really pretty. Datsun 510, but I hope we can get Tony to move back to the next row and show us that green Jaguar XJS.
Poor old Tony, being directed by you.
BMW, and then next to him is the BMW of Jessica Jonk. Right there, that white BMW we're looking at, and that green Jaguar, really pretty cars.
So this is what you're talking about, yep.
Yep, so this low car recovery sled actually picks up low cars like that and doesn't damage any of the cars. Sebring is using it right now as a test, and they are loving it. So
this was developed in SVRA?
Have developed, not by SVRA, but by our racers.
I see.
They've developed this answer to this problem.
It's a very clever idea,
It's going to fix a lot of time. It's going to save all racing organizations.
Ha-ha, look at that.
There it is. Thank you, Tony and Lauren. So we got to get a good shot of this car. That's Charles Mute in that Jaguar XJS 1985. He's put so much time and effort into that. It is perfect.
Oh, it seems a shame to strip out a Jaguar like that, but hey.
If you just take a turn to turn around, it'll be his son, Andrew, in the 1985 BMW. Look at that thing.
Even got the British plates on. There you go. I'm standing up and saluting.
If you go look at this car, it's like a Concours restoration on this thing. And if you turn to the left, see, look at this.
This proper British car, Ben. Take a close
look. Look at that. A Jaguar. I love that thing.
Handmade,
that is a sexy car.
We don't have national service anymore. It's just you get taken on by Leyland, and you have to build cars. That's our national service.
Cool. Yeah.
Leyland, sadly, no longer.
So, and then right next to him, to his right, looking at the car on the left, that BMW, that's his son, Andrew.
That would be a German car then.
Yeah. And they built these cars together, and they're very competitive with each other because they kind of built them to the same spec as they would have been built back in the day.
And also, I noticed with the Schnitzer colors, and of course, if you know your BMW racing, Schnitzer BMW was synonymous. Charlie Lamb, sadly passing away recently, but was a hero of the Schnitzer BMW era. And so that is very much period.
Yeah. And then if we can try to get Lauren and Tony to move to the black BMW 2 cars down next to that green Jaguar. That's Jessica Jonk, one of our best vintage racing photographers, and what we call the BMW pickup truck. And you'll see why when we see it, because it's an E30 BMW convertible, and it just looks like a pickup truck.
And it looks as though the Toyota's catching through the S's here on the well-loaded truck. And the extra weight slowing him down. And here comes the Toyota. They're both going off track together.
Takes
Lights
an odd
on.
line. That's an odd line in that turn.
He's taking a very odd line straight towards Hamish.
Oh, it's bumpy. That's some good driving by that Dodge Ram right there. Nice
He's done
job.
Good job there. And that's going to at least clear the track, and we should be underway fairly soon. And there's John Nash again in that beautiful car. Much lower, I may add. We mentioned this yesterday. You look at that high mirror.
Yeah.
He's got that purposely there so he can see. Because he's so low down in that beautiful car. But,
yeah, we just got 3 minutes on the grid from Dave Foreman, our grid chief from Texas. That means that they all pre-grid here, and we give them 5 minutes to warm up their car. Then we count down 3 minutes, and then 1 minute, and then we release the cars to Will Huxtable, who will be splitting the cars up the hill.
That's a cracking-looking car, too. I like that.
Yeah, these Datsun 510s are
And by the way, if you're in the Austin area, feel free to come down. We are very open, and you can see the crowd in the background to the crowd enjoying and getting close up to the cars, talking to the drivers, and being part of the festival of speed that is the SpeedTour. And here is the Alfa Romeo leading the cars out, led by the little Porsche 110 of Lisa Hansen.
So to my knowledge, we've got 2 women in this race.
And everywhere, there's the Miata, the youngster you mentioned.
Yep.
Cracking BMW, that's a classic.
I love the look of the 2002s. Those are just such cool.
It was a bit boxy, but it just had a, it's like the Mini, you know, it's a boxy thing, but it's still pretty, you know?
Yeah. There's Jessica in that BMW pickup
I see
truck.
what you mean by the pickup truck, right?
Yeah.
I got it.
There's
How did that come to be?
It's just how they did the roll cage for her safety, and it just kind of looks like it. So you can see her there in that black car coming up behind these BMWs.
Now that would be good for Texas, a BMW pickup truck, but isn't a pickup truck.
Yeah.
I might have to take a closer look at that later. Andrew Mute coming out in the BMW M635 CSI. And there's another one of the Datsuns.
And he won the race yesterday,
Yes,
so I
he
wonder
did.
why he's starting in the back.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I wonder if he was underweight and had to start from the back.
Well, that's certainly
He
not
might
a
have
problem
been
we've had.
disqualified. That would be a good note to have. I'd like to know why he's starting in the back. I think I'm going to radio Rick and find that out. Jonathan, if you'll go through this list of drivers for us.
Certainly will. Well, we're certainly looking for what Lisa Hansen could do. She had a good day yesterday in that Porsche. John Wilkins will be another one to look for in the Datsun 240Z. And then there's the Datsun Fair Lady of Michael Anderson. And as you mentioned, we've got the father-son Mute situation with their Jaguar XJS and their BMW 635 CSI. And here comes that Jaguar that we were looking at closely a moment ago. There's the Schnitzer BMW. Everybody filing out. I really like this group. It's really quite eclectic. And there's one of the Alfa Romeos. So we've got an Alfa Romeo at the front, and we've got one at the back too. This is the number 25 of George Barber. The number 12, yes, that's 240. Excuse me, George Barber. The Alfa Romeo is a 1966. Chris Redder, GTV. You can see how low down John Nash is, but he's got that extended mirror, which is certainly helping see because he needs it.
I just got word from timing and scoring. I'm looking to get a number on that 240Z in the back, but he's starting in the back by choice. And a lot of our drivers do this just for the fun. So I think that's Phil Eglin, but I need to get a number on that for sure. But he won yesterday's race, and now he's starting from back. So if you're watching from home on social media, looks like we've got 41 cars that could take this. So no, it's Richard Nichols. That's who it was.
Richard Nichols.
Yeah, so
green light. Yeah.
Starting from the back, and let's play some fantasy racing.
Well, if I
here.
know Richard Nichols, he likes starting at the back, and he likes to get to the front by the end of the race.
What position will he finish? He won yesterday's race. He's got to get through 42 cars. So I'm going to say he's going to finish in the top 20.
You know, you were talking about that youngster. I just got reminded that that's how Gar Robertson started, was in Vintage, and then went on to Trans Am. So, you know, that young kid in the Miata, he's doing it the right way because it's a good, cheap way of going racing and being noticed. And then maybe he can go through. So they'll all pile into
They're not packed
the
up
last
like
corner.
they should be.
A lot of cars involved in this group, a massive group of over 38 cars. The green flag will wave, and Hansen, Lisa, will lead them away. She is on the right-hand side in the all-white with the red lower stripe. But it's the Datsun that takes the lead momentarily. She's got the corner, though, and she takes it. John Nash right in the middle of that group. Somewhat sandwiched in there. And the field spreading out. And Richard Nichols right at the back, the man who won yesterday. Can he come through? He's already made one place as he crosses the line. And the last car up is the little Datsun 05 of Jim McDavid.
Richards at a big disadvantage because that backpack did not pack up like they should under the safety car. But look at all these
great
cars.
Sight. I love that shot. It's so cool.
It really is.
Especially when you've got a big field like this. Whoa, lots of different lines.
Very far outside for that BMW. Looks like he's got a mechanical pulling off there. But watch this. Great move by that BMW 2002 to pull off safely. He's behind the wall, and we don't have to stop or even put out a local yellow. Thank you.
Oh, look at this group coming into 11. We've got the leaders coming in, but just behind, look at this.
Drake Dittman has made up 6 positions. He's our fast mover right there in that E30. He went from 9th to 3rd.
Oh, I knew something. John Nash has gone very wide, just
John
misses
Nash.
the gravel. But he outbraked himself into 11, recovers well. And here come the leaders, starting to spread out now. It's Japan versus Germany in terms of the marks, with another BMW, the Schnitzer BMW of Michael Anderson. Excuse me, no, that's a change, in fact. It's
Drake Dittman.
Dittman, yeah. Hard to keep up with this race, so many cars. Yeah. Brilliant. Into 13 they go.
Stuart Blackwood in that beautiful Ford Escort, followed by Michael and man, I really like that kind of dove gray Alfa Romeo right there.
You don't often see gray Alfas, do you?
No, and that's
usually
really pretty,
deep red.
Yeah, that's a pretty car. Side by side there.
And look at them all filing through the stadium section. And you really get an idea of just how big this field is when you see the drone.
Jessica Jonk just past the XJS. Coming through 15. Nice job, Jessica.
So here comes Lisa Hansen out of the corner. She's building on that lead. Oh!
Nice. Drake Dittman getting sideways.
Absolutely.
Out of bounds by that Ford Escort. That's 2 out of bounds in this lap. I hope that Alex in race control is watching that.
Well, you can't miss it. It wasn't subtle, was it?
It wasn't. No, that wasn't close to being out of bounds. That was way out of bounds.
Here comes the Alfa up the hill. And he's looking in his mirrors to see who's behind, who's in front, who's coming up the inside. Ah, John Nash back to action. Goes up the inside. There's our little
Charles
youngster.
Valdez. Yeah, Charles Valdez, 16 years old in the race. Look at these BMWs.
I'm really excited to see teenagers getting involved in vintage racing.
Yeah.
That's great. There's that Jaguar.
Father-son right there. That's the son in the BMW Rapid Terrier on Instagram. Follow him.
So father's leading son at the moment. Ah, no, they're side by side as they go through too. John Nash did make that move to stick.
We had a Datsun just miss the little pylon there, I think, to avoid an incident, though. So I don't think Alex is going to look too harshly on that one.
And Richard Nichols is starting to plow his way through the field in the all-green Datsun that won yesterday. Another side-by-side battle coming towards 11 for about 5th place now as the leaders go through.
Nichols has already moved up. That Escort just keeps losing it there. Out of bounds again. And what I mean by that is
Nash very wide again, but
you're not supposed to
time.
go 4 wheels off the white line there. If you go 4 wheels off the white line, that's technically out of bounds.
And there you see Richard Nichols. He's already made up, what, 12 places?
I think he's definitely in the top 20 by now. So I may have been wrong. He may be in the top 10.
And there's the Jaguar just getting a little squirrely. And back to John Nash as he dives into turn 12. Well, he made a mistake a lap ago, but he's recovered well. And he's just got ahead of the 74
Woodruff.
of H.D. Woodruff.
And that's Charles Valdez, the 16-year-old right there, and the number 37. And that's Miata, the underpowered Miata. He's got the least amount of power in this whole group, but he's really driving that car very well. Looks like he knows what he's doing on a road course, and Charles Valdez takes a great vintage pass.
Nice move.
Right there at turn 15 to take a position. And now we've got Miata versus Lotus 7. You don't see that often.
No, you don't. So here come the leaders out of 20. And Lisa Hansen getting a nice wide line, but keeps it all together.
She is a flawless
And now
driver.
the battle is on for second, third, and fourth place. Hansen's got this one at the moment with 5 minutes to go. But the Datsun of John Wilkins is in trouble.
Michael Anderson on the outside right there.
Yep. I like this little group.
I do too. And like vintage
I'll tell you what,
racing.
Nash is going to catch them soon.
Look at that. He took it back. The BMW took it back from Charles Valdez. That BMW's just got a little bit more power. 2 liter versus 1.8 liter. And there's Richard Nichols. That is crazy. Richard Nichols in 16th.
Yeah, he's moving up
from
the field.
last. And there's Jessica Jonk in that BMW pickup truck. It's a great looking car. She is a really fast driver in that car, and her dad's racing with us in a big Healy this weekend too.
I'll tell you what, that's a great battle between the Miata and the BMW. The BMW is definitely.
Uh-oh, we got a spin.
Somebody's gone off.
Hamish
Great
got
catch.
the spin.
Nice one, Hamish. And you can see him how frustrated he
See
is.
the frustration.
Yeah, we heard the squeal
Woodruff.
of the wheels and quickly went straight to it. And Woodruff heads to the woods. But he got good for him though. He's kept it going. He smacked the wheel a little bit.
And he waited for the corner worker to give him the clear to get back out there as we watch Richard Nichols come down here, making up some time.
I'm going to check where Nichols actually is on
He was
track.
at 16th at the line.
Yes, he's currently showing as 16th, yeah. Just ahead of this car.
So tell us on social media where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, who you want to win. And also, if you have any questions or anything you want us to talk about, please feel free to share it in the comment section. We're kind of monitoring our Facebook here when we can. We love you guys are joining us. And if this is your first time to vintage racing, it's not about the leaders. There's mid-pack races. There's back-of-the-pack races like we're seeing here with Jessica Jonk at the back of this pack coming into turn 12 off this long straightaway.
Nice little group of 4, including Jessica Young. Oh, very tight. The number 9 taking the inside line. There's John Stevens there in the Datsun 240.
That is a close race happening.
It is
right
a
there.
close race. Wayne Scheibrecht side by side with the Datsun and the BMW. And he's going to go high and wide and then cut back. And he's exactly what he does. Stays on the outside. Getting some power in, and go, 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 go. Look at this, side by side through 16. Excellent stuff. And now with the clock ticking down to just over a minute, Lisa Hansen, let's take a look at her gap now. She's still 5 seconds ahead. Richard Nichols has scythed his way through. Can he make the top 10, I wonder?
I think so. Just got word watching the comments that one of our fastest drivers in vintage racing, Ken Minella, in a beautiful Corvette's watching from New York. So welcome, Ken.
Yep.
He's one of our race instructors at our racing school.
Well, Rick Nichols was past the line at 13, so he's still got a chance of getting into the top 10 if he keeps this up.
That would be
But here
impressive.
comes our leader, down to 11 for the last time. This is the final lap, and that very, very pretty 110 Porsche 911S with the classic colors on.
Her dad, Mark, is going to be really happy about this. She's one of our best drivers. really fast 911 driver, and she's going to be really happy if she can keep it up to win that gold helmet. National champion in our Group 8, a very competitive class with SVRA. She's in Group 8B production. And winning overall right now, Lisa Hansen, a Curie Power. I'm sure Aaron is biting all of his fingernails right now.
I just had word from race control. It was Richard Nichols started at the back. He was light yesterday by 100 pounds. That's why.
100 pounds, and we start him in the back. We got to follow the rules. So Rick Parent, our chief of tech, doing his job.
So here we go to finish it all off then. Here in our Group 8 and Group 12B, Lisa Hansen has never looked back. She got the lead right from the get-go.
We have a viewer from Jamaica, Jonathan.
We do?
Welcome, Kennedy. Good stuff, and he loves the escorts like you do.
There you go. He knows what he's doing. There's a man of class right there.
Exactly.
There's probably a fair few escorts in Jamaica as well.
Yeah.
That would be the beach car, I reckon.
Probably. Here we go.
ANABC. So then, Lisa Hansen comes out of turn 20 to take the checkered flag here in Group 8 and 12B. Second place goes to the Datsun.
Oh, Michael Anderson.
Close. Look at this.
He's going to take it because the BMW drifted out. A little bit of contact. He didn't like being passed over the drift.
No, he didn't.
Good stuff. That's a beautiful Alpha.
There's the grey Alpha coming to the line too.
Where will Richard Nichols finish?
Well, here he is coming out of the last corner. Richard Nichols gets sideways and crosses the line and does finish, just outside the top 12. Sorry, he finishes 11, just outside the top 10. John Nash comes across the line in 12th position. Charles Valdez, the youngster, does take 13th place. Well done to him. Big future ahead.
Lisa Hansen, congratulations to her. National champion in Group 8B production. Finished first overall. She's going to take a gold bell helmet home with her.
Our first female winner of the day, but maybe not our last.
No.
Because Natalie Decker is pole in the West Coast Championship.
That's awesome.
Great racing. Really enjoyed that. Good spectacle of great cars. And ones that perhaps those not as familiar with historic racing will be more familiar with. Certainly that silhouette, that Porsche 911 car is synonymous with both racing and beauty. It's been in so many movies. And of course,
what Steve McQueen drove in the opening scenes of Le Mans.
And don't forget Amy Ruman in TA as well. She's got a chance of winning. She's already been on the podium this year. Lisa Hansen, though, takes the win over Jeff Winter. John Wilkins in third place. Michael Anderson in fourth. Drake Dittman in fifth. William Bowdish in sixth place. Maya Primo in seventh. Nicholas Clements in eighth. Thomas Schulte in ninth position. And Donnie Cluck in 10th position.
Look at the difference there between fourth and fifth in time.
Yeah, big time. I know. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Yeah, almost identical.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, you saw them cross the line together. Yeah, Anderson and Dittman right to the line together. Excellent stuff from our Group 8 and 12B helmet race. And that means Lisa Hansen will be getting a gold helmet. We'll take a short break here from the Circuit of the Americas. More racing to come from the rest of the day and not far away from the start of the big muscle cars from Trans Am.
When the road calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster. The thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Austin, Texas in the background, and in the foreground actually will be the airport. You might see a plane taking off very soon, but that skyline is changing almost by the day. And you always know how well a city is doing by how many scaffolds and cranes are up, and Austin is a fast-growing city. Now we get ready for our Trans Am coverage, which is coming up very soon. So don't go away. We've got more great action coming your way. Our feature race from TA2, which should be a barn stormer, coming up very soon. But we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with all the action from Trans Am very soon. Stay with us.
Let the feelings take control.
Thank you.
Let the feelings take control. Let the feelings take control. Let the feelings take control. Mama told me to be loved.
Those who crave control. Alfa Romeo, the mechanics of emotion.
when hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Hey race fans, it's the start of a brand new decade, so don't be on the outside looking in. Straddle the technology fence with us and be part of all the action at every round of the 2020 season. With our all-new app, you'll now have live global streaming of all the action from the heart of each and every track. Live scoring, race highlights, replays, results and team and driver news. Everything you could ever want to be informed of the world of Trans Am and SVRA. Download now on Apple and Android, the only place to get your muscle car media.
Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas. So excited to be here on the TA2 grid. There's so much going on. First of all, our current points leader, Mike Skeen, takes the pole, followed by Cameron Lawrence, who's always in the hunt. It's a big story here this weekend because Thomas Merrill cannot be in this race due to an incident at our last race at Virginia International Raceway. So look for Rafa Matos to really move up. We're going to talk to Rafa real quick because this is a really important race for you, Rafa, to get in the points hunt with Mike Skeen. What's your plan when the green flag drops?
Well, before anything else, we need to finish the race, right? So turn one is very famous to having incidents every year, so hopefully we'll get clean through turn one and we race. I feel we have the pace. We're quickest every single practice. We had a small qualifying, but we have the pace and can't wait to get to the podium, hopefully with a win.
Nice. Rafa Matos with Silver Hair Racing wants to get to the podium with a win. Doug Peterson was nice enough. He can't be here this weekend, so he's got Paul Tracy, Indy legend, commentator Paul Tracy. You've been with us at Road Atlanta a few years ago. How do you feel about this TA2 platform?
I think it's great. Obviously, it's been a couple of years since I've been in the series, and
wait, I'm sorry, we've got a cut. We just got a director's cut. Sorry, Paul.
Well, we're sorry about that little issue we had a moment ago there. Ben struggling a little bit with the old technology on the mic, but we'll hopefully get it rectified very soon. But as you can see, we are taking a look at some of the spectacles here at the Circuit of the Americas, looking high from the tower. I think the best seat in the house. I've been up there a few times during races, and it is fantastic to be up there. It's scary, I have to be honest, but when they come underneath you like that, it really is great. And there's a glass bottom there as we look down on the pre-grid from our drone, and this is the cars getting ready And you heard Paul Tracy for a moment there before the mic kind of went kaput. That Paul Tracy was saying that he had not been in a Trans Am car since Road Atlanta a couple of years ago, back in 2018, where he got a 7th place there. He had a bit of a mechanical issue, and so I'm so glad to have him back. And of course, he's doing NBC, and I think he's been given a bit of a jib from Townsend Bell, who of course has got quite a busy schedule of racing in sports cars. So it's quite interesting to see him jumping in Trans Am, and we are delighted to have him. And he's 4th on the grid for this race, so really, really interesting, and especially given the fact that he's throwing himself into what is a championship battle with the likes of Rafa Matos and Merrill. Now, let's see if we can find Ben again, and let's see if we can have another go. Ben, are you there?
So we've met in the past. I'm the video guy for SVRA, B-Rock stuff.
And that is Paul Tracy's car right there, the three-dimensional services group. And hopefully in a
Welcome
moment
back, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry about the technical
car.
difficulties, but this is a story. Doug Peterson, we want to thank you. I know you couldn't be here this weekend. We miss you from Three-Dimensional Services Group, but you put a legend in your seat. We've got Paul Tracy here with us this weekend. Last time Paul raced in TA2 was at Indy in 2018, and somehow he qualified 4th. That has to be difficult.
Yeah, it really is. It's been a couple of years since I drove for Doug, but it's great to be back in the series. Big field today, so it's, you know, I just hope I can stick up front here with these guys, hang with them, and really just take care of the tires and have good tires for the end of the race.
Nice. Thank you very much, Paul. Thanks for being here. 100 miles of Circuit of the Americas, really tough. We've got the best tires in the world with these Pirelli P0s. We've got JP with us. So happy to have him back after that huge shunt at VIR just a few weeks ago. We've got Michael Self here with Mike Cope Racing. Edward Savajian, who got 3rd place here at Circuit of the Americas last year, a native Texan, starting right here. Expect to see him coming up front. Atwell, but this is a race within a race, and I want to make sure we get to that story with the Trans Am Series. This is the first race in 2020 where both groups, the National Championship and our West Coast Championship, get to meet. New driver here, William Cox, with the Scott Lagacy team. Fosenox here with Stevens Miller Racing was just out on track in a Miata, and now he's here with Joe Stevens. Expect him to look up front. He's having a great time in this. Welcome to the series. Thanks for being here at Circuit of the Americas. Barry Bowes, great driver. Jet Noland was just with me in Nashville last weekend, racing at the Nashville Fairgrounds, and now he's here at Circuit of the Americas. Really great driver. Scott Shetta from Nashville out here racing his Big Machine Vodka TA2 car. Great times here at Circuit of the Americas. I'm going to talk to this guy, birthday boy, Tom Sheehan. How's it feel to be racing at Circuit of the Americas on your birthday, Ironman Tom Sheehan?
Yeah, it just kind of works out every year. We end up at a racetrack someplace in America, and this year it's COTA. So happy birthday to me, and hopefully it works out a good day.
Nice. Well, happy birthday. If you're watching on our social media channels, wish Tom happy birthday. Welcome newcomer to the TA2 Series. Kurt Vogt here. Add off last year. It turned 3A. Expect him to move up. We've got Cram, Alex right here, but I want to really so Jim Gallagher, I believe Cram, actually, let me stop at him. I believe, maybe his crew can tell me, he's the first West Coast qualifier, is that correct? But is he racing for the West Coast or for the National? So Jim Gallagher is our West Coast racer. He's racing the West Coast right now. Followed by Michelle Abadi right here with her Gurr Racing. So we see Jim Gallagher Series and West Coast Series racing a great car out here with this Madison Development Group. And then we've got Michelle Abadi racing. Maurice Hall, we've got, I think, 29 cars, including Boris Said, who's taken over Keith Prochuk this weekend at TA2. It looks like it's going to be a great weekend at Circuit of the Americas. Can't wait to see what's happening. Not sure what's happening with Scott Lagasse, who finished second last year here at Circuit of the Americas. Not sure where he's gridded. So if he's starting in last, look for Scott Lagasse to start to move his way through the field. This is a great field at TA2. TA2 at Circuit of the Americas is always a great show. Stay tuned, and so happy to be here.
Thank you, Ben. Excellent stuff. And we got a good insight there as to what is about to get underway. An exciting grid with so many different types of driver.
That's what's going on.
And talking of drivers, I've got another Trans Am champion alongside me, Gar Robinson. And we were here yesterday. We were watching the action.
Thanks for having me.
This is no problem. And it's a really eclectic field. We got Paul Tracy, you've got Rafa, you've got Boris.
We got, yeah. I mean, I woke up and saw on Instagram this morning that Boris was taking over for Keith Prochuk this morning.
So I needed you to stand still.
Obviously, I didn't want to. I love watching Keith Prochuk. I know he puts on a great show, but watching Boris come from the back, I think is going to be one of the most entertaining things that we see all year.
Now, look, you've been in this position before. Give me your sort of systems check as a driver now. You're about to go onto the grid. You get a roll around. It goes straight into the preamble, if you will. What are you doing as a systems check with your engineer?
Not necessarily with the engineer, more just yourself, just trying to get yourself in Italy, getting ready for these 100 miles, and just trying to make a race plan for yourself. I mean, obviously, most of the time you can make all the plans you want, but typically once you get to turn one, they kind of go out the window. But, I mean, 3/4 of this race is going to be survive. Definitely turn one is going to be survived. We've seen a lot of drama in the past in turn one, but you have to manage your tires this whole race, and then when we get to the final quarter of this race, the teeth come out, and you really start the wick gets turned up, and you got to try and put yourself in the best position for the time that you need to be in it. So you're just making all the right calculations and just prepping yourself for the race ahead, getting those 100 miles in.
Thanks, Guy. Yeah, and of course, this track is all about taking on the Circuit of the Americas, and that has been the challenge for every driver that's ever been here. So why don't we take a closer look at the Circuit of the Americas here in Austin, Texas. The Circuit of the Americas is a state-of-the-art Formula One track and very popular with Trans Am, climbing 133 feet up to turn one before swooping into a Silverstone-like complex based on the Maggots and Beckett's corners at Silverstone before rising up through 9 and 10 and swooping down to the tightest corner, turn 11, and then a long back straight, almost a mile, heavy braking into 12, the stadium section, and then a triple apex, turn 18, before the off-camber 19 and a very tight last turn, turn 20, to complete the 3.14-mile lap of the Circuit of the Americas. Well, since it opened in 2012, the Circuit of the Americas has become one of the most popular tracks, not just in America, but around the world. MotoGP come here, WEC come here, and of course Formula One. And looking down at where Max Verstappen took a podium position rather sneakily a few years ago. Alonso's had some good days here. Hamilton always goes well here. And of course Kimi Räikkönen, the great Kimi, had a great run here just 2 years ago. We're looking high above the circuit as we get ready for our TA2 feature race. It'll be 100 miles. It'll be a case of managing the tires. We've got Gar Robinson here in the booth to advise what the drivers are going through and what their mindset is as the race goes on. Ben will be back here as well to join us. So we've got all angles covered. But while we've got a few moments before they head out, let's just catch up with what happened during the qualifying for TA2. Mike Skeen was the man to watch without a doubt in the 77. Rafa Matos didn't have the perfect qualifying, but Skeen was out and running hard, getting ready to show us what he's got. And it was Mike Skeen who took pole position, his 4th of the year. And back to the live pictures here as the cars get ready to go out. We were just speaking to Gar Robinson a moment ago, and of course a former Trans Am champion based here in Texas. What are your thoughts? You know Mike Skeen pretty good.
I do. I've watched a lot of his stuff online. I've seen, I've heard doing this year, and he's been doing a fantastic job with these cars. He ran a 12.9 yesterday, and that's just absolutely incredible. I mean, I think whenever we were back here, I think a fast time was a 15, and it's like these cars are just getting faster and faster every year, and it's so incredible to see what these guys can do with these cars. And personally, I will be a little biased towards Mike Skeen today because a lot of my old teammates from Robinson Racing are wrenching on this car, and so my support would be for Mike. Who do you think has got
Well,
what are your favorites today?
I know one man who really wants to get something out of this weekend is Rafa Matos. He hasn't had the best of seasons. The 2018 champion, you raced against him. You know, he's always fiery. He loves a good Formula One single-seater circuit. He comes from, of course, Indy cars originally. I'm interested to see what Paul Tracy will do now he knows he's competitive and has had a night to sleep on it, and probably a bunch of texts going, you better win this. So I'm going to keep an eye on this man for sure, because I think it's going to be interesting what he can do. Silver Hair Racing, a dual win, and the Brazilian is on fire. We'll get the opinion of Ben Sissel. He's not short of an opinion or two. Who do you reckon, Ben? Boris said from the back.
I don't know, and I saw Scott Lagasse in the back. I couldn't find Scott Lagasse on the grid. He was way in the back. I don't know where he's starting. I don't have a great grid sheet yet, but, you know, to keep the championship going, the drama that Thomas Merrill can't be here because of an incident that kept him from being at this event, at our last event at VIR. He was second in points. That really gives Rafa the best chance to move up. But Rafa, like he said, he's got to finish, and he's got to finish strong to do that. We're so happy to have JP Southern here. He's starting 5th, always fast. After that off at VIR, I didn't expect to see him back. So it's really great to see him. But I think Edward Savajian's had a good finish here. Scott Borchetta's really moving up. We might see some of our West Coasters show up in this race. So it's really anybody's race. You never know what's going to happen because 3 years ago, Gar was running for the championship against Tony Buffamonte. Tony got taken out lap 1, turn 12, and then Gar caught on fire. And they were both in the hunt. So you never know what's going to happen here. This is a really difficult track, really hard on these cars.
Yeah, I mean you can do really well here for a while, and then this track will bite you, and it is a hard bite, and it's an awful bite. But if you can get past that bite, it's very rewarding. Who's the wild card today? What do you guys?
It's got to be. Well, let me give you a bit more information. I've now found out that Lagasse was late to the pre-grid. Therefore, he will start at the back with Boris Said, and that is mouth-watering. So if you want a wild card, watch those two coming from the back.
We have Boris Said and Scott Lagasse in the back. I think that there's going to be some serious moves made in this track today.
Yeah, our director's going to have to be dexterous to see the back of the field and the front of the field at the same time. But we've got a drone. We've got all angles covered.
That's going to be really interesting because Boris Said and Scott Lagasse Jr. do not mind rubbing. And Boris never really gets a chance to rub in TA because those aren't as close as racing. But starting from the back in a field of 30 cars at a tight track like this, I expect to see a lot of donuts on the cars.
You know what's going to happen? He's going to enjoy it so much and go, I want to do some TA2 now. Now, who's
there's
this?
Boris.
There is Boris. No, yes, it is. Project's car. Yeah. Yes, of course it is. Boris Said, starting at the back in Keith Project, it was a migraine that was keeping. You do not want to race with a migraine.
Yeah. So Keith, I just want to say thank you. You know, we've been longtime friends with HP Tuners. He runs HP Tuners out of the Chicago area. He's raced with Gar many times. Great racer. He had a baby and had to take a little bit of a break. So glad that he's back. I wish he could be here racing, but so happy and thankful that he's giving it up to a legend like Boris because he's such a contributor. And there's Scott Lagasse.
Team ZZ Top, as I call them. His mechanics both have long beards. Scott Lagasse starting at the back as well because of not getting to the grid on time. So watch out for the 92 and the Keith Prochuk blue car of Boris Said coming through from the back.
Both a lot of NASCAR experience too, so
Yes.
they're really seasoned in dealing with lots of heavy traffic, and especially with a track like this where you have so many passing zones and such large runoff areas, and not too many consequences. There are some, but there's not too many consequences for running wide on a corner or two. But I think one of the cool moves of the race come out of the back.
Yeah,
that would be my predictions here.
Yeah,
John
cool
Cloud, we
shirts
got a
and-
glimpse of him there. He's been racing this morning already. As we go across the grid and take a look at the inside of these cars. Great job by Tony Garcia getting right amongst them. He may as well be a passenger. Tony, why don't you just get in one of those cars and follow them around for the rest of the race? I mean, you're close enough already. Great stuff. We're really getting all the angles. Brad Gross from Grapevine, Texas, just outside Dallas.
We want to thank Brad because he gave Dylan Archer his car to use at Brainerd, just helping out the series. So, Brad, welcome back, but thank you so much for giving that up. And there's Maurice Hall with Silver Hair Racing, Rafa Mato's teammate and owner, always a really fast driver. Great to have him here. Silver Hair Racing, I think they have big plans for next year, so make sure you're following them on social media. And speaking of social media, leave us a comment. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? We've got Boris Said, Paul Tracy, Scott Lagacy, Mike Skeen, Cameron Lawrence. We've got Rafa Matos, all kinds of legends. Who do you want to see win?
I want to see Paul Tracy get a podium. I know Lee Diffie will be watching right now. He's probably doing a bit of NASCAR and a bit of this.
And there's the fan favorite. You see her just to the right, Michelle Abadi. Make sure you follow her in Gur Racing. She has a podcast. She and her husband do it all on their own with a great Dalmatian dog. There's some good stuff here this weekend.
We are in Austin, Texas, in big letters. And those baubles you saw there are part of the Christmas festival starting to ramp up and get ready for December, not far away.
Peppermint Parkway.
That's it. Lovely view of what we call the B paddock, or the support paddock. But because of so many SVRA cars, Trans Am have decided to use this paddock. But it's nicely positioned and nicely set out for them. I think all the drivers love coming here. And as you can see, Eric, our man at the front of that grid, will do the traditional lead off for the cars in a moment. And I can see Tony Garcia rushing with his little legs over there to get in position as they come out and file out. And this is always a tense time for the drivers. They're stuck in there for quite some 10 minutes or so. And a little bit of thinking time. There's Lagacy, and there is Eric, as I mentioned, starting to tell him to roll those engines. Eric does a great job. He's a real performer, is our Eric. And he keeps these boys in control, which is no mean feat. And in a moment, we will hear the roar of the muscle cars of 2020, 1966. Can you believe it? The longest road racing continuous championship in the United States, and now popular in Australia, popular in Asia, and popular in New Zealand, and growing by the minute. We know you're tuning in around the world, and we thank you for doing so. Mike Skeen heads out, and Cameron Lawrence will follow him. Good deal.
The 14th row, as the pace lap has started, is Doug Winston driving the number 16 D&M electric.
Well, has Gar's dad heard the news?
And John Cloud.
Gar Robinson to race at the Roval next year for the next 3 years.
I have raced at the Roval.
But he's coming back to Trans Am, I hear. He's gritting his teeth as I look across there.
I am, but we're pretty tied up in what we're doing right now. But I'm not going to make any promises, but I'm not going to disappoint anyone either.
I love it. Nice fence sitting. Don't get any splinters. But Mike Skeen leads them out, and I'm keeping a rough eye. Like I said, Gar put the question to me, and I said, watch out for Rafa Matos. I think Paul Tracy will play it as hard as he can because he doesn't want to mess with the championship, but I think he'll want to be competitive, and if he gets a sniff at a potential podium, he'll take that and give it to Townsend Bell and go, back at you, son.
I think get the championship, and I think he'll maybe a little bit. He might mess with it a little bit, but Tracy's probably going to want to get to the front.
Yeah.
Just like everyone.
You don't put a helmet on Paul Tracy and tell him not to try and be competitive.
Well, I mean, Townsend Bell and all those guys already challenged.
Oh yeah.
Ready, so he's got to impress here.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, we brag a lot about where people are watching from, and we were saying we've got Baltimore, we got George Robinson Racing, we've got a bunch of people watching from all over. Hopefully the Australians join us because we talk a lot about TA2 Australia. And Gar, you had the honor of running TA2 Australia at Bathurst.
How was that
like?
That was incredible. I have been saying, everyone in all the sports car paddocks that I've been to, I've been saying, like, Spa's great, Nürburgring's cool, all that stuff, but Bathurst is just so special because it's one of those hidden gems in motorsports right now that, I mean, it's a cult following down in Australia, but they're so far away from us.
It's hard to explain, isn't it?
It is impossible to explain. It's
the only way to explain it is it really shouldn't be a racetrack. Those
that's the best way to explain it.
On the side of a mountain, but that's what makes it so cool.
It's like if you took VIR and made it a street course.
There you go. That's a good way of putting it.
And it's not even the racetrack, which is incredible, by the way, but the fan interaction and stuff down there is incredible. I mean, I remember because when I did the Trans Am TA2 race down there, we won one of them, and then we went back again, and I think we finished second or something in our class. They had some really good drivers down there, and ended up going to, we were at Long Beach for the Grand Prix, and there was this group of Australians that came up, and they knew who I was down there, and that was the coolest thing ever.
I'll bet.
They really do pay attention very well to their drivers down there, and
they love muscle cars. They've grown up on V8s.
They love these cars.
But you know, I got to brag on them too. And this is a global platform, so we've got TA2 Europe, Asia, Australia. We got some in New Zealand.
Yep.
But TA2 Australia, they put out some great content, have great races. There's a ton of cars that Chaz House sending out there, good stuff.
I'll stand up for New Zealand motorsport now and tell you, I know something big's coming out of New Zealand when it comes to Trans Am racing. I know
Kiwi
he's behind
TA2?
it. I know, yeah, it's gonna ramp up, and there's so much talent there that I reckon it's gonna go big.
And the cars are so much fun too. Like, and I know, like in the Danish series, they have Jan Magnussen and stuff running these things and stuff like that. And everyone else that gets out of one of these cars has a big smile on their face. So.
All right, guys. Well, my heart rate is getting up. We got a good field of 30 TA2 cars coming in. Jonathan, take this call.
All right. I want one more comment from Gar. What's the key to approaching turn one if you are Cameron Lawrence and trying to get the lead?
Hang on to the outside and get yourself a good run on turn two.
So try to do the switchback.
Exactly. That's
all right.
I would rather start in P2 on the outside.
All right. Well, we're on board with Cameron Lawrence, and when we get Lawrence's shot, we'll definitely refer to Gar and see what his thoughts are and what he would do in that situation. Gar Robertson, delighted to have him on board because, of course, he was in the thick of this. He's raced every driver here, and they are all trying to get temperature in the tires, but the pace car has been rather slow, I think, today.
But he needs to even slow down. That's not the whole bunch, is it? That can't be 30 cars.
We'll have to see whose tires are warmed up.
Yeah, going to say, that could be an interesting factor as we go to the start of this race. TA2 then, our feature race.
There's Paul Tracy.
Paul Tracy, we've got an onboard with him. We've got one with Cameron Lawrence. And we're going to get some excellent pictures. You can see they're almost willing the pace car to go quicker because they're trying desperately to get some temperature into those tires. So this is going to be an interesting start because I don't think the pace car was fast enough, but now we're lined up 2 by 2 ready to go here in our TA2 race. It's 100 miles, but who will be smiling at the end of it? We come on board on the front row with Cameron Lawrence, Mike Skeen in pole position on the right hand side in the liquid moly colors. The green flag will wave in a moment. They are almost touching as we get ready for the start of this one. A fantastic field here at the Circuit of the Americas, and away we go! Green flag waves, good start
Rafa
from
Matos.
the silver hair racer, and it is Rafa Matos, and Matos dives to the inside and dives to the lead. Cameron Lawrence goes high and wide, but it's going to be Rafa Matos. Paul Tracy goes wide as well, following him through. It looks as though Boris Said has picked up a couple of places, but certainly we're going to keep an eye on the back as well as the front, but it is going to be Rafa Matos who leads them through the S's for the first time. Good start.
Rafa Matos.
Cameron Lawrence. No.
Lots
Big
of cars.
crash.
In there.
Lots of cars involved.
Elias Anderson, the man from Texas, from Driftwood, involved in that. Spun round, that will surely bring out the safety, but we're still racing for now. On board with Cameron Lawrence as he dives over 10, down towards 11. There is Elias Anderson, stuck out on track. Here comes Cameron Lawrence into 11 for the first time. It looks as though Mike Skeen on the outside in third now.
He'll have the best run out of all three of those.
And Michael Self in fourth position. On board again with Paul Tracy down the back straight. Takes a look at his mirrors. Beautiful sound as he goes through the gearbox. What an exciting start. And Rafa Matos superb off the line. Here comes Cameron Lawrence though. And cutting him off though. Rafa tries to stop him. But you can't stop a flying Cameron Lawrence. Because into the lead goes Lawrence. But that was a little bit nasty. I mean, there's nothing wrong with blocking. But I think Rafa was a little too aggressive there. We'll see what the stewards, what do you guys think?
I mean, they're racing pretty hard right now.
But they're racing for points.
Now we got a full course caution.
Yeah, I figured that was. Damage to the 99 of Self as well. Look, the right-hand side.
Yep.
There's Elias Anderson. Full course.
Which
caution, no surprise.
Which means we get a restart.
Yes, we do.
We get to do this again.
Come on, driver. What do you do now?
What do I do now?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure of the Trans Am rules because we've been following vintage. Are they going to start from the finish line restart, or they restart from the same?
If I remember correctly, they'll be starting from the finish line, which is earlier than the starting line, which is about midway down the front straightaway.
That's good info. So tell us what you would do.
What I would do is, if I'm Cameron Lawrence, they have to start in when the green flag drops. They don't get to
right.
They set the pace, but it's a little different than how it's been done in IMSA and SRO and stuff like that, where they kind of set the pace and go when they please. But I probably just want to get a really good run coming out of.
Self's going to have to pit. Look at that.
He's going to have
tire
to
rub.
Look, he's rubbing on the bodywork there, and he's still in fourth place. That's why he doesn't want to pit.
Yeah.
But
Mike Cope's going to call him in.
Yeah.
You're going to have to look for a big dive bomb pass going into the final corner before the restart straightaway. I remember back in 2015, I was leading, and another car came and took me or spun me around, so I ended up going 12th and had to fight my way back up. But it was you have to watch out for the dive bomb passes going into the restart, because I believe you can pass when the green flag comes out. You don't have to wait for the you don't have to wait to start pass the start finish line. That's only on a
So let's go through the top 10, because a lot changed in that one lap with half under yellow. So we've got Cameron Lawrence at first, Rafa Matos second, Mike Skeen third, Michael Self fourth, but I'm guessing he's going to have to go into the pits. Paul Tracy, fifth place. J.P. Southern, John Paul Southern Jr. is in sixth. Edward Savajan moving his way up to seventh place. Jet Noland, eighth. John Atwell, ninth. William Cox, the third. 10th place. This is wrapping up. This is not wrapping up. This is starting out to be a great race.
Well, I'm sure that Paul Tracy's licking his lips, because he can see that the car in front of him is damaged, and you've got to think that he's got to come in, and that gives Paul Tracy a chance to have a bite at Mike Skeen before they get too far into this race, and he'll be looking at a podium, as I said. I think that will make him happy for the day.
So we have questions online already on the Trans Am Facebook. So to answer your question, Boris Said has moved his way up to 17th place already.
Come on, Boris!
And Scott Lagacy Jr. is in 15th.
Oh, wow.
So,
Great start from Scott Lagacy then.
Yep. Michelle Abadi, everybody watching her, is in 20th place. It's followed by Scott Borchetta and Maurice Hall. So it's just a great race throughout the field.
And by the way, if you're wondering what happened, Keith Prochak had a migraine. Boris Said took his drive. He'll also be in the TA race, of course, and he'll be at the front of that one. And Scott Lagacy missed the pre-grid by just 2 minutes and was therefore put to the back.
I hope we fixed the lights on this pace car because they keep going out. I think we're running out of batteries.
I just want him to go faster. Well, they're out already, which could mean we're restarting. But we'll soon find out.
Now, I think we're going to see a couple different strategies here. I think the two front cars, Cameron and Rafa, they're fighting real hard, so they're using up a lot of tire right now.
Right.
And Mike Skeen's just watching back there, just seeing what they're doing, and it'll be an interesting strategy at the end. We're
going to do another lap for sure. We're not going to.
William Cox out there racing with Scott Lagacy's team and his M1 car moved up from 12th to 10th, and this is his first time with TA2. He's doing a great job.
I feel sorry for Elias Anderson because he hails from Driftwood, just down the road from Ugar, and yeah, I mean, this is his home race. He really wanted to put on a show, and he's probably got some good friends here to cheer him on, but it's not to be, sadly. But he'll have another chance at the doubleheader. Now let's watch the 99. You can see the smoke coming off the tires.
They're gonna have to come in and fix that. That's gonna be a flat tire pretty soon.
Yeah. Surely he's gonna come in. And now looks like would be the time to do it, right? Because they were going to get probably one more under safety.
If there was any time to come do that, right now would be.
Well, I'm looking out of my window here at the commentary booth, and nobody's coming in, and he goes through.
He goes through. Oh.
Well, he either feels as though he can rectify it, or he isn't aware. But I don't believe that's the case.
No, because I'm sure somebody at the Mike Cope team is watching the live stream just to have an extra eye out there.
Now they don't close the pits on the yellows, do they?
Not that I know of.
Shouldn't do.
Unless there's a safety incident at pit end.
Yeah.
Yeah, this safety car is confusing with the lights, isn't it? And there you see the damage. Great work by Marley there, giving us our view of close-up of the fourth place man. Paul Tracy, as I said, just behind him. Jet Noland is due a win. He had a crash at VIR and caused a safety car himself, so he'll be looking for a result. There's Scott Lagacy. There's Boris Said in the blue. And there is the Greur car of Michel Abate. We should also mention, obviously, as well as the actual main national race, we have the West Coast guys in there. And Michel Abate already has been got her first win recently, so she's got a tail up, and it's going for the West Coast Championship this year.
I believe she's second in points right
Yeah,
now,
she could
behind
take the lead with
Tim
a good result.
Lynn, who's not here.
Right.
So this would be a good chance for her to get some points and really try to close up the West Coast. She finished last year, if I remember correctly, she was 5th in points. We're so happy to have her out here. She's a huge addition to the paddock, and if you follow her on social media, you'll know that she is all about Trans Am and promoting the Trans Am West Coast Series, and we hope to see her on the East Coast here in next year, 2021.
She was also in our E-Trans Am Championship earlier in the year. And we'll be seeing Tyler Casera up soon.
So what would your dad or Jim Frazier be telling you right now? Let's say if you were in Paul Tracy's position.
If I'm in Paul Tracy's position, they would. Well, my dad wouldn't be saying anything because we already had that argument.
Sorry, George.
He had to. Sometimes we had to give him a dummy radio, so on the radio.
It's all coming out now.
But you're just getting. Right now, it's too early in the race to really make any big decisions. We're kind of restarting the race from lap 1 again, essentially. But you're just making all your calculations and just predict where you're going to be at the end of the race.
Well, if you've just joined us, we are under caution here as Rafa Matos took the early lead, and we're now forming up on the grid again to get the green flag and go racing again. If the safety car pulls off, we will be racing, and Rafa will be defending a whole field of very hungry TA2 drivers. Jet Nolan right there where he needs to be as well. Edward Savagian and several others. Paul Tracy, all looking for a decent result here.
I can't believe how early the quads are out.
Yeah.
We're gonna. This will be a really pretty good restart, I think.
All right, let's take a look. Here they come through the stadium section, about to go into turn 16, the Triple Apex. Fantastic shots here, live here at the Circuit of the Americas. We welcome you around the world, wherever you're tuning in, to your muscle car fix. On board with Cameron Lawrence. We've got on boards with Lawrence and with Paul Tracy. And the Alfa Romeo leading them now to 19 should pull off. Looks as though we'll be with Cameron Lawrence. He'll be the first to know. And the reason I say that is the lights are off, yes, but they've been off for quite some time as well. He has now pulled off, and Cameron Lawrence is in control of this race. We're about to go racing again, on board with Paul Tracy. Can he make a move on the 99 with the damage? Michael Self, here we go! Beautiful sound of Trans Am at COTA. And Michael Self in real trouble now as that tyre really rubs heavily on the bodywork. Paul Tracy in the 87 comes alongside him and makes the move and does take 4th place. Good clean move by Paul Tracy. And on board with the leader, Cameron Lawrence, as he comes under the bridge now towards the S's. Now watch him fight the wheel through here. Mike Skeen in second. He's got ahead of Rafa Matos. Matos didn't get the restart as well as he'd like. Now, do you reckon the 99 can self-right himself, do you think?
Maybe if he goes and hits another car.
Yeah.
He goes tears the rest of the bodywork off, but
or fast enough down the back straight.
Fast, yeah. But I would bet you to say that he's probably got the worst, at least right front tire of the field right now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It seems like it's not smoking as much anymore, but that could be bad.
Let's see if Rafa Matos can bounce back the Brazilian in third place in the all-black silver hair racing car number 7 as they head down the back straight. We'll see the speed now and maybe get some slipstreaming going on because this is such a long straight and you can see it in the drone. Look at them top speed now, over 170 miles an hour past the RV park. Best overtaking into 12, but no one's doing it just yet.
Lots of brake smoke.
Yeah, exactly. And, a little bit of a shenanigan there in the midfield, but everybody, we're keeping an eye on what happens to Lagacy, and of course Boris said, but at the front it's pretty frantic as we go back on board with Paul Tracy in 4.
Paul Tracy's going to try to work his way up there, but Michael Self dives in at 15.
He's going to lose out, though, because Paul Tracy!
There's the chrome horn. That's the first chrome horn of the day.
The chrome horn is back. Look out.
Looks like he's got rid of that bodywork, too.
Yeah.
NBC have stopped their coverage of NASCAR to watch the chrome horn.
Chrome horn number 2.
Great racing. Out of 19 comes Tracy, but he's under pressure for sure. Here come the leaders. Cameron Lawrence got a smidgen of a lead, nothing in it. He just does a 2:15.6. Mike Skeen and Rafa Matos glued together as they come up the mighty hill here at COTA.
Self. Where's Self?
He's disappeared.
I think he disappeared at 20. Maybe his tire went loose.
Yeah. I've got a feeling he either came into the pits because there was too much
look at
damage.
that. William Cox followed by his teammate Scott Lagacy. And there's Edward Savajian in his Ford Mustang. He finished 3rd here last year, so expect him to move his way up.
I'll tell you what, brilliant stuff by Lagacy. He's already in the top 10. And we're a long, long way to go yet. Some 56 minutes left in this race. So watch out for Scott Lagacy Jr.
Yeah, I talked to him last night, and he told me he's got it for Circuit of the Americas. And then they were late to grid.
Bit.
Yeah, so expect him to move up the field. And if there's another full course caution, really expect him to move up the field. But man, that front group is really tight as Rafa takes a look at Skeen coming into 12 or 11.
Into 11, yeah.
We've got a debris flag. That's Michael Self's car parts up there.
Oh, Lagacy
takes
on the move.
The teammate.
He's moving quick. Now that was one of my favorite things about this series about this class.
Here comes Rafa. Oh, damage to Skeen's car. Has Rafa hit the back of him, do you think?
I wouldn't put it past him. That'll definitely give him a little bit of a...
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Rafa's gone through into 2nd place, and we're Skeen damage to the rear of that car. The Liqui Moly, number 77, the championship leader, now chasing down Rafa Matos. Oh, no! We've had real shenanigans.
That's Rudy Revak right there in the number 63 and Kurt Vogt, who had an off last year at turn 3A. Kurt Vogt with Cobra Automotive. Kurt Vogt is actually the president of the Shelby Club of America. And it looks like he can't get that thing refired up. Currently 18th.
Well, Team 23 is coming into NASCAR with Michael Jordan next year, but Kurt Vogt is turning around the 23 here at COTA with 26 laps to go. And do we have another safety, I wonder?
That's
We're looking
Ricky
at the
Brooks.
officials.
Ricky Brooks is kind of the chief of the TA2 platform, and he does not look happy.
Full course caution.
Already warming the tires. You see that? They get the caution, and they're already going almost in unison. I'm sure that Joe Stevens is talking to Mike Skeen right now, or even Jim Frazier, telling him about the body damage and trying to figure out what they're going to do about that.
Oh, yeah, he can't get it going again. That's a real shame. But, yeah, let's go back to that Mike Skeen incident. I wonder what caused that and why he's got damage to the rear end. And is it bad enough to bring him in? Because if he is bad enough to come in, that could change the complexion of the championship. Mike Skeen had a healthy lead coming into COTA, and with double headers at both Road Atlanta and Laguna Seca,
Yeah, but we saw Mike work his way
from
we saw him work his way from the back last time. So even if he came in, he would probably be in 25th, and he could work his way up to be good in the points. So it's going to be interesting to see what Jim Frazier and Stevens Miller Racing with the Liqui-Moly Turn 14 car decides to do.
It doesn't look like it's rubbing on anything, on any tires, or causing any sort of harm to
going to be
the
aero.
drivability of the car. It might be a little bit of an aero problem down the back straight, which is
how Rafa got him.
This is pretty necessary over here, but it doesn't look like it'll phase him too hard. But back to what I was saying, one great thing about this series is that no matter where you are lap time wise, the best thing about it is that there's always someone to race. No matter if you're mid pack, front of the pack, or back of the pack, there's always someone out here that you get to race, and that's really that was really one of my favorite things, especially whenever I was doing my first few races here. The racing was always so tight, and that was really one of the best. I think that's what really makes it entertaining to watch as well.
Yeah, so they need to clean up some debris right there at turn 10. But after they get
tires ready.
Off, yeah, I bet you that's the Cope team with Michael Self.
Yeah, good point.
If Self is back on the track, we lost him at turn 20 somewhere.
Yeah, he kind of just disappeared.
So
he had it coming together.
Is that Michael?
Looks like it could be Boris.
I think that's Boris.
Yeah, that's a 9 on the roof, I believe.
Yeah, fans of Boris said he's in 15th position at the moment.
For now, it has all the body panels.
On board with Cameron Lawrence then, leading this race. There you see the flashing lights finally on the Alfa Romeo. Maybe it's just the front shot where you can't see them. That may be what's confusing me. Because, look, yeah, it is. It's the rear shot, or the rear of the Alfa Romeo has got the lights on. That's what's deceiving us, because we're used to seeing those lights, but we can't see them from the front. Got it. Understood. Right, but the point is they can see the lights, so yeah. Now, readying themselves for a potential pit stop. And there's no question they're getting ready. And they're talking on the radio.
That's Cameron Lawrence or Paul Tracy's team. I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, we're not very far into this race.
No, we're not.
So there's a lot can go wrong. You always want to be ready. Looking at timing and scoring, it looks like Michael Self was back a couple laps, so they might have pulled it into the garage to try and see if they could together maybe salvage some points out of this.
Yeah, good point.
Going down 2 laps under caution, I would believe that they might Roger, because I don't see them in the pits. So Roger.
There's a truck here at 19. I don't know why he's I think there must be some debris there as well.
That might be where Self is.
That might be where Self went off, exactly. So, drama indeed here in our TA2 feature race here on the second day of the SpeedTour coming to Texas. And we are under caution, still waiting to get that car of Kurt Voigt out of the way after a coming together. Good crowd. I'm glad to see some crowd in the paddock there. And I've seen a few dotted around and in the paddock as well.
We've got some Michelle Labate fans. Zach Woods.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, that's Jeff Holly right there. He's the crew chief at Silverhair Racing. He's got a ton of experience in NASCAR. Probably talking to Rafa right now. But if you're watching from social media, leave us a comment. Tell us who you're rooting for. We'd like to welcome all the NASCAR drivers that I'm sure are watching right now, because NASCAR is going to be here in 2021.
Yeah,
so
you know what? There might be some interest there.
I'm sure
exactly
there is.
that. Yeah. And you know that the NBC crowd are watching Paul Tracy, their boy. But you're right, coming next May, NASCAR Cup. They are in Phoenix today for their finale. And that's going to be interesting as well. But yeah, they've probably got time to tune in. So welcome, NASCAR. We look forward to having you here.
And you know, Gar, that the NASCAR guys are so jealous of this TA2 platform.
Absolutely. But I'm excited to see what kind of show that they put on down here, too. I mean, I've watched some of the races and stuff with open-wheel cars and sports cars and stuff like that. But I haven't really seen anything quite as entertaining to watch at this track than a stock car-style tube frame chassis car. And I think when we see 40 of the 40-plus Cup cars out here, I think it's
going to be a show.
I think it'll be quite a show.
Yeah.
The track is a little bit low grip. area. I think.
I wonder how many are going to call Paul Tracy and Boris Said and Scott Lagasse Jr. for advice.
I wonder how many of them are going to be in this race. In that race.
That's a good point.
That's what I.
Well, listen, we just got the call from race control that we will be going green after this lap is completed, and that will give us just under 48 minutes of great racing. Talking of 48, best of luck to Jimmy Johnson today. He's out at Phoenix in his last hurrah. Maybe he'll race that one for us.
That would be awesome.
Well, we'll get him in commentary. Down the back straight then, before the restart of this one. At the moment, Cameron Lawrence leading the way in the all-yellow three-dimensional services group. Doug Winston watching at home as he put Paul Tracy in the car.
Scott Lagasse already in the top 10,
yep.
Currently 9th, and now he's getting a restart. So I would look for Edward Savagian and Scott Lagasse to try to move up a little bit, but they've got tough competition. John Atwell, Jet Nolan, J.P. Southern, Paul Tracy, Mike Skeen, Rafa, and Cameron.
There
top 10 is always competitive in
Look,
TA2.
you can even get your own Liqui Moly shirt.
Yeah.
Perfect.
They were giving those away at the, or either selling them or giving them away at their trailer last.
Well, the lights are off now as we come under the bridge at 16, and that means we will be racing. Cameron Lawrence will have the dubious task of leading him up the hill. I always think it's a nervous moment. You are with a hill as high as it is and as long as it is, and with that tight corner, turn one, anything can go wrong. You're defending the inside, but you don't want to be on the inside. It's not the fastest line, and as Gar said, he'd prefer to be starting on the outside and doing the switchback.
If we're on the original start, but
right,
not for that, not for a restart.
Gotcha.
I want to welcome Jose watching from Panama. Good stuff.
With a cigar?
I don't know. Here we go, Jonathan.
Here we go then, the restart for the TA2 as they roar into action in the muscle cars here at COTA. Cameron Lawrence leads them up the hill. Rafa Matos in second place. Mike Skeen with damage to the rear of that car in third. And Paul Tracy in fourth position. Tracy dives to the inside. Scott Lagasse Jr. trying to make his way through. He's 10th at the moment. West Coast, Michel Abate going strong. Beautiful sound of Cameron Lawrence weaving his way through the S's. Ooh, that was a little too far at one point. And it looks as though Mike Skeen's car's okay.
Lagasse picked up a position on Atwell.
So did Boris Said.
Nice.
Boris is up to 14.
We've got a lot of people I'm watching our Facebook going for Paul Tracy and Boris Said as we are on board with Cameron Lawrence. Tell us what you're seeing from this view as a driver, Gar.
Well, if I'm a driver, I'm not necessarily. I'm looking as far ahead as I possibly can right now, but I'm also looking in my mirror because I know I have Rafa Matos behind me, and he could be fairly aggressive if tempted. So.
Talking of aggressive side-by-side action there.
The rear end of Mike Skeen is might be having a little bit of trouble there, but
yeah.
Look at Lagasse with this draft on the inside here.
Yeah, Skeen's sort of weaving from side to side, trying to get rid of that bodywork, I think. Yeah. Paul Tracy may have another go at overtaking him in the stadium section.
That's another position for Lagasse as he's behind J.P. Southern.
I know, J.P. Southern is now starting to make a move on Paul Tracy. He, of course, a former single-seater driver. I've got a feeling that he probably raced F4 here a few years ago. Did J.P.
First gear.
Through the stadium they come. Lawrence not getting much change from Rafa Matos, who's glued to the back of him at the moment. And the field starting to spread out, but we're keeping an eye on Lagasse. He got the restart at 10th. He's already up to 8th.
I think Rafa's going to try to make a pass here.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing some argy-bargy, as
argy-bargy.
say.
Absolutely.
Skeen's falling back a little bit.
Yeah, I think that bodywork is really going to start affecting his straight line speed, which is crucial here.
Rafa winding himself up for the move on the inside. He goes for it. Rafa Matos of Brazil thought about it.
Can't make it.
Can't make it. The 2018 champion holds his powder and keeps it dry.
So we've got a 2018 champion. We've got a two-time champion, Cameron Lawrence in the front. And then we've got a guy running for the championship in third. Always good talent up front in TA2.
And I remember whenever we were running here, this was like the
I thought for a moment Cameron had made a mistake then, but he just held it all together, but he was just running wide for a second there, but it's just the line he was taking.
These guys all still have 4 more races to go. Whenever we were running here, this was like the second to last
finale,
race.
yeah.
So the championship was pretty. You could kind of gauge. Is that Scott
Lagacy
right
and
there?
Paul Tracy.
Yep.
With
Paul
JP
Tracy,
Southern. Paul
JP
Tracy.
Southern on the outside, and look at Lagacy. He's now in this battle. Lagacy coming alongside JP Southern, and Paul Tracy's his next victim. What a race Lagacy's having! Superb stuff by Scott Lagacy Jr. Side by side with JP Southern. Coming down the long straight, something's got to give. Lagacy's got the better line. He might take Tracy as well at this point.
Is he going to go for 5th or is he going to go for 4th?
Go on, Scotty. Well, he's got Southern. That's one. Or has he?
You can defend really hard
Oh,
here.
go on, JP. And he's just used the more of the track than Lagacy, but Lagacy keeps his foot in and follows Tracy, almost bump drafting him through. And this is great racing. Lagacy does get through on JP Southern, or does he? No. Southern will not give in, and quite rightly so. JP Southern doesn't give an inch. They're still side by side, and as they battle, it's just allowing Paul Tracy to get away.
Good stuff from JP Southern.
Yeah, really
I know
good.
that he is so competitive after that incident, and seen a driver more disappointed than JP was after Mid-Ohio, and he's really showing us the talent that he has in this series.
Well, I've been watching his career since he was a young man. He had a big accident as a youngster and thought he'd never race again, and here he is, right at the top of his game. Here comes Rafa again. Now, will he go for the inside again, or will he go high and wide and look for the switchback? Cameron Lawrence is waiting. Can't defend, and Rafa goes for the inside. Has he got him this time, I wonder? Oh, yes, he has for now as Cameron goes wide. Rafa takes the lead. And the silver hair is the silver fox right now. Great stuff by Rafa Matos.
And this is what he told me he wanted to do at the grid. He's so close in points that he needs to win this race to really have a chance in the next 4 races at Mike Skeen.
And look at Scott Lagacy all over the back of Paul Tracy. Lawrence now is second place as he comes through 8. Up the hill they come into 9.
But that's putting Cameron that move in turn 1 and through all that section, put him right in the crosshairs of Mike Skeen a little bit.
But this really changes the complexion now, because what do you do as Jim Frazier and Joe Stevens? Because if Mike
Lagacy on
comes
Tracy.
If Mike Skeen has to come in, that really hurts him in the points.
Oh, JP has a bite as well. Sorry to interrupt, there's so much going on. Go ahead.
Lagacy in 4th right now.
Yeah, brilliant. From the back.
So what do you do as the crew chief if the body work is slowing you down? You're leading in the points, but the person right behind you is Rafa, who's winning the race.
Well, there's nothing you can really do. Ooh, looks like we have some bodywork damage on the front of Cameron's car too. They must have gotten into. Or no, that's Paul Tracy's
Paul Tracy,
car.
yeah.
Well, he got a nudge from JP Southern as they came out of 11 as well.
So did he get chrome horned?
I think he was doing some chrome horning.
He was. Chrome horning is allowed in Texas. It's a state law.
Yeah. This is a great, he just locked up his front left there, Paul Tracy did, but this is a great race. Now let's see if Lagacy has any speed to catch up to these front 3 to try to make another podium. He was on the podium with us last year.
Well, he'll be hoping for another safety car, I'm sure.
Another yellow would put him right in a great spot.
Ooh, Rafa goes very wide.
We're starting to get to a point where tire degradation is starting to come into play. So we're going to start. This race isn't over. I mean, it's.
Who would you say of the top 3 is the best at saving tires as Kurt Voigt finally makes it back to the pits?
Mike Skeen, no doubt.
I'd probably put Mike Skeen up there. All 3 of these guys up front. Scott Lagacy, he's driven all sorts of different stock cars and stuff like that. So he's got a great, probably has a great feel for it. Paul Tracy, he's got so much experience out here. And there's Boris too. So you start to see once the tires start going away, then you have to use a whole different style of driving too. The car's not going to work, so you have to make it work.
Boris set up to 11th place now for fans of 12th place, fans of the Californian, and there is Morris Hull, team leader, if you will, at Silverhair Racing.
Something must have happened to Texas native Edward Savagian. He went from 7th to 17th.
Skeen still with that damage, but still in 3rd place, but Lagacy coming fast. I'm going to keep an eye Also on this good youngster battle between JP Southern and Jet Nolan starting to evolve.
And
Jet in 7th place and JP Southern in 6th place.
And that's William Cox, 15-year-old that's like to get up there with the youngsters battling out as well.
Now, can Rafa make any inroads on Cameron? Not yet. You can see
Rafa's
from the
leading.
drone.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, make a gap.
Yeah, he's not able to get a gap in this first time he's taken the lead to get away from Cameron. And I'm keeping an eye on how quickly Lagacy can get up onto this group at the lead. But at the moment, it's going to take him a few laps. But there's still plenty of time in this race, as Gar rightly points out. It's going to become a battle of the tyres because they've been racing hard in the early part of this race.
Yeah, and we're 30. I'm liking what I'm seeing right here. We're 30 minutes into this race, and Rafa just set his fastest time at a 2:14,
yeah.
2:14.6. But that comes into another. That brings up another factor that you have to start bringing into. These cars are starting to burn off some of the fuel, so the balance of these cars are starting to change. So I think some of these guys may have set their car up to work better with an empty tank.
They're not taking a lot of time on the track limits at the moment, that's for sure.
No.
19 and 20 there, both the leaders going wide. Let's have a look at the times this time out. Rafa Matos does a 2:14.7, so they've all upped it. Fastest man out there was Cameron Lawrence, 2:14.7. Mike Skeen's up there. Lagacy did a 2:15.4, so he needs to up the pace a little bit if he can. Barry Bowes, another man from Texas, racing at home. The number 32.
And Matt Fasanacht right there behind him, racing with Stevens Miller. He was just in the MX-5 race, and now he's in a TA2 car.
These onboards are fantastic. I love the whole telemetry and the setup. You get to see them working, doing the gear shifts, as well as watching the revs, seeing the gears they're in. In fact, the gear's not working at the moment on that one, but you can certainly see the speeds as they come down to turn 11. Over 130 miles an hour, dropping down to what? 50 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. And now back on through the gearbox. Clunk. Clunk. Lovely.
And no offense to you, Gar, but there's nothing better than seeing them have to shift with the right hand and not the paddle shift.
I agree. I agree with
full course yellow. I've just been instructed a full course yellow. Oh, my word. Look out. Here comes Lagacy.
And the
full course yellow. Wow, is this? I tell you what, I've had plenty of Shakespeare. This is real drama.
If I'm Scott Lagacy and Boris Said right now, I'm licking my chops right now. That's probably one of the best things that they could have seen right now.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with William Cox too.
Yeah,
first time in TA2. He went out in some of the vintage races with a B-Spec car just to get a feel of it. And there we see Boris Said right there in Keith Prochuk's HP Tuner's car.
So we are under safety again with just over half an hour to play. There is Boris Said, the mighty Boris, who's done NASCAR. He's done every form of racing. He's a fantastic sports car racer. He's done Le Mans. And well, I don't know what he hasn't raced. If you give him a wheelbarrow, he'd race that.
Oh, yeah.
And his son is also Boris II. Just the same curly hair, the same looks, and the same competitiveness, I may add, too.
He'll be racing with us. He'll
be
racing with us at Road Atlanta in 2 weeks.
Oh, great. So the incident at turn 19, by the looks of things. There's Mike Skeen, our championship leader, with a poorly rear left. But it's not affecting his race times.
If you're Scott Lagacy and that on the back of the current points leader, Scott's in the hunt. I believe he's in about 4th or 5th.
Well, as soon as he got to 4th, I said he wants a safety now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he got it. Now, where is Boris?
Now
Boris is still 12.
Now, the yellow was one of the worst things that I think Rafa could have seen right now because he seemed like he was starting to get into a rhythm, and that's when you start. When you're up front, that's what you have to start doing. You have to get into a rhythm, and you just have to run your own race and respect your tires. And
yeah, I was about to say, but doesn't this, if you are looking at attrition in a long race like this, or a short sprint race, but a long race on tires, does the safety give you a little bit more confidence that the tires will last longer because you're obviously not pushing them as much now?
In an endurance race, yes, because it's time based, but and you're loving the caution laps because you get a break.
Yeah.
But this is more of a distance race where we have lap count than time. I know you guys have a time limit of how long these races can go, but it seems like we're probably still going to make the last 18 laps go. But yeah, it is good for tires. You do get laps that you don't have to do at 10/10s, but it just now you have to go back and fight and get back into that rhythm again, and that can be hard to do for some drivers. I know sometimes we would go to caution and I'd be doing really well, and then sometimes some of the other guys would put themselves into a different mentality, and you'd have a serious fight on your hands.
There's Edward Savajian. So whatever problem he had is now being looked at. The Big Machine Vodka car, teammate to Scott Borchetta, but it looks as though he's got some suspension issues.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. He was third last year. A lot of fans on our Facebook. JP Southern has a lot of fans, as does Rafa. So if you're watching from home, make sure you download the Trans Am app on Google Play or the Apple Store. Tell us where you're watching
Ben's
from.
giving
on our
free
social
swag
media
on the app
channels.
this weekend, are you?
Yeah, we'll give some T-shirts away. So tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and if you have any questions, send us our way while we're under these double yellows. Hopefully we can answer them.
So we are under caution yet again here in what has been a very dramatic feature race here. We're looking at the 04 of CJ Cram in the midfield. And there is Michel Abate racing in both the West Championship.
That's Alex Wright. There's Michel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, excuse me.
So Jim Gallagher, this red car right behind Wright, he's running in the West Coast. He runs both championships, but this weekend it's West Coast. Right behind him is Michelle Abate with that beautiful American flag on the roof of her car.
Pretty good when it's all the stripes.
Yeah, it does.
This track always looks great from a
yeah.
And I always love whenever we fly out, because I live down here now, and it's always great when you fly over this place and you get to see all the stripes and how well they painted this thing. I know.
Is that the Learjet car?
No, it's Delta. Delta. But I do know that if you go and decide to do donuts or something on any of these,
you could be penalized.
You get a big boy fine. I know Cooper McNeil, he won the Ferrari Challenge race.
That's right.
And decided to go do a few donuts on the stripes, and they were very, very unhappy with it.
Yeah, Bobby doesn't like his track messed with.
No,
somebody's got to clean that mess up.
Right, they got to repaint it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a pain. Yeah, it's a real pain. There's a lot of aspects that are very unique here.
That's not good to know now, because we may have encouraged some of our drivers that win to do
we?
some donuts on the star.
Who's we?
A guy named Ben.
I've heard of that guy.
Know.
He's trouble.
Well, I know Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Cletus McFarland were out here doing drifts around this whole place the other day, but they told them that you're not allowed to go on the stripes.
So that led them straight there, I'm sure.
I would assume so.
Well, we've got just over half an hour under safety in this one, the TA2 Championship. It's a $5,000 fine, I'm told, for wrecking the paint. There you go.
I believe Cooper was fined $15,000.
Wow, poor old Cooper.
Yeah,
he's had a good season as Cooper McNeil.
He has. But I mean, when you're running for our challenge, I don't think $15,000 is really that big of a deal.
These racing drivers, they can afford it.
Yeah, it's worth it. I would have probably framed the receipt with the trophy.
So, just over half an hour left. It's going to be a 30-minute sprint race. NASCAR tuning in to see what they're about to get amongst in May next year as we welcome the NASCAR Cup Series. We can't wait for them to come into town. Book your tickets, get your RV, park it up right there on the back straight and listen to the roar. We'll, of course, be back here in the 2021 season, and I think we're rounding it out here, I think.
Looks like we've got a big wall repair somewhere. I'm hearing from control that we have a wall repair, so this may
19,
be a while.
I think it is, yeah. You know, I've got a feeling, I'm putting it together now, I've got a feeling that it's turn 19 where the problem is, and it could well have been car 99, Michael Self, that may have caused that. Because he kind of disappeared, didn't he? On board with Cameron Lawrence. You know, I've talked to some drivers, Gar, who say they hate the safety car. You talked about it being a chance to relax. But because you're going slow and you're having to warm the tires, physically, actually, it's quite exhausting.
Well, you don't have as much wind going through you guys.
Yep.
Through the cars. And I know the newer GT cars and stuff, they actually have like air conditioners and stuff inside. But yeah, these, I mean, we got a black flag.
We got a black flag now.
Take them off the track.
That means all the cars will be brought into the pit lane while we rectify. It'll be a 20-minute, potentially, wall repair. And that's for safety, of course. You just cannot have a hole in a fence or a hole in a wall. And so, for safety reasons, it adds a bit more drama to it. And, Gar, this is where I will turn to you and say, now what do you do?
Now, that throws all the tire strategy that you think you had through the whole race out of the window. Now it's going to become, if it is a 20-minute fix, I think that leaves us with a little under 10-minute race.
Well, I'm going to punt Ben outside and see if he can go and find out some news, because that's what he loves to do. But let's take a look at where we think this problem might be. It doesn't look at 19. There it is.
Yeah.
At the exit of 19.
Who hit that?
There we see it. Logano, our Italian drone pilot that we shrunk down to 1.5 inches, has got it. And there you see, we didn't see it before, but now you can see what's going on here. And we've got 6-7 trucks out there and about 10 people as well trying to fix what it looks like has been Michael's self. And I think, there's one car on that trailer, but it's not Self's car. But Gar, just go back to what you were saying. This is not an easy time for a driver because you don't know how long it's going to be. What can and can't you do? Not much, right?
Well, I mean, if you're with the 10 minutes that they have left, see, now this is the worst part, because now you have to sit in this car
and
you have no wind going through you.
Yeah.
Now you just get to cook. But yeah, I mean, if it is a 20-minute fix, that gives us a little under 10 minute of a 10-minute sprint race, and I think you'll see some guys the most aggressive guys will definitely show their colors out here, and I think you'll see a lot of bumpers, and I think you'll see. Hopefully, you won't see a lot of bumpers.
Well,
maybe you will. If
it's
you're
not
into
an
that sort of
air
stuff.
fence; it's just a safety wall, which are these plastic.
Right.
Some of them filled with water, some of them not. But if it has been damaged, and you can see, I'm not sure what car number that is on the truck. We might get a close look at that.
It looks like a white car.
Yeah, it was one of the white cars, and it wasn't. Cameron Lawrence has turned the engine off.
I wonder if they're allowed to get out.
Yeah, I would.
I would.
So we wait for a restart of this one, and while we wait, we've got a chance to talk about the Winner's Circle charity.
One of the focuses of this program is not only building the car, but we're building the entire student.
Making can only happen if you do it on your own.
It's all about project-based learning.
Take it out, straw it up.
How do we build a team?
Winner's Circle benefits my students in multiple ways. It starts off with teamwork, and it's not just a standard, here's the facts, spit it back, school. It's a product that you generate that has to be worked on till it's right, not till it's done.
I really see the students engaging in ways that we have not seen before.
The Winner's Circle allows us to work more as a team rather than individuals to create something bigger.
When we do like all these tasks and hands-on stuff, I understand it more.
We've been looking a long time at how the middle class has been shrinking and how there's been a problem with people just going to college and not knowing what they want to do. We really want to be able to bring entrepreneurship and trades back into middle America.
This opportunity goes so far beyond the school year. It's about opening the door to a world of possibilities, the world of science, technology, engineering, the arts and math. All of these things are available, and it shows up every single day.
right now in my life, I don't really have something that I'm focused on to go to. And this project allows me to become like who I want to be when I grow up.
A circle has no beginning and it has no end. It's the ultimate symbol of teamwork. And that's a philosophy that we really want our students to leave and go out into the workforce with. It's not just what can they get for themselves, but what can they give back.
Please visit winners-circle.org to help support our team and get a Winners Circle project to your school.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, where we are under a black flag situation. We've had a damage to the exit of turn 19 wall, which is being repaired as fast as it possibly can. The drivers are still locked into their cars and probably getting a little overheated at this point. It'll get worse when Ben puts a mic in their face. But Ben is down there. He's hot-footing it to the pit lane. This is Jonathan Green with Gar Robinson. We're keeping an eye on what's happening. And I can see that the engineers are now talking. And I could just see our crew with Ben making their way to the front of the grid where Rafa Matos is sat. And the crowd getting a really good view now of Trans Am, all on their feet. It's just great to see crowds at a sporting event.
Sort of scenario here for this. That 4 or 5 lap shootout would be pretty entertaining for the fans, I would say.
So what would that be? Just literally 1 lap sprint?
2 or 3 maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
And there is Rafa Matos. And we may see if we can get a word with him. I wouldn't want to talk to him right now, but Ben is fearless.
I know, I mean, a lot of these guys up front, a lot of have either has a lot of Brazilian stock car experience.
Yes, he does.
Cameron Lawrence has a lot of TA2 experience. He's got a couple championships as well.
He said to me that when he first arrived in America, it was stock cars that he grew up watching, and he did do a bit of Brazilian stock car racing. Yes. And he thought before he did Indy that that's what he was going to do. But in the end, he chose to do Indy cars, and now he's come back to stock car racing. So this was always a passion.
I know it's competitive down there. I ran with Felipe Fraga at the 24 hours this year in our car, and he runs that series. So I know it's very, very competitive down there. So a lot of people cut their teeth down there, and they drivers down there. So.
Well, there is Mike Skeen's car, and we've been talking a lot about that as we go back on the onboard of Cameron Lawrence. But Mike Skeen's car had damage to the rear of it, and I just got a quick shot of Ben, who is in position, and I'm sure as soon as he's ready, or Mike is ready, we'll hear from him about the damage to the rear of that car, because that's one of the big stories of today. That's our championship leader, the Liqui Moly 77. And it's been a really interesting year for Mike Skeen, because he won at Sebring, the first race of the year in February, and then of course COVID arrived and we all locked down. We did an E-championship, and then we went back out to racing at Mid-Ohio, and we've been racing ever since. So, but out throughout all of that, Mike Skeen has led the championship.
I not know the damage that he has to his car too, because like you're not really looking at your car, and you can't really. I mean, you're not looking at it from third-person point of view, so.
All right, well, let's head down to Ben Sissel in the pit lane.
Hey, so I'm here with Jim Frazier, who's the crew chief of Mike Skeen. And Gar, I know you know him very well. You've got body damage in the back, and now you've got Legacy up there. What's your strategy?
Just we're going to watch Mike's back for him with Scott. Scott's friends of ours. I'm not worried about Scott doing anything bad. And I told Mike, you look out the windshield and we'll watch your back. We'll be good.
Nice. So Jim Frazier, so are you happy with him where he is, or are you telling him to move up?
No, we talked about it before the race, and we want just let those two go. I mean, I hate to say we're points racing, but we are, but we'd love to win it, and we're going to try to win it without doing anything dumb.
Yes. but you're always in it for the championship. Jim Frazier, thank you so much. He's with crew chief with Mike Skeen. Scott Lagasse moved up from the back of the pack, and now he's in 4th. You can see the damage here on Skeen's car. Scott, I'm going to put the mic in. How's it going so far?
Good. You know, it's tough. I guess we didn't get the notice of the grid change, so to come from the back, I've had to use a little more equipment than what I really wanted to get up through here because there's some tough guys behind me. But car's good. Car's really good. So thanks to M1 and all the guys. This is our worst racetrack, I feel like, and we feel pretty good right now.
Awesome. Scott Lagasse making miracles right now. We've got JP Southern really showing up well. JP, nice job. And then Paul Tracy. We've had some in-car with Paul Tracy. He's already given the chrome horn to a few people. I think he's got some damage here on the side of his car. We've seen him with some contact. Paul, nice job. How's the race going for you? You good?
I got a really bad flat spot on the second lap, and I'm just kind of hanging on right now.
Nice. So if you could hear that, Paul Tracy said he's got a flat spot on his front left. And Tony, I think I'm going to have to go because they're firing the cars up.
Good work, Ben, and Tony Garcia there, bringing us the pictures from the pit lane as we fire up the engines once again to go racing. And as Gar Robinson alongside me here in the commentary booth said, this is going to be a really exciting restart because it's hell-bent for leather at this point, isn't it? There's no strategy here. It's just go.
Oh, there's some strategy here.
All right, will you tell me what it is?
Okay, so it's looking like so we have 12 minutes left on the clock. I don't think we're going to make the 18 laps, so it's going to be a time sort of race.
Yeah.
So they're running about 2 minutes a lap, so we got 5 to 6 laps of racing, I think, here. Looks like we're pushing 1.
That's Lagasse, isn't it? He's got him going. The hook. So we have 18 minutes on the clock at the moment, officially.
Right. Okay, so that
oh, that is Cox being pulled off of the 96. Bose now goes out. Go ahead, Gar.
Okay, so that could or 18 minutes. I was looking at the wrong thing. That was the yellow. But okay, so we got about 9. I think we can get about 9-10 laps in,
which is great because
that's pretty great.
Yeah,
it gives everyone to get back into a rhythm. I was actually kind of hoping for like a 5-lap shootout here. I think it was pretty entertaining to watch. I hate doing them, but
just explain to some of our audience who may not be familiar. But Paul Tracy described having a flat spot. How hard is it when you have one tire that's flat spotted?
It depends on how bad you do it. I mean, and it depends which tire you flat spot. But I mean, it can inhibit you from finishing. I mean, you're literally taking the tire and grounding off a portion of it. And, hopefully, you don't do it on cords and the tire has a failure. So
let me ask you again. Let me put you in Cameron Lawrence's position just one more time and give you a choice. Do you go for it at the restart and try to beat Rafa to the punch at the top of the hill, or do you say, no, I know Rafa, he's very aggressive, I'm going to wait until I get a chance, I've got 9 laps?
You're going to wait for the best chance that you have. So if his best chance is at the restart, he's going to take it. That's what I would do. I mean, because you might not get another one.
Correct.
You can't wait for the perfect chance.
There you go.
have to wait for the only chance. It might be the only chance.
The mindset of a driver.
So
exactly right.
Yeah, the chance presents itself. He's going to take it. But I know the 2 drivers up front are very aggressive. They can be very aggressive with each other, and I wouldn't be shocked. Another thing I wouldn't be shocked to see is they might end up taking each other out. But
yeah.
But
then Mike Skeen would just. And he's had a season like that, which started with Merrill doing it at Sebring while leading.
Exactly. But I'm not counting anything out of this race. I think we'll get a good race at the end of it. I think they play well with each other. I think so, but you never know what's going to happen.
Well, let's just look at the championship coming into COTA, because Mike Skeen had 183 points to Thomas Merrill's 140. Merrill not here this weekend, and Rafa Matos on 131. So this is a great opportunity for Rafa Matos to close the gap with 2 doubleheaders left to go on Mike Skeen. Cameron Lawrence, likewise, has 117 points. Tyler Casera, not here, on 87. So both Rafa Matos and Cameron Lawrence, the two men we're looking at right now, have the most opportunity as the safety car pulls away and leaves Rafa Matos in control of this race. We'll have a 14-lap or 14-minute sprint, and away they go. Well, Rafa got away well, and Cameron Lawrence is going to have to really work hard to get to the top of the hill before him. I can't see that happening. Skeen more likely to make an approach, and he does so. Mike Skeen goes for second place. And has he got it? We're on board with Paul Tracy, who's just lost a spot. Well, he got it back. But he got the chrome horn out again.
That should be another. That might be another caution here. So
Right.
I might get my 5-lap shootout here.
You might. Well, that was a great little bit of onboard we got there from Paul Tracy's car as he watched the car in front overtake him and then go out by going sideways. I don't know if he got a nudge or not, but we see through the S's the tyres starting to go a little bit as they start to drift a little bit here as we go back on board with Paul Tracy.
And that's a very easy spot for it to get out of hand for a driver because the fuel has now started to burn off. So these cars should be maybe
a lot lighter,
a third of a tank. And when you start coming over that crest to turn one, it kind of drops you off. And worn tires and less fuel, the rear end starts to get a little bit light. So it's an easy thing to do. But
Abate going wide.
It looks like Paul Tracy did get into him a little bit, but.
Well, so they're not worried about the damage, Ben, to that car. So, and they're just going, it looks like, for the championship, staying third.
Yeah, and it looks like Cameron got back by him.
And Lagacy, therefore, will have probably been informed that that's the case. So he'll start getting very aggressive, I'm sure. He looked very comfortable when you spoke to him, Ben, about how he was feeling.
Yeah, I could tell in his eyes he was relaxed, and I expect Lagacy to be on the podium. I don't know who he's going to take off, but I think he's going to put himself on the podium.
All right. We're back with Cameron Lawrence in second place. He's losing time now to Rafa Matos, who's had a scintillating restart. He got a good restart up the hill and has pulled away and gapped second place, Lawrence. The gap was 0.4, and I think as they come across the line, it'll be more than that, and here you see it yourself physically.
1.5.
Yeah, so well done to Rafa. Skeen, again, hounding Cameron Lawrence up the hill.
It definitely seems like Rafa has the fastest car on the track right now.
Yeah.
But I think the battle for the lead might not be there, but I think we definitely have a battle for the podium for sure.
Yeah, now I see that damage. I can see why it's not bugging them, because it really is just a rip in the bodywork, and it's certainly not affecting the tires by any means. It just looks a little ugly.
It will probably affect his straight line speed
yeah.
down the back straight. But,
sure.
But I mean, it looks like he's putting the car. It looks like he's putting the car together. It looks like he's all over the back of Cameron right now. So
you can't see it on the cameras, but I was down there at the pit. There is a lot of damage on Paul Tracy's car, almost on every panel.
Wow. He likes to get amongst it.
Yeah. That's why he's everybody's favorite, right?
Exactly. And a lovely shot here from high above the Circuit of the Americas. They dive into 11. And still, no big major moves. We're keeping an eye on Boris Said, obviously.
Yeah, let's talk about Boris Said.
Well, he's up to 10th now.
Yeah, he is up. He started out in the back at 28. So he made up 20 positions in a car he has never driven before at all. And
didn't qualify.
Didn't qualify. These are his first laps in this car.
That's
this
impressive.
Weekend. And so he's up into the top 10. I don't think he'll get up to the front because he doesn't have any practice time, but he's done pretty well, I think.
I'll tell you who's enjoying this is Scott Buschetta, because he's right behind him. So Scott Buschetta is living the dream quite literally. And it looks as though Paul Tracy's been black flagged, I'm told. And that's not good. So Paul Tracy will be out of this race.
Probably the incident in turn one, right?
Yeah,
I would say that.
He did turn around the car. He got the chrome horn out. You missed it, Ben.
Yeah, that's a little bit too aggressive on that, but
oh well.
So
welcome to Trans Am.
Crew. That's Rafa's crew right there, Silver Hair Racing, and I don't think it could be going better for them today.
Yeah, but I've had a lead like this in this race too, and This track is a lot more abrasive than you think. I think it looks like they've gotten rid of a lot of the curbing and stuff that usually beats the car physically.
Right.
But it's still, I mean, there's still 20 corners in this track, and there's so many different loads and unloads on this track, and it's hard on machinery.
I'm surprised that Paul Tracy stayed out, but also Scott Lagacy's not really closing the gap with Mike Skeen.
Tracy's just enjoying himself. He may not have even seen the black flag.
Scott Lagacy's had to use a lot of equipment, a lot of machinery to, a lot of tires to get from 28 to 4th. So if he stays in 4th, I'm still proud of him. So, but I think he's pretty hungry for that podium. I think we might be able to see him in a 3rd or maybe even a 2nd, depending on how the 2nd and 3rd drivers have used their tires.
9 minutes remaining, just under, as the battle for the podium continues to roar on. And Cameron Lawrence doing everything in his power to hold off the championship leader Mike Skeen. But both these men, and I'm including Rafa Matos in that, have a chance to make some damage into Mike Skeen's lead overall. And they need to keep Skeen in 3rd place. And you heard from his team manager there, Skeen happy to kind of follow these guys home, but given an opportunity, he'll take it.
They've set their fastest times of the race, all 3 of them.
Wow.
I thought I thought the times were gonna fall off much more than they did.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're running.
Whoa!
That was Jim Gallagher, right there in the braking zone.
Right in the braking zone. Something broke. And it wasn't his brakes. Well, it could have been.
Just having
nice.
a spot.
So that's Michelle Abadi taking a point in the West Coast, just right by Jim Gallagher. Nice job, and
she'll be pleased to have seen that.
Yeah, and a good recovery from Jim.
Yeah, very nice pirouette there.
It was. He got. Yeah, that was.
I give him 9.5.
The Russian judges like that. So back on board with Paul Tracy. Now let's see if he does come in now and take the black flag. He doesn't look like he's slowing down any. No, he's not.
He's not.
He's going as wide and high as he likes. Now let's see if we can see, as we stay on board with him, whether he gets the black flag this time. No. Now, Lagacy's lost some time here. I thought he was going to be challenging for 3rd. And that bonnet looks, the hood of that car looks a little loose as well, where he did hit the back of the car, so that might be another factor too.
And they're all running within about a 10th of each other. Rafa Matos has a 14.3, Cameron Lawrence has a 14.4, and Mike Skeen has a 14.5. So, I mean, they're running faster times right now than we were running.
Oh no! Another incident. CJ Cram. And
like
let's
that's
hope he can keep that going. We can't have another safety, surely. Gar has called it all through this race. He said we were going to have a last-minute dash, and he might be right yet.
He might be. It looks like he just looped it. It's really easy to do that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, look at this.
Oh, look at this.
Mike Skeen, Cameron Lawrence, side by side.
Trying to get a little side draft there, but he's on the right side of the road.
And who's going to break late? Last of the late breakers, and it's Skeen who turns in. But Lawrence isn't given an inch.
No.
Side by side towards 13. Rubbing is racing.
See if he can hang on.
Go on. Skeen giving him a little push, a little love nudge.
Well, there's no love lost there because after the VIR race, Cameron Lawrence came up after the checkered and bumped Skeen in the back pretty hard.
Yeah.
So, I think they're going to race pretty hard against each other here in the next round.
Yeah, it's real racing here. We've carried on the tradition of hard racing, too, since 1966.
Unfortunately, it looks like Scott Lagacy's momentum has kind of fallen off a little bit.
It's 20.
We got a full course caution.
Full course caution. Here we go. Well, you have to, don't you?
As long as we don't end under caution.
No, I don't want to end under caution. Well, that car, if he can get it under power, should be able to get out of the way fairly quickly. But
there's a little escape road there in the corner, so
they might
can
be able to push him off real quick.
They can go. I've been really impressed with the Circuit of the Americas safety crew.
Yeah, they've done well.
They've done some. They really hustle. We see them.
And they've been out of action for some 8 months.
Yeah, they're really good, really efficient. So thank you, Circuit of the Americas safety crew. There's Boris.
Yep, Boris said, pedaling away and pedaling strong, doing a great job.
Scott Borchetta, Jet Nolan. There's William Cox. Great job, Alex Wright. These cars look fantastic. Michelle Abadi.
There she is, and getting some big points now.
If I'm
in
right,
the West Coast.
I think she's leading West Coast.
I think she is.
Michelle,
now she's had a win. Would this be her second?
Top 13. Yeah, this would be her second win on the West Coast.
Wow, brilliant.
And to do it at Circuit of the Americas, I know how
that's
much she would
special.
love that. So let's hope that. But Jim Gallagher's right behind her. Jim Gallagher has a lot of experience. He races in both championships, so he's not going to give up easily unless he's flat spotted those tires. There's Tracy taking that black flag. So I'm sure looking at the body language of the three-dimensional services group team, they're not happy about it. Looking like something on the front side. New tire.
Yeah.
He did tell me he flat spotted his front right tire
at
the pit lane. So that's what they're probably changing right now.
Oh, it's flat.
It is flat.
It is flat. So it was a it's just, they're taking a picture of it.
What was that about?
Maybe he has a penalty. I don't know.
Maybe
well, you
Ricky
can see the
Brooks is a
damage
big
to the
fan.
front where he hit the car that went off.
Rest of them.
He chipped the chrome horn is what we're saying.
Yeah. You know, it wouldn't be Paul Tracy unless we had, he's doing what Paul Tracy does best. Race hard, give it 100,000%.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's go through the top 10 right now.
Okay.
So we've got Rafa Matos in first, Cameron Lawrence second, Mike Skeen third, Scott Lagacy fourth, John Paul Southern fifth, John Atwell sixth, Barry Bowes seventh, Matt Fasenach. Great showing with him and Stevens Miller Racing in eighth. Boris said ninth somehow. Scott Borchetta in the top 10. Congratulations, Scott Borchetta, Big Machine Vodka. Great showing here. Then we've got Jet Nolan, Alex Wright, Michelle Abadi in 13th and in first in the West Coast, to my knowledge. Jim Gallagher second in West Coast, to my knowledge. And right now there's a possibility of ending under caution coming from race control, which is rather unfortunate.
It's going to be white flag next time round. And I'll tell you what, you mentioned Scott Borchetta. He's going to be loving fighting with Boris Said in 9, doesn't he?
He sure is, yeah.
And it looks as though we're going to end up finishing this race under caution by the looks of things, because time is ticking down. So this is the final lap. And that's big, big news for Rafa Matos of the Silver Hair team. The number 7 is going to take a famous victory here at the Circuit of the Americas. It's not been the best of seasons for Rafa, but he's been there or thereabouts, and I think he certainly deserves this one. Would you agree, Gar?
I don't know. I was thinking, going back to not being the best of seasons. I mean, you got to remember also, this is a rookie team. I mean, they've done phenomenal.
That's true. Fair point.
And watching the how much the field has progressed since I've even been there. They came in as a rookie team with little experience, and I mean, Rafa's a fantastic driver. Don't get me wrong, but just the team, just coming up against Peterson, who's been in TA2 since Trans Am kind of got relit, and Stevens Miller, who's been there for a long time, and running against some of these guys. I mean, Jim Frazier and Norm Johnson. All these guys, all the cars from Howe and Cope, and how much they've progressed. I'm very proud of those guys and seeing what they've been doing this year. They've done a great job.
Well, it's been a big day for both this man, Cameron Lawrence, and the man in front of him, Rafa Matos, because they will close the gap on third place Mike Skeen. Skeen, though, as you heard from his team manager, was happy with third, didn't need to get amongst them, let him go, he said. He had a damaged car anyway, although it didn't seem to affect him too much. And that means that Skeen will keep his lead, but they'll take a few points away from him, and then we've got a real championship finale at Road Atlanta and Laguna Seca, both doubleheaders, and our TA2 championship for 2020 is going to be really, really good. Rafa Matos, then, the Brazilian, takes the checkered flag here at the Circuit of the Americas. America's Cameron Lawrence takes second place, and championship leader Mike Skeen for the Liqui Moly 77 team, and Joe Miller Racing will take third. In fourth place, Scott Lagacy from the back, a brilliant run ahead of John Paul Southern Jr. in fifth place, John Atwell in sixth, Barry Bowes, that's his best finish of the season, in seventh, and he does it at home here in Texas. Matt Fastnacht, who came up from the Miata Championship and has put on a great display of finishing in the top 10 ahead of Boris Said, who also started from the back. A top 10 for Scott Borchetta. He'll be pleased with that. Ahead of Jet Nolan, the youngster. Alex Wright takes 12th. And Michel Abate gets 13th overall, but we think wins the West Coast Series here at Circuit Americas. When I say wins a race here for the West Coast Championship. And that will put her in a very good position in challenging for the overall title on the West Coast when we come down to Laguna Seca at the end of the season in early December. Well, my thanks to Gar Robinson. Have been fantastic insight. Did you enjoy that?
Thanks for having me.
Does it make you want to go back?
Yeah. There's all sorts of things that make me want to go back.
There you go.
There's some stuff I got to do first, and then I'll probably come back.
And if you want to see Gar Robinson racing, tune in next weekend because he'll be at Sebring.
Yep, we'll be there for the 12 hours.
In the Merc?
Yep.
In the 12 hours.
Yep.
A great experience.
Me, Lawson, and then other fellow TA2 champion, Mark Miller, he'll be in our car
Great.
as well.
And send Mark our best. He won his championship right here this time last year. So
we're gonna need
Trans Am drivers don't go anywhere. They go up,
There.
up, up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
He's doing it. Good for him. And I say, oh, no, because we already found out that you get a big fine for that. But what the heck?
Why is Cameron doing that, though?
Well, Cameron's just a showman.
Yes.
What the heck? He doesn't care.
But,
He probably doesn't know about the
I
fine.
don't know about the fine. Yeah, we're gonna get, or we'll probably need spine alignments after Sebring next week.
Yeah, probably after all that bumping.
The track's so bumpy in our
It
cars.
is.
But
yeah, I don't fancy 12 hours around there.
I've heard that I've never done the 12 hours yet, but I've heard that the 12 hours of Sebring is harder than the 24 hours of Daytona. So
you've been training hard for it?
We have been training hard. We've been training hard and getting ready for next season as well. But it's been great to watch this one, and we're excited for next time.
Well, let's take a look at the results then. My thanks to Gar Robinson. Rafa Matos takes the win for Silverhair Racing in the Chevrolet Camaro. Cameron Lawrence is second. Mike Skeen in third. Scott Lagacy fourth. JP, as we call him, JP Southern Jr. is fifth. John Atwell takes sixth place, his best result of the year, as it was for Barry Bowes in seventh place. Matt Fastnacht came up from the Miata Cup and takes a top 8. The mighty Boris Said takes ninth. And Scott Borchetta with a Big Machine Vodka team takes a top 10. Here is Rafa, the Brazilian, undoing the belts, and we'll see that curly black hair and that big Brazilian smile any moment. And there it is. Yeah, that is a big win for the Silverhair Racing team, and Gar puts me right. This is a team that really just came together at the beginning of the season, and I said they were having a tough season, and Gar quite rightly points out that actually they've had a pretty sensational season given that it's a new team. And Rafa, of course,
yeah, it was a pretty good race. Seemed like a battle of nutrition. I'm just thankful for my owners, Maurice and Laura Hull, and the hard work of all my crew guys and my little rocket right here.
Nice.
Rafa Matos, you got to talk to us. We've had a lot of people watching, a lot of Rafa fans were saying they were rooting for you. It worked out exactly how you wanted it to.
Well, let me tell you, today was a hard one. My cool suit wasn't working before the race, so it was really hot. It was really difficult, especially when we stopped here in the pit. So the car, really good car. I had a really good balance in the car today. We were able to pull away on the restarts. I felt we had the pace for all weekend, but we missed a little bit in qualifying yesterday. But just a really proud moment of this team. It's a young team, Silverhair Racing, Maxima Oils, PFC, everyone that has been supporting us this year is just a big moment for us, and can't wait to finish the year strong.
Congratulations. Hey, your teammate won first in Masters too. So Maurice Hall first in Masters, Rafa Matos first overall. And Tony, if you don't mind, can we come down and talk to the West Coast winner? Michelle Abadi just won her second race in TA2, and she has got to be so excited about that. Chris, let me jump in front of you real quick, sorry.
Woo! I did it! We did it! We're number 1, baby! Woo! So pumped right now. So thank you, Garrett Coffee, for helping me get here. I'm so pumped right now.
Hey, Michelle, put your balaclava over if you don't mind. Sorry. I'm tearing up. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so excited right now, you guys. That was an insane race. We had a battle, and we were supposed to have a battle because I didn't want to just get it for just showing up, you know. And Jim, man, he put down some awesome laps, and we just had a great race. It got really tight in the carousel over there, and he kind of checked up on me, but oh my God, what a win! Holy crap!
So what happened to Jim? He lost it at turn 12, just a couple laps left. What happened there, do you know?
You know, I was pretty far behind, actually. I wasn't anywhere near him, and then I seen him spin, and I was like, oh, I got to capitalize on this, you know what I mean? So it was pretty wild.
So you just got your first win in TA2 Sonoma a couple weeks ago. Now here you are at Circuit of the Americas, second win in TA2. How does it feel?
Well, you know, we got third at Sonoma, so that felt like a win. And this is history right here, you guys. I'm so freaking pumped. I knew this day would come, but I didn't know it was going to be today. And I'm so thankful for my crew and my team. My K-Tech motor brought me to the front. I'm just so pumped to be here. Thank you, guys.
Michelle Abadi, nice job. First place TA2 West Coast. It's going to be good stuff. Thank you for joining us. TA2 Circuit of the Americas National and West Coast. We're going to do the TA race, XGT, SGT, GT here soon at Circuit of the Americas. Stay tuned.
Great stuff, Ben, and what a lovely moment for Michelle Abate. If that doesn't enthuse young women around America to go racing, I don't know what will. She's a fantastic ambassador. She's a great Trans Am racer. She's a great marketer, and she's won here at the biggest circuit of them all here at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Well done to all of our winners. As we look down on Austin, Texas, we'll take a short break, but we'll be back with more action from the Circuit of the Americas after this.
Getting the most out of your Classic can mean many things. That's why Heacock Classic Insurance is excited to sponsor the Trans Am Race Series. In addition to events, we have proudly provided insurance for race cars, classic cars, and exotic cars since 1989. Heacock Classic is known for its famous agreed-upon value, where brokers and clients find common ground on coverage. So make sure to get your quote today. Follow us at #HeacockDriven.
Hey race fans, it's the start of a brand new decade, so don't be on the outside looking in. Straddle the technology fence with us and be part of all the action at every round of the 2020 season. With our all-new app, you'll now have live global streaming of all the action from the heart of each and every track. Live scoring, race highlights, replays, results and team and driver news. Everything you could ever want to be informed of the world of Trans Am and SVRA. Download now on Apple and Android, the only place to get your muscle car media.
Well, there's no doubt about it, the SpeedTour is going from strength to strength, both in SVRA in terms of numbers and also young talent coming through in Trans Am. We couldn't be more excited about the future, so I sat down with the big boss, the man who runs it all, Tony Perella, to find out what the state of the nation truly was.
We left Sebring, which seems like 20 years ago, higher than a kite. We were so excited with getting our streaming kicked off, the apps kicked off. We had a record crowd, we had a record car count, everything was buzzing. I got home from Sebring and the world changed with COVID-19. For the next couple of months, it was like pins and needles. Are we ever going to go back to racing? Is the world ever going to come back to normal? And it certainly isn't normal, but we've managed around that. We were able to race at Road America. We were able to race at Mid-Ohio. We were able to race at VIR. We had in every instant a record paddock with number of cars. So it's clear that people want to get off the couch and go racing. What we weren't able to do is have fans. And that is such an important part of the field. We are fortunate to be down in Texas, and we've learned so much since March or late February to how to not spread the disease. So everybody gets a mask when they come through the gate. We get the hand sanitizer for every driver and crew. everybody got their own pen to sign the insurance waiver. And we have 360 cars here. We got 400 cars coming for a car show. We are able to have some fans. So I'm thankful. You know, I'm actually giddy to go back to work and do what we do. So yeah. Next year makes this year look like we were asleep. We're up to a total of 18 events. We'll be starting out, as we always do, at Sebring, but then we follow that up with Homestead, and then we're racing at places like Mid-Ohio, Lime Rock, Road America, Watkins Glen. Oh my God, out west, what a show we got. We got Laguna Seca and Sonoma back to back. And of course, we always race the COTA. So the schedule, and we, for the first time, are going across the border to the north, and we're actually racing at Canadian Tire, formerly known as Mosport. So we've really expanded our footprint. We got an app now that fans can download and watch our streaming for the rest of the year for free. Our sponsors are pumped up and excited. It's awesome. I just took over the rights this calendar year for Formula Americas and F4, and to have young kids, these are potential IndyCar or Formula One level potential kids to start in the United States here with us. I'm just excited. And me personally, I get to work with them. My job is to teach them about sponsorship, conducting themselves with the media, not that I know anything about that, but business 101, and really giving back with their 30 plus years in business to give back the lessons learned to these young kids. I get to feel like a business professor. So that part is really exciting to me, but just the whole, it's a privilege to work right now with this craziness. And this, I'm old, and to see a pandemic is the first time I've been through one of these. To have an opportunity to work, have an opportunity to give some joy to people, that this environment is, I liken it to going to the drive-in movies. If you're a fan, you can still do it safe with us because you can put on a mask, you can distance yourself outside, you can bring in your cooler or whatever, and you can just have a family day and watch the greatest show in road racing in my mind. So it's terrific.
Now, the wonderful thing about bringing all these fantastic cars to one circuit is it also brings the fans out. They love their cars, and they love to be part of this motorsport event. Here's Ben.
So every year at Circuit of the Americas, I like to come to the plaza on Saturdays. We have over 425 cars breaking a record with us in our car show at the Austin SpeedTour. Cars of any kind of interest. We've got new cars, old cars, but my favorite thing to do is talk to the owners of these cars, and we're gonna do that right now. So I asked Tony, our cameraman behind the camera right now, which was his favorite car in this car show, and he pointed right at this 65 Mustang. And we're lucky enough that we found the owner, Dwayne, who has owned this car since he was in high school. Dwayne, tell us all about your beautiful Resto Mod 65 Mustang.
As you said, it's a 65 Mustang. I started the restoration on it around 2014. It took about 2.5 years, and this is what the final product looks like, man.
Mike, beautiful car. If you've ever seen Smokey and the Bandit, you know this car well, but tell us all about your car here.
81 Trans Am, original paint, and about everything on her, so she's a survivor, a little over 38,000 miles.
Oh, wow.
And have had it since a month before I turned 16, so bought it brand new and back in Louisiana.
So this is such a labor of love. Original paint, you've had original owner, and if you've been watching these Pontiac Trans Ams from this era, they have shot up in the last 5 years. So how many times when you're driving this thing is somebody offering you money for it?
Pretty regular. It's like, can't part with her though. I think my wife would even stop me from doing it.
All right, a little something different here. Because I work for SVRA, I know a lot about classic cars. But this modern car here that I know nothing about really caught our eye. Levi is the owner. Levi, tell us all about your beautiful car.
It is a 2020 Scat Pack wide body Charger. I got it in May and added it to my stable of Mopars, so it's joining my 06 RT.
So are you a Mopar guy? Are you only Dodge and Chrysler?
I am a Mopar guy through and through. I have 4 of the 5 vehicles I currently own are Mopars.
Nice.
This is my driving fun car. My 06 is my actual tricked out show car, but I wanted to be able to drive it out today and have some fun out here because we're going to be hitting the track later tonight.
Nice, I love it. Levi, thank you so much. We're going to check out some more amazing cars. Thanks a lot, Levi.
Some beautiful cars on display. There's a few I wouldn't mind in my garage right there. But we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's the action from TA and all the GT classes. Join us in a moment. Welcome back to COTA and the Speed Tour, with the start of the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT feature race coming up in a few minutes. Let's take a look back at this year's Trans Am season, and what a season it's been. Well, it's a beautiful evening here at the Circuit of the Americas, and so we thought, why not come to the top of the tower? Great idea by my producer. She's good that way, except the elevator was closed, so we had to walk. So enjoy the view. But Ben, it does give us a chance to reflect on what has been an amazing season in 2020, which is far from over. And it all started at Sebring with a bang, Mike Skeen getting an implausible win.
Yeah, actually, late race restart. Thomas Merrill had the lead and spins at turn 3, giving Mike Skeen the lead to win the first round 2020 at Sebring in TA2.
And no surprise in TA, it was Ernie Francis Jr. at home taking another win to set off his campaign for title number 7.
Really happy with the end result. Couldn't be more happy with our one South Florida Wealth Advisors Ford Mustang, and can't wait to get to Atlanta.
And then we had a long break due to COVID-19, but we did not rest. Trans Am set up the E-Series, which was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Jonathan?
Great fun. 8 rounds, all in cyberspace, and we got 2 new stars out of it, Josh Hurley and Tyler Casera.
Yep. And then after that, after the E-Series race, we raced at Mid-Ohio. A great race at Mid-Ohio. I think one of our best broadcasts of the live stream. Thomas Merrill came out on top in TA2.
And in TA, once again, it was Ernie Francis Jr. with another win. It looks as though he's unstoppable again in 2020. Well, then it was off to Minnesota and Brainerd, a track we haven't been to for a few years. And in fact, we let the cars drive in and we had a drive-in Trans Am event. Fantastic fun, and it was straight out of a Hollywood script because the man from Hollywood, the man in the movie industry, Tommy Dreese, came through with another win. He's won the West Coast Championship, but it wasn't easy because he had all sorts of things going on around him.
Francis out of the car, the championship lead intact, but no points from round 3. Closing stages, and Simon Gregg under pressure again from Al Masood. Sadly, Kerry hit out the Masters man in the Cadillac, but it was no problems for Tommy Dreese as he takes his 9th career win in Trans Am for the Burton team. An excellent run by Tommy Dreese, and the team were delighted.
In TA2, it was Mike Skeen again, but to me, the exciting part was in XGT. We had a new winner in XGT.
Ken Thwaites in that Audi R8 LMS gets his first win, but a deserved one because he's been there or thereabouts all year long. On to the fabled Road America, and there was drama aplenty in the woods of Road America right at the end of TA2 when Rafa Matos thought he'd won the race. A huge crash involving several cars, and at the end, although Rafa crossed the line first, it was red flag, taken back a lap, and Mike Skeen won again.
Yeah, and then TA, very exciting, Chris Dyson won his first race of the season of 2020 in the TA class.
Yeah, getting the monkey off his back, really, in many ways, because Chris Dyson is always at the sharp end, but he hadn't had the luck so far. Finally, it turned at Road America.
After the restart, it was Dyson, Dreese, and Francis Jr., but Francis Jr. had more mechanical gremlins, and so too with this man on the very last lap, going into Speedville at turn 9. Dreese spins it and would finish 6th, leaving Chris Dyson to march on to what would be a very solid victory. Francis Jr. tried to keep him honest, but today it was all about Chris Dyson and the Plaid number 20.
I got a little bit nervous on that restart, just thinking Tommy was coming. You can never, ever take it for granted here, but to come here and win at Road America, it's a huge victory for the team, and I couldn't be happier.
Next up, Virginia International Raceway, always a great place to go racing. And in TA, the action was thick and fast, and a double-header as well.
Yeah, a double-header, and Ernie Francis Jr. came out on top both times, Jonathan.
In TA2, a great story. We mentioned Tyler Casera coming through as one of the stars of the E-Championship. Well, he turned it into reality and won at VIR. What a moment.
Yeah, not only did he win, but in the second race, because it was a double-header, he got second place behind Mike Skeen. But the story in SGT at VIR, Lee Saunders, the points leader, won race 1. But this is the first time in race 2 that Adrian Lostowski took the top step. Lee Saunders did not finish the race, pulling Adrian and Lee very close in SGT for the points championship.
Meanwhile, Lostowski, here he comes on Lee Saunders in traffic. Just before Oak Tree, Lostowski takes the lead in SGT. Well done to the fast auto man in the Shelby Cobra. But surely, once again, the power of that Dodge Viper of Lee Saunders from Florida powers past again. And that is sheer horsepower. Lee Saunders loving every minute of it. Wasn't so much fun in the wet, even though he took pole. But he'll go on to take the checkered flag and win here at VIR. An excellent run by Lee Saunders.
Yeah, an emotional moment for Adrian and one he deserves in that Mustang. And now it's wide open with 3 rounds to go.
So a great season so far and plenty more to come from here at COTA, Road Atlanta, and hopefully Laguna Seca in December. Now, it's almost race time, so let's take a look at what happened in TA qualifying. Well, as you'd expect, Tommy Dreese, one of the favourites, as he headed out in the Slick Miss Lucas Oil Burton Racing car. Chris Dyson in the Plaid number 20, also in contention. Flames pouring out of the side of that car. And of course, our championship leader looking for his 7th title, Ernie Francis Jr. on fire. And he needed to be because this man, the Poncho Weaver, built Boris Said car on great form once again. Boris coming in as he did at VIR, and as always would be competitive. Another good run.
It's just a blast driving these cars. They're so much fun with all the horsepower and without all the ABS and all the nonsense that the other cars run. These are old school cars with a lot of horsepower.
So the plane's taking off here at the Circuit of the Americas, or at least nearby anyway. The airport just in the distance there, and of course downtown Austin just in the distance even further. So as we watch the planes take off, let's go back because there's more qualifying to come, of course, because they are the first guys in action TA, but of course there's XGT, SGT, and TA, and GT. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll wrap up the GT classes of our feature race coming up.
Like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, where we're getting ready for action from our TA and GT classes. What will be round 7 live here at the Circuit of the Americas. And plenty of action already taking part, of course, in SVRA, in all our classes, or groups, I should say. But also in TA, we just saw a great pole position by Boris Said. And, of course, that was just the one class. We've still got the XGT, SGT, and GT classes. And it's all quiet. You can see the pre-grid in the distance there, getting ready for the cars to go out. And you can see puffs of blue sky now. And a lovely shot there from the drone as we look down on the 3 classes that are about to get in action. There's Tommy Dreesy. We've been talking quite a lot about him, and he will have an onboard on again, I think, and we'll be able to listen in as he talks to his team. Tommy, of course, one of the great characters, a West Coast champion in his own right, and as you saw earlier, a winner at Brainerd, an emphatic win too. And he's just strapping in once again. He's got a great following as well, has Tommy. As I mentioned before, he's in the film business, and he actually does all the promotion for a lot of the big films like Terminator, and he often wraps the car in whatever film he's promoting. So that's always interesting to see who he's promoting and what he's promoting. Car. So Tommy Dreesy in the car. And to his left, Amy Ruman. And there's, in the background, Chris Dyson, already a winner at Road America. Tommy just getting his glasses, because he wears glasses usually. I don't know if he actually wears them when he's racing. Looks as though he might well do. Amy Ruman just in the background in her Corvette. And we await the emergence of these ever powerful TA cars along with the GT cars. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's on the pre-grid with the cars.
All right, we're at the grid now for the TA, XGT, SGT, GT classes. We've got Tommy Dreese here, Chris Dyson, Ernie Francis currently in the points lead, and then Boris Said up there in first. But I think, honestly, the story here is Greg Pickett. Greg is racing on the West Coast, and also in this championship, Greg Pickett has won a professional Trans Am race in 6 decades. He won in the 60s, he won in the 70s, he won in the 80s, he won in the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and this year he won on the West Coast in 2020. There must be something in that muscle milk with Greg Pickett, because that's a record that will just never be broken. Simon Gregg right here. Simon, can I speak to you real quick?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Circuit of the Americas?
It's a tough track, really physical and busy, but it's the only Formula One track in the United States, so it's great to be racing here.
Nice. Thank you, Simon Gregg, and his beautiful new Camaro for the 2020 season. Kerry Hitt, longtime competitor here. Really good to have Kerry Hitt. We've got Mr. Grant right here, Richard Grant, usually up there on the Masters steps with us. But I want to talk a little bit about this. So we've got Ken Twaits back there currently leading in our XGT. But this weekend we have Dan Knox right here with his new beautiful Mercedes that got pole in XGT. And then Daskalos, if you've been following the Trans Am series for a while, you know him from that beautiful white Viper with the same kind of livery here, but now he's out here in this beautiful Audi R8. He is really fast. So this XGT class is really growing. Then we've got newcomer right here, Justin Oakes. Look at this car, beautiful car. If you were to design a livery for photographs and video, it would be this one. And now let's talk to our current leader, Ken Twaits in XGT. Ken, you've been wanting more cars in XGT, but you got to be careful what you wish for, right?
No, I'm really happy that these guys came out to race with us. It's a momentum builder, and hopefully we'll get more entries in XGT. Right now we're a little off the pace this weekend, but hey, we're fighting for a championship, and we're here to collect points, man.
Tony, my cameraman, if you could come around this door, I got something I got to show you if you don't mind. Sorry. Ken, what is this right here? Is that in case you get lost?
I mean, I got a track map on the steering wheel in case, I miss a turn or something. I know which way to go.
Nice. I love it. That's Ken Twaits, current points leader in XGT. Sorry to make you do that, Tony. Ken, I'm going to close your door here real quick if you don't mind. And then the other story, now we start with SGT. Adrian Lostowski, because he qualified first in SGT, that gave him 3 points. Now he's 23 points behind current leader Lee Saunders, who I don't see here. Lee had an incident at VIR. Adrian won his first race last time at VIR. A lot of fun in this class. Lou Gelodi was a part of that wreck with Lee Saunders, but somehow got this car together. He actually jumped over the track. He had so much air. And now we come down here to we've got more SGT here. We come down to the GT class. Mr. Griffin right here, Billy Griffin, always has a good running. Sean Young, Aston Martin, and then I believe Tim Harrell in this beautiful Porsche. I think he won a gold helmet today in the vintage races. He won in International GT. And is Tim currently the points leader in GT?
I am not sure. I'd have to double check. I'm not. Do you know if Tim is
I think Tim is the points leader in GT. Yes. Nice. Thank you. Breathless Racing always showing up here. Good stuff. They've got this car. Now we're going to come talk to West Coast Natalie Decker. You know her from the Truck Series. Natalie, do you mind if I stick the mic in your face? Tell us about racing at Circuit of the Americas.
This is my first time being here. I absolutely love it. It's such a fun track, and I'm so excited to go out there and race today.
Nice. And how can we find you on social media? I follow you. You're super active. You've got a lot of fans. How can we look you up?
I'm on all platforms of social media, but an easy way to look me up is just go to my website, nataliedeckerink.com.
Nice. nataliedeckerink.com. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the grid. We've got 1 minute on the grid, it looks like. We're going to send it to you guys at Circuit of the Americas. So happy to be here. TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. It's going to be a great race. Stay tuned.
Great stuff, Ben Sissel, as the cars roar into life, and we'll be on track for a rolling start in a moment. Yeah, great to have Natalie Decker back, and she's racing in the West Coast. First time I've seen her race that Audi, though. I've seen her race in TA and Trans Am, but she's a tiny thing, but she's got a powerful car underneath her, and she's a great racer and comes from a family of racers, so looking forward to seeing her progress. So, as we look down on the pre-grid, let's find out how they got there and take a look at what happened in qualifying. Sun was going down as we went for qualifying for XGT, SGT, and GT qualifying. But it didn't slow them down. The sun was in their eyes coming to the end. Here was Adrian Lostowski. And of course, he's battling for the championship and has already taken his first win. And the Mustang Cobra looking fast for Fast Auto. But so too was this Mercedes.
What a great race.
Really impressive.
That was. We had a perfect car. The car was set up good. The guys did a great job this last 2 days getting us ready. The best the car's run all week, the last 2 days, so we're excited.
Great stuff by Dan Knox there to take pole position. His first outing with us here at the Circuit of the Americas. And as you can see, there's Amy Ruman in the Corvette. They are now heading out to the track to get ready to go racing. Can't wait for this one. And we'll keep you up to date with all the classes. Remember, TA class, that'll be the lead group, and then they'll stagger the start for the XGT, GT, and SGT classes. There you see all four. This is round 7 of the series, and it's an important one for Ernie Francis Jr. because he's leading the championship as he has since Sebring, where he won. But Chris Dyson's win at Road America has kept him in contention, as has Tommy Dreesy in 3rd position. We'll be hearing from him. We'll be going on board with him. And I'll tell you who's on great form, Amy Ruman in the all-red Corvette. So watch out for Amy Ruman. She's had some good results already this year. And the truth is, every racer here on the grid loves this circuit and wants to win here. Now, Tommy's pretty vocal, so if he starts talking, I'll let you listen. Who in their right mind wouldn't want to do that right now? That looks awesome. Tommy Dreesy, living the dream. Former West Coast champion. 9 career wins to his name. His last at Brainerd just a few months ago. Coming to the final turn here at the Circuit of the Americas. We'll get a full lap to warm up those tyres and get everything up to temperature. We're on board also with Chris Dyson, the plaid number 20. His home track, Lime Rock. And of course, he too comes from a legacy of racing. His father raced, and now Chris races, well known in the sports car circles and in Trans Am circles, of course. And here's Ken Thwaites in the Audi. He had a prang. He had a crash on Friday, had to swap cars to qualify. And I'm not sure whether he swapped back and got it fixed and allowed Kevin Long in the other car, because he's got 2 of those Audi R8s. Well, they're both out there, so they are good. And we'll also be on board with Adrian Lostowski. It's been a real breakout year for the Hawk-sponsored man. And really looking forward to seeing what he can do. He's up against Lee Saunders, who didn't have the best of run-ups to this series. And what can Boris Said do? He got a top 10 in TA in a car he'd never driven, but this is his purpose-built Poncho Weaver car. And he starts from pole position. He was runner-up in VIR was Boris said. So don't think for 1 minute, even though there's a championship on the line, Boris will be holding back. And I think if Ernie Francis Jr. has got his wits about him, which he always does, he won't want to fight with Boris said. He might just let Boris get on with it. And a good full field packed up and getting ready to go racing.
Yeah, I need to make an apology to everybody out there. I misspoke at the grid that I didn't see Lee Saunders, but he for some reason was tucked way in the back, starting from the back.
Well, that's because he's had a terrible, you're used to seeing him front and center. Yeah. He had a terrible qualifying. I didn't find out what happened, but you know.
So that black Mustang there is Adrian Lostowski, currently second in points in SGT. Lee Saunders in a red Viper. Really nice guy, great driver. He's there, right there in the second to back. He is the points leader, so look for him to have a great battle with Adrian Lostowski to try to hold on to his lead in SGT.
And just to remind you, a split start, so therefore the TA group will get away and we'll then have the start for the GT classes, all three of them. And the question is, can Greasy 420 Chris Dyson? Here we go.
Is the closer one. Yes, sir. Radio
You're listening
check
to the driver,
in the
Tommy
medium
Greasy,
area.
talking to his...
Radio check.
Loud and clear, Tommy.
So what he's doing, he's checking his radio. You can hear Terry St. Martin, who's communicating with Tommy, and they're just going around the track making sure the radio works everywhere.
Yeah. It's great to get an insight like Tommy, and he is a very... Not many drivers like to chat while they're driving. I don't think this man does. Chris Dyson just quietly goes about his business. But you can see the two shots we've got. We look out the front of the car, and we can also see him changing gear and working the steering wheel. So we've got all angles covered here. And this should be our race start because, oh no, we're going to have, oh no, maybe not, we'll see. Yes, this will be our race start. So Chris Dyson getting ready, Tommy Dreesy getting ready. The pole man is Boris Said in the all yellow. No sleeping on the start, they tell Tommy. How could you sleep with all that power? Here we go, folks. Beautiful sound of TA racing here for Trans Am. And it's side by side. And the breathless Ernie Francis Jr. goes high and wide to the outside. Boris Said takes the lead. Dreesy still fourth place, but loses out to Amy Ruin for a moment. Here's the start of the XGT class. And already vying for position. Great start by the number 11.
That's Oaks. Oaks
takes the lead. Justin Oaks does a great start, but it's Boris Said who leads in TA.
She finished me off. She finished me off.
She pinched me off, he said. And basically, there's a lot of history between Amy Ruman and Tommy Dreesy. So Dreesy not happy, but he's got to get his nerves back now. As Boris Said, under pressure now from Ernie Francis Jr. Into 11. And Chris Dyson got away well, and look at the three of them go.
This is going to be a great race if it plays out like this. Boris Said, Ernie Francis Jr., Chris Dyson, three of the best drivers that I know. And they all have different approaches to racing. Boris is out there to have fun. Ernie's to win a championship, and Chris is to steal a championship.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wonder how Ernie will play this because he loves a good fight, and he wants to beat Boris because he's a legend. But at the same time, he's got the championship to think about.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, Boris can come here to be spoilers, but don't count out Tommy Dreesy. We've got Greg Pickett right there. Great car. I was talking at the grid. He's won in 6 different decades. His grandson joined us in the E-Series.
Yep.
Kerry Hitt, Simon Gregg, and Richard Grant rounding out the TA field.
I want to shout out to Simon Gregg, his 200th participation in Trans Am. What a wonderful accolade to reach 200 races. Unbelievable. He said his best year was 2012.
Yeah, he was champion, TA champion in 2012.
So Chris Dyson losing a little bit of ground to our leaders. Boris said in the Dodge Viper, leading the way from Ernie Francis Jr. in the Ford Mustang. Ford Mustang also for Chris Dyson. And then Tommy Dreese in the Chevrolet Camaro. So just as in 1966, all the big marks, all the muscle cars are on display. Now I wonder what happened to Amy Ruman, because she got past Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, but I think there was some contact there, maybe at 3A.
Well, she's dropped down to 12. You heard Tommy on the radio. Here's Lostowski. And Lostowski chasing down a chance to lead and hold off Lou Gigliotto, also of SGT, as he bounces over the curbs. And here comes Ernie Francis Jr. for the overtake. Can't quite turn it down. Now can he get into the slipstream? He certainly got the better of Boris in the early stages, and now he's got the slipstream. He's close enough to make an attack at 12. Boris will need to defend. So here comes Ernie. 22-year-old, six-time champion.
Dyson's fallen back a little bit. I don't know what's happening. He must have had something. But look
Oh,
at Dreese.
Dreese goes straight on. Dreese completely missed his braking point there, and now does, well, he's doing donuts before the race is finished. And now he stalled it.
I have a bad vibration again. I lost all my arrow. Full course yellow, please.
Well, that was a little hopeful, I think.
Full course yellow.
He's begging it.
I see a caution.
Oh, I thought he was kidding. No, it is a full course yellow. Oh, that's why.
That's Lee Saunders.
He's asking, he's screaming at his team.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that language, but we are live, and that's going to happen.
Well, and you can understand the frustration because he can see that it's yellow, but he wants the team to confirm.
Yeah, but we apologize for that. That does not represent the Trans Am Series. But we wanted to give you up-close and personal information.
Absolutely.
And he's under some duress right now, but I believe I saw Lee Saunders on the side of the road, which really hurts him in the points lead in SGT and helps Adrian Lostowski.
Well, Lee has been struggling all weekend long, and it looks as though the problems he's had have put him out of this race. There he is, parked up just outside 15. Lee Saunders, and of course the championship leader. And that is great news for Adrian Lostowski. Meanwhile, the race continues.
Is it full course caution, or
well,
that's
what I'm
local
that's
yellow?
why I understand why.
Yeah, it's a local
Tommy,
yellow.
It's a local yellow, and that's why Tommy was screaming.
Yep.
He could see the yellow flags were out, but wanted to know if it was full course or he could keep racing.
Yeah, because we just saw Ken Thwaites pass Richard Grant there in turn 1, so I thought, uh-oh, he's passing under full course. No, it's a
there
local
is
yellow.
Ken Thwaites, and we're on board with Ken now. Super guy got his first win this season at Brainerd, and since then he's been leading the championship. But as he said, he hasn't had the competition, but now he's got it. And as you heard in his interview, he's happy to have it.
Yeah, he's just a racer's racer, and he wants to have as much fun as he can racing with even cars and even drivers, and he's loving this new XGT class that he helped create.
So it is just a local yellow at 15 that we're dealing with. Great onboards. You get to see the rev limiters there. And there is Amy Ruman. Now she's all the way down in, 10th position now after getting up to 3rd at the start. But I think she came together with Tommy Dreese. You heard him on the radio to the team saying, she pinched me out. And that's easy to do at the Estes because there's not a lot of room to overtake that.
Yeah, now we're looking at Daskalos. If you've been following the series, he used to race in a white Viper with the same livery. And now here he is in this beautiful Audi R8. And he's second place right now in XGT behind our newcomer, Dan Knox, in that AMG Mercedes.
And a beautiful shot there of Austin, Texas in the background. Looking down over turn 19. And yes, it is a local yellow.
Lee Saunders just came in front of us on the hook. Sorry about that, Lee. Great racer, great guy.
Yeah, super
and
guy
just
from
having bad
Florida.
luck
Look at
here.
this. And Tommy Dreese obviously struggling a little bit because now he's fighting with Kerry Hitt. Oh, and he almost takes a hit with Kerry.
And I misspoke. That's actually
Justin Oaks just squeaks through.
First in XGT is Justin Oaks, followed by Dan Knox, followed by Jason Daskalos. I think we're going to have a great XGT battle here.
Well, you know, we noticed in the times that the GT cars, because of the nature of the course and because of the way the downforce works with those modern cars, Tommy's still asking if it's full course yellow.
Now, Justin Oaks, as a GT driver, he's not used to how these TA cars handle.
Right.
And so he's trying to guess what Kerry Hitt's going to do. He can outbrake him, and in some parts out-accelerate him.
Well, that's where I was going, yeah. You can see that they're a little bit more nimble, but the TA cars should pass them on the straights. But we'll see. And how?
That Lucas Slick Miss Camaro at Burton Racing at Tommy Dreese is really fast.
Yeah, and he just proved it, and he's going to get past Kerry Hitt as well, so that's a good move. Nicely done. So, Tommy Dreese up to 5th place now. And that Mercedes you see out there is...
Ernie is running a faster time
Dan
than
Knox.
Boris.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ernie's a 1/10 of a second faster than Boris, but just can't pass him.
Yeah, it's amazing. Boris having the ability to just hold him off. So we go back with Tommy Dreese, round 18. Just feathering the throttle. Opens it up, down to 19, drops a gear. Second gear through here, back on the power. Short flip up to 20, down to second again. Now back on the power. Great onboards here. Greenlight Television giving us a real insight into what this is all about. And that beautifully prepared AMG Mercedes, ACS manufacturing Mercedes AMG GT3 to give its full title. So we go back on board with Chris Dyson. Dyson in 3rd place at the moment. His last lap of 2:12.4, his fastest so far. There's Dyson, and let's have a look at the gap that Dyson's got on Greg Pickett in the Ford Mustang. It's sizable as he heads down the back straight. He'll take a look in the mirror. Oh, it sounds so good, doesn't it?
It does.
Topping out at 170 miles an hour down the back straight. Diving into turn 12 at just 46 miles an hour. Plaid, the sponsor from Atlanta, I believe. And here is Lee Saunders, sadly, in the pits, and I can see the helmet hanging up there, so he is not going anywhere. I wonder what the problem is.
I don't know, but they're going to fight to get him back on the track.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
It's so important for him to at least finish half of the race in Trans Am, because you will get some points if you finish half of the laps.
Well, the boys at the front are doing a great job of setting fastest laps. Boris said just did a 2:09.8 and a 2:09.6 by Ernie. So he's doing a good job of staying with Boris, but look at the gap they've got over Chris Dyson. That really just shows you the world that Boris and Ernie are in. They're in their own world, racing-wise. And that's how far the gap is to the chasing pack. Greg Pickett.
Yeah, Greg Pickett to Justin Oaks in XGT, followed by Tommy Dreese, and then Dan Knox. And look at Dan Knox in that Mercedes. They're really getting the power down with these cars in this XGT class.
And as the all-round turn 20, still some 25 laps to go, a long way to go. As
that's Burton Racing. You can see Terry St. Martin there on the left, second to the left, probably talking to Tommy Dreese as we get a thumbs up, but I'm not sure they're too happy right now.
They look a little pensive, don't they?
They do. Yeah, they're not. They were hoping for a leave.
Well, and Tommy was hoping for a full course of yellow too. And this is the SGT battle. Adrian Wolostowski doing the best he can. Try to stay in touch with Luca Gliato.
Look at this battle right here in GT.
Galotti, I should say.
Griffin up front, Billy Griffin with Sean Young right behind him in that Aston Martin. This GT class is really heating up as well. Good stuff. I haven't seen Tim Harrell yet, who's leading in GT. So I don't know if he's in front or behind them.
And that was our first look at Sean Young as well in the Aston Martin, local driver from Austin, Texas, who's done some club racing, but this is his first outing in Trans Am. And there he is, the second car coming through shot now. There he is, just going through and putting a good job in. He's won here in club racing, so this is his home circuit. But this is his first chance at real professional racing. And so he's equipped himself well so far.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Tim Harrell is actually 4 laps down, so he must be in the pits with some mechanicals. Yeah. He won a gold helmet earlier today in the same car with SVRA, the vintage racing, and he's leading in GT points, but right now it's a battle. Again, Billy Griffin's battling an Aston Martin, but this time it's not Stephen Davison, it's Sean Young.
Yeah, Sean Young, like I said, another one of these youngsters coming up from Austin, and you know, the culture of racing in Austin is growing exponentially. We've got obviously some big car owners here, but now we're starting to get some young racing drivers, and we've got people like Dave O'Neill, former Haas Formula One driver, Formula One team manager here in Austin, working at S's here locally, and we've got Winding Road, of course, and so you know, David Moore, More Speed. There are lots of preparation now for cars and race cars here in the region and in the Austin area, as we see Amy Ruman for the Manicals 23. Trying to get back on a level footing after being knocked out of third, and she's now in the top 10 just behind Simon Gregg. And it's starting to form into a beautiful day here in Austin.
It sure is. We've had some great racing today. Adrian Lostowski and Lou Gelati right there.
Now, this is the battle for SGT. You know, it's interesting. Greg Pickett out there with Dyson. It was Pickett who recruited Dyson to Trans Am.
How cool is that?
They're best friends now.
Yeah.
Now, where can Lostowski make up the time, I wonder?
You know, I don't know. But Jonathan, I've gotten word that we've got Michelle Abadi's going to be joining us here in just a little bit.
Oh my God, the whole smile has taken up the room.
Yeah.
That is the biggest smile I've ever seen in racing. Let's welcome to the commentary booth our winner today.
Yes, hi guys, it's so great to be here. Super excited about today. It still hasn't sunk in at all, really.
That was a great performance, girl. Well done.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, you know, and it was a little confusing with the cautions there, but I did what I thought was right, and it looks like it paid out, but we'll have to see afterwards, but I'm pretty pumped.
While we're on board with Adrian Lostowski, tell us a little about that conditions out there. It's cooler than you expected probably today.
Yeah, a lot
what's
cooler.
The track like?
Yeah, the track is still it's pretty grippy, but there's places where it gets loose. Especially in the tight corners, and you got to just kind of take your patience. There's a pass there.
Yeah, that's Lou Gelati right there in front of Adrian Lostowski. And Michelle, we're going to have to ask you for your advice. You know this place better than we do.
Yeah, you do.
So what can Adrian Lostowski do there to pick up some pace? And then here's our GT battle, Billy Griffin. But there's the battle
leader,
for the
Boris
lead.
Said
Boris
and
Said
Ernie Francis.
What would you do if you're in Ernie's position leading the points as Boris comes in as somewhat of a spoiler because he's not in it for the points?
Yeah, kind of like CJ was in our race. But yeah, basically, you know, I mean, Ernie's got a lot of experience and he's a really good driver. What I would do is just kind of watch him, see where I'm faster, and then kind of plan the attack, you know what I mean?
Yeah, as they pass Natalie Decker right there in the Tony Ave Audi R8, Boris coming into 12. What's your favorite part of the track? If we split it up in sectors, what's the sector you think you've got right?
You know, it's still pretty challenging for me. The S's is a lot of fun. Unfortunately, my gearbox is falling out of gear. So that's definitely my favorite section. A lot of rhythm there and definitely challenging.
Back with Tommy Dreesy as he dives into 11 again.
Tommy Dreesy currently in 7th. Now this is a mixed class race. And right now, just ahead of Tommy Greasy in 6th is Dan Knox in XGT, then Greg Pickett in TA, and then in 4th is Justin Oates in XGT. These XGT cars are really fast at Circuit of the Americas.
I love these TA cars. They sound so good. They're like my favorite.
Yeah, and you'll hear Tommy is talking to his radios here in a little bit. He's in that Lucas Slick Mist. Have you raced in one of these TA cars yet?
Not yet. Waiting for the day.
I'm sure
Must have been a dream to come and win here at COTA.
It hasn't settled in, man, but I like to hear everybody keep saying it. I got this hat with the 1 on it. Really stoked on that. Pretty
There
pumped.
you go.
And then we had
She'll sleep in that tonight.
Yeah.
We had Trans Am legend here, Willie T. Ribbs, and I just happened to see you and your husband walking around, and I said, hey, you want a picture? I still need to text it to you.
Yes.
But Willie is so proud of you.
Oh, that's so cool. He is such a legend, an icon, you know, and what an amazing way to meet him too. So thank you for that. That was awesome.
And
Still a long way to go in this one. Go ahead.
Willie's keeping up with the series.
Okay.
So I'm sure that he and Tony Perella are really close friends, and he loves Trans Am. And so when I said Michelle Abadi's here, he's like, oh, yeah, I know who that is.
Oh, very cool. Wow, that's so awesome. What an awesome story for him, too.
Jason Dascalos right there.
Man from New Mexico.
New car to him. Really fast driver. Doing really well, Jonathan.
Yeah, we've had him in, like you said, those who are familiar with Trans Am will know the name. He doesn't do the full season, but whenever he does get in a Trans Am situation, he's always competitive.
Currently in 8th place. Right behind him is Amy Ruman as we get on board right now with Ken Thwaites, currently in 12th.
Ken leading the XGT Championship. In fact, at the beginning of the day, Ken had 191 points to Eric Joyner's 150. Eric not racing this weekend, so good opportunity for Ken. Kevin Long is out there. He's on 29 in 3rd position, but right now you'd have to bet on Ken taking the championship this year. Oh, he bounced over the curves there heavily.
Yeah.
How hard are the S's?
It's pretty gnarly, yeah, and it can upset the car if you don't hit it right. I'm still kind of figuring it out, but man, it's just wicked fast through there and kind of violent, but it's a lot of fun.
But also, I hadn't realized until I drove the course how it tightens up in the middle. It's kind of like it takes your rhythm away.
Yeah, it's kind of upsetting. You almost want to be just more into the throttle, but you need to be patient, kind of dial it back a little bit. And crazy place to try to pass through there. It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
So unofficially, you're the current points leader in TA2 on the West Coast. So what's your strategy for the rest of the season?
Well, yeah, we've got one race left at Laguna Seca. The National Tour has a doubleheader, so we're just doing one race.
Two.
No, we're just doing one race.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We did a doubleheader at Sonoma.
So what's the point situation then?
You know, actually, I honestly don't know. Claggett told me that we are officially leading the championship.
Well, there you go.
That's pretty good. I'm
so
excited.
did you pass tech?
Yes, we did pass tech.
Nice.
Video is under review due to the caution confusion, so
okay.
we're kind of waiting on that.
So we could be sat next to the new champion.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Hey.
How cool is that? So last year we talked at Daytona at the end of the season. I believe you finished 5th in points.
Yes, I
did. And I think in your speech you're like, I'm going to be at the top here soon.
I think it was I want to be, but yes.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's awesome. So we saw Ernie, Francis, and Boris passing the GT traffic. The
Aaron Pierce has just pitted.
The flaggers out there seem to be on top of it. Have you been pretty happy with that?
Actually, yeah, they do have an electronic assist out there, so there's digital flags as well. You can see it down there on the back straight, kind of in the camera angle there, and that's pretty helpful as well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Michelle Abadi joining us in the booth. If you have any questions, I'm monitoring our Facebook right now, so if you have questions
Look
for
up
Michelle,
racing.
Congratulations, to her. But we're going to be watching that. If you want to hit us up on our Facebook channels as we watch Billy Griffin coming into 12 with Sean Young for the GT battle.
Michelle has kindly offered to teach me how to sim race over the winter as long as I walk a dog.
Yes, yeah, that's a good deal. Yeah, Moxie loves you.
I know, I love her. Got a lovely Dalmatian. We saw her in our little VT on social media. Check him out. So good battles all throughout with still 21 laps to go. The bridge starting to overflow with fans enjoying the sunshine here in November in Austin, Texas. What a view.
It's a good crowd on that bridge.
It's still a great battle between Boris Said and Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie does not need to fight Boris, but you tell him that. They cross the line again. Boris is up in the pace, you know. His fastest lap, a 2:09.8. His last lap, a 2:10.7. Ernie doing a 2:11.0. So in each lap, Boris is just eking out a little bit of a gap between himself, and I know I haven't talked to Boris this weekend, but I know he wants to win here. Everybody does.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're all about building the fan base here, and we asked for fans to leave comments. We've got one right here. Shelly, Maria, Michelle is amazing. But at a couple races ago, I can't say who, but one of our drivers figured out who they were, found them, and actually sent them some swag. And I know you're all about building a fan base.
Definitely.
It's all about connection, isn't it?
I know who Shelly is very well, so that's good. It's awesome to see her on there and giving me support. One thing I have is a lot of support. It's really cool.
And they're spelling your name correctly.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good stuff.
And I'm glad to see more girls in racing. Michelle, you'll be aware that obviously Natalie Decker jumping in. She's already done Trans Am. You know her. Do you think she's got a future?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, Natalie's very talented, and it's so great to have her with Trans Am and in the SGT class and that R8. What a beautiful car from Ave Motorsports. I love watching her progress, and glad to have her out here.
So as far as TA2 goes, I would say Michelle is probably the most privateer.
Yeah.
Pulling her trailer in a pickup truck.
I'll take it.
It's you
It's
and
a
your
family
husband,
affair.
a dog,
Yep.
and now here you are first place. So you're proving that it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, that's for sure, and we are definitely a very tight budgeted team, but that shows that anybody from club racing can come up the ranks and come compete with these guys, you know, and have a good time. And let's bring some more girls out here. You know what I mean?
couldn't agree more.
Yeah, please.
Bring it on.
Speaking of that, then, if somebody watched your performance today, how do they sponsor you or any other drivers?
Yeah, you know, it's I'm always trying to reach out to more people and stuff, and it's more about, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. And I put a lot into my program. I do get a lot of help, but we are lacking on the fundamental side of stuff when it comes to financial stuff, and it's tough. But you know, you got to look good and you got to perform good. And I think as you perform, more eyes get on you. And so this weekend is a big win for us in many ways.
Oh, it's great. Like I can't speak for today's numbers, but last time we were at VIR, we had over 1 million views of our race. So it's that kind of exposure that's going to help you get your products in front of the sponsors.
How about Team 23? Michael Jordan, he says he wants to do diversity.
Yeah.
He's got Bubba Wallace.
Thank you.
Might as well.
Let's take on a second driver.
That's right.
So we're
Denny Hamlin's team.
We're looking at Chris Dyson, currently in third place in the points, coming up the hill into turn one. I haven't seen the gap between he and Boris and Ernie. Chris Dyson always out here fighting. And if you watch, you know, he used to race open sports cars, and if you watch his head, he's tilting his head at each turn. It's real. Watch, see, there he goes to the right. So he's almost driving like he's in a bobsled.
Yeah. You know, we were saying earlier, because NASCAR's doing Phoenix today, they're probably tuning in.
Yes.
So it was a good time to win because they are watching. They were watching Paul Tracy earlier, but also they're racing here next May.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
They're looking at how stock cars go here.
I love the road course racing that NASCAR puts on, and I'm loving to see them put more road courses on their schedule. Wow, that was a good.
Dicey
nice
gets
pass.
through in a dicey move. You don't often see an overtake there, but he did it. And that's, of course, the skill of TA racing. You've got to get past the GT cars, and sometimes you don't get a choice what corner you're going to do it at. This will be easy.
Yep. Well, Michelle, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
You are awesome. Can't wait to see you at Laguna Seca.
Actually,
WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Big announcement. I'll make it now. I will see you guys at Road Atlanta.
Nice.
Yes.
You're coming.
Yes.
Good girl.
Yes.
That's what we want to hear.
Couple weeks, I'll see you guys there. And thanks for having me on the live stream here. Really pumped on this whole program. And see you guys in a couple weeks.
More importantly, congratulations. Winner on West Coast today,
awesome.
Michelle Abate.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Well, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of this race. Chris Dyson in the thick of it, no question about it. But he's got a huge gap. He just really needs to hold position at this point because you can't catch the leaders, but there could be another safety.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the Dyson Racing is telling them, and I haven't seen the gap. But Chris Dyson is all about the championship, and anything can happen here. You know, Ernie had problems yesterday in qualifying. His car broke, so we're not sure how he feels about his car. As we watch Dan Knox, look at this. This battle right here is the battle. Justin Oaks, Dan Knox, XGT, two newcomers to the series, having a blast here.
Yeah, just coming through turn 19. They really are going at it. I'm also looking at Adrian Lostowski's points difference. Lee Saunders started the day on 190 points, Adrian on 164, and so this is really good. With Lee Saunders out of this race, this is really going to tighten up the SGT battle for the championship.
Yeah, but knowing Adrian, he's a huge fan of motorsports. He wants to also win. Americas. Make it 2 in a row from Virginia International Raceway last round.
Yeah, I'm hoping Gallotti does a good result today because, of course, remember at VIR he had a big smash and his team spent most of the night fixing the car to try and get it out on track. Had to start at the back, but did get eventually to race, but it wasn't the easiest of weekends. So to bounce back, and of course this is his home race, being a Texan.
So that's Joe Bogatich right there. Beautiful Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, nicely prepared.
Joe's running in the GT
look
class.
Look at that view there. Do you see that glass bottom? Isn't that cool? So you can look down on the track from there.
Oh, possible pass here.
Here we go.
Dan Knox on the inside. Justin Oaks. Justin might have a little bit more power to put down if he can get the grip, but it looks like Dan has the advantage.
Well, now he's going to try and use that Corvette power to get the slipstream in the smaller. Well, he's a bit quick to get out of the side swipe, and it also looks as though the Mercedes has got a bit of damage to the rear of that car as well. But yeah, definitely the Corvette power coming into play there. I'm surprised actually. Take a look at that back of that Mercedes. There's something hanging off there.
And the livery of that DroneWorks Corvette there, that's just a really photogenic car. So is that Mercedes AMG.
Good racing here through the stadium section. Hope you're enjoying it in turn 15. A lot of crowd up there and up on the bridge.
We're getting a lot of comments on our social media pages.
What are they up to?
We've got a lot of Amy Ruman fans, Boris Said fans.
What a trailblazer Amy's been over the years, a former champion herself.
Great driver, 2-time champion.
Yeah, Michelle told me.
Chevrolet, good stuff.
Michelle told me in an interview that she's definitely been an inspiration, Amy Ruman, for her racing career.
Yeah.
But look at this, it's continuing this. The DroneWorks man getting the grunt up the hill, but the Mercedes coming back, under braking. Nicely done.
The Corvette's got the power, the Mercedes seems to have the handling.
Yeah.
And this track is equally yoked for both. So right now the Mercedes is going to have the advantage to turn 11, and then the Corvette could take off.
Does that really surprise you that Mercedes has the handling and the Corvette has the power? Not really.
No. Good shot here. Hamish.
Nice.
That's a car off there. It looks like possibly Greg Pickett.
Oh, right. Yeah,
turn
it's
7.
Out of harm's way, but turn 7 definitely with a car.
Is that
turn 8, actually. It's the exit of turn 7, yeah.
Looks like he's out of harm's way, but I couldn't tell if that's Greg Pickett or not. I'm hoping that we can get a little bit closer shot. Let's see if our timing and scoring has anything to say about that.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. I don't think it's a situation where they would have to bring out the safety car. Do you?
I don't think so. No, I saw Greg Pickett back there. So,
well, maybe it's Simon Gregg, possibly.
Yep, I think we're getting word that it's Simon Gregg, which is really unfortunate. This is his 200th start, like you said, and he's just off there, I think, on the outside of turn 7, between turn 7 and 8.
This battle continues between the Mercedes and the Corvette. Mighty German power up against the muscle car from the USA. The new C8 selling like hotcakes for Corvette.
Yeah, now they're coming up, looks like, on Adrian Lostowski, currently leading, I believe, in SGT.
Still said. And the gap, France is doing a good job of keeping him honest. It's still just over 1 second, and that's enough to get a tow, if you like, from Boris. So Ernie doing a good job here of staying in contention in this one. One way to go yet. Now, look at the Mercedes. On board with
Oh, no. I think it's Chris Dyson that's off course.
Oh, you're
just
kidding
got word
me.
from our race steward. So I've misspoken
right.
so many times. It's Lou Gelati in the lead in SGT, followed by Adrian Lostowski.
It is Dyson.
And there
it is Dyson.
Oh, that's
confirm that. Chris Dyson is out of this race here. He was 5th, and he's out of the car, and he is gone, and he's not going to be a happy man.
That is so disappointing.
Yeah, there he
Great
is.
driver. You can just see, just by his posture, how unhappy he is. He's currently 3rd in points. Getting back in so he can hopefully get towed in.
He's had A lot of bad luck this year, Chris Dyson. But, of course, he's had a victory as well. Road America. He really got it all together there, didn't he? Well, luckily, they're able to assist him without stopping the race. You can see the race continues, but he's far enough off the track where they can get to him, and they'll try to get the wheels sorted so they can get him out of there.
The last two comments we've got James watching from Mexico, and he says he's in love with Natalie Decker. And then we've got Bernard Blanc watching from France. So this is a global broadcast right here. So America's in Austin, Texas.
I also want to give a shout out, and I don't know his name, maybe he can social media us, but I was told by one of the officials, came into the booth and said, there's a guy in hospital right now receiving chemotherapy, sitting here cheering himself up watching Trans Am. So we wish you well, sir.
Pierce,
I don't know his name.
I think it's Pierce Gormley.
Ah, you know.
Wait, no. Let me see here. Pierce Gormley is racing a Lotus Cortina this weekend in honor of Dave Kane,
there you
who
go.
is battling cancer
there
at MD Anderson in Houston.
So Dave,
Kane,
get well soon.
Keep it up. Keep
it going, and hopefully we can inspire you with a bit of racing. There's the Aston Martin of the number 74, making a great debut here at the Circuit of the Americas. Well, I say a debut. His debut in Trans Am. He's from Austin, Texas. Sean Young is his name, and he is pretty young. And sadly, that is the onboard of Chris Dyson.
If anybody with Dyson Racing is watching, if Chris would like to come in, and I'm going to try to talk over what he's saying right now just on purpose, but if he'd like to come in and talk to us in the commentator's booth after this, feel free to.
This is very strange because I can hear.
He's wanting a yellow.
Well, it's not a yellow, and he's on the track.
Yeah, they do hot pulls at Circuit of the Americas, and the flaggers will display a white flag showing that their safety vehicle's on course, but that is rather, I kind of have to agree with Chris here.
He should not be on the track without a full course yellow. And he's trying to get round the track. This is
You can
pretty
tell
scary.
how upset he is.
Well, it's dangerous is what it is, because if anybody goes wrong here, they're going at over 150 miles an hour down to look.
Yeah. And where are they? I can't tell. Is that turn 11 they're in right now?
It is turn 11, and he's back on track, and this is really not where you need to be.
Simon Gregg right there. He's his 200th race start. Good stuff. That is a really pretty car. He just brought it out this year with Troy and the team, his new Camaro.
Yeah, I talked to Simon earlier in the weekend, delighted to still be part of Trans Am. And he said he's not quite as sharp as he used to be after 20 years, but hey, he's sharp enough, and he says he's sharp enough to race, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I spoke to him at pre-grade. He loves this track. It's an honor to be here racing the Formula One track, he said, in the Brumos colors, obviously, to kind of pay homage to his father, Peter Gregg.
Ken Thwaites back on board as he goes through 3 into 4. Tightens up through 5. Opens up a little through 6. And then starts to climb uphill towards 7. That's where Dyson went off.
Currently 4th in XGT, according to my little app right here. And he's having a great time. That just looks rough, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. That turn 10 is really easy.
I'm
to
seeing
go
local
wide on.
yellows there.
And here is Ken Thwaites. 4th in XGT at the moment, 11th overall.
So he had an off.
Yeah, he did.
In the S's, and he was racing with his partner Kevin Long. They have a white car and a black car, and so they had to use parts from the white car to complete this, so Ken could complete this for his points race, because he's really running for a championship in XGT.
Well, didn't he have to borrow a door at VIR as well?
Yep.
That's right.
We called it the cop car.
I've never seen a cop in an Audi R8 LMS.
Yeah, it'd be hard to outrun that one.
Yeah, it would. So in the stadium section with Ken Thwaites, and the sun shining now here in Austin, Texas. Beautiful sight.
I tell you what, Natalie Decker has a lot of fans in Mexico. I keep getting comments. I'm watching from Mexico, and go Natalie.
Good.
Good stuff. We love it. Well, welcome to Trans Am. We're not too far from Mexico here in Austin, Texas, but we love having a global fan base, and we'll be doing this live stream for many years to come. So stay tuned. Make sure you download the Trans Am app and tell us what you want to see more of.
And back to the leaders. There's the gap between Boris Said, who's led the whole way, over Ernie Francis Jr. But Ernie keeping him honest, and still a long way to go in this. And if there is a safety car, Ernie will have another chance to have a stab at the lead.
I don't understand. I've been to Pancho Weaver's shop, and it's in the basement of his house just outside of Mooresville, North Carolina. It's just a little three-car stall, these race cars, and he brings them out and they just win right off the bat without any testing, as we see Ernie Francis Sr. talking to Ernie Jr. with Breathless Racing from South Miami. And you can see that he's not happy right now. He likes to be in the front and controlling the race. He doesn't like the Boris Said is controlling the race right now.
Yeah, well,
but Boris Said in the Pancho Weaver car, Ernie Francis racing a Meissen chassis. It's a Dodge versus Ford right here in TA, and it's always a great battle with these two.
And by the way, Ernie Francis Jr. is sponsored by One Main for these two events coming up, i.e. COTA and Road Atlanta. And instead sponsored by ZF Custom Concepts. ZF Custom Concepts is a company that EF Senior, that's Ernie Francis Senior, and Monica started last year modifying classic cars and trucks. There you go. And that's what the checkered flags are on the side of the car. And usually, of course, he's sponsored by...
This is what Boris wants. He wants to put a car between he and Ernie in the twisty bits to try to get a little bit of a gap, but Ernie's not going to have it.
No, and Simon's not going to be the one to get in the way.
This is the battle. Oh, no, this is Tommy Greasy. Let's listen in.
Into turn 11. Greasy should just blow by. The Corvette's pretty handy, but check the power out of the 850 horses that Tommy's got underneath him. Beautifully done.
That's the quietest I've heard Tommy on the radio.
Well, he's fed up to the point of doesn't want to talk anymore. No limits, no restrictions, no excuses. This is TA at its finest. Tommy Greasy, one of the best exponents in the business.
You know, I really have to talk about, look at the wear and tear, the tires. These Pirelli P0s are going on. Pirelli provides us such a great tire. This is a tough track. It's got a little bit of everything. It's a little bit rough and grainy, and the Pirellis are holding up very strong in all classes.
You know, one of the questions I've been asked on social media is about the power of these cars, and these cars, this class is unlimited. We're looking at about 850 brake horsepower, but the beauty is, from a cost point of view, this is the closest Ernie's come. From a cost point of view, the engines can last a full season. Now, can Ernie slot himself Viper and finally make a move? That was the closest he's been, but look how he loses time down the straight. The Pancho Weaver car just has a little more grunt than the Mustang.
Well, I'll tell you something else, too. So Pancho Weaver's in North Carolina, and he's running a standard gearbox, and there's a weight advantage to that. So Ernie's running a sequential gearbox and weighs a little bit more than Boris Said does with his standard 8-shift pattern gearbox.
That's interesting, yeah.
And just that little bit of weight difference could be the difference in power coming down that long straight.
But Ernie in the stadium section just seems to catch up a little bit, and then on the straights, Boris is able to pull away. Look how close Ernie's getting here at 18. And I think to overtake Boris is to take him at 1, having built up through this section, turn 20, and then up the hill. 11 laps to go after this. Here we go. But again, the grunt of Pancho. There he is.
There he is.
He's only wearing one set of shades today.
Yeah.
He got ridicule from his family overnight, I think. qualifying, he had 2 sets of glasses on. Looking at
thumbs
everything.
up from Pancho. He's done really well here. I'll tell you a little story. We were here 2 years ago with Boris Ed, and Pancho actually had a health issue and wasn't here for the race. Had to get rushed to the hospital. And Boris did really well.
Now look
in that
at
race.
how close he is now.
Ooh, look at that. He's closing in. And then last year he built a new car, and Adam Andrew.
That's right. Ernie's side by side with Boris Said, and in fact, I've got a feeling that Ernie might just make it through. This is it. Oh, side by side into 11. And Ernie's got the better line and takes the lead of the race with 11 to go. Back comes Boris Said. Side by side down the back straight. Look at this. Fantastic racing. The youngster that is the 6-time champion against the veteran, Boris Said, who only races occasionally but has never lost his touch. And back into the lead goes the mighty Boris Said of California.
I feel like we've gone 18 years in the past to the Trans Am races with Boris Said just fighting for first place with lots of swaps for the lead. Great stuff with Ernie Francis Jr. and Boris Said. Lots of respect between these two, but they want to beat each other.
This is a really good race, and they've been at this all race long, and Ernie just started. He got to about 2.5 seconds, and Boris was pulling away, but then for whatever reason, whether it be tire attrition or whatever, Ernie has just settled in and is just faster in the slower sections of the race, whereas in a straight line, Boris has definitely got the power. Great racing here at the Circuit of the Americas. I hope you're enjoying your day of Trans Am and SVRA. We've got more group racing from the SVRA coming up, and they're going to start passing Sean Young in the SGT class. And back up the hill they go. Now watch this. From here on in, Francis will reel in Boris. So for whatever reason, it could be just the way of technique through the S's, because I've often asked a lot of drivers this, and I said, what's the, where can you make up the most time? And they've always said the S's is the place that you can't overtake necessarily, but you can make up a lot of time, and that's exactly what Ernie's doing now. You watch him as they go through 6, that's 6, and up through 7. That's where Ernie challenged last time. If we go back on board with Adrian Rostowski, who's just ahead on the road in the battle we all watch. Approaching that corner at over 120 miles an hour before knocking down to just over 35 miles an hour on the exit.
His fast auto Mustang really sounds good.
Look. And again, he's caught up.
Seeing those blue flags for Billy Griffin, just to alert him that the faster cars are behind him. He's letting them go. Good stuff from Billy Griffin.
So we are in for a grand finale here between the veteran that is Boris Said. The gap, 0.05. The graphic to tell you that. You can see it for yourself. And it's varying too. I wonder how fit Boris needs to be. I mean, he's racing a 22-year-old here. And he's the higher side of 40-something.
Yeah, he seems to be like he's keeping himself in really good shape.
I would argue he's probably in his 50s.
Yeah, I think so. And it's funny because I said he's here for the fun of it. He is here for the fun of it. He runs a very successful BMW dealership in Southern California. And he kept all 200 of his employees employed during this COVID-19 pandemic. And he kind of does this as a break.
Good for him. And back with Amy Ruman, who had a great start at the beginning of this race, but has struggled since then. Amy up to 7th place now. So I say she's struggling, but she's managed to eke out several places. She was down in 12th at one point, and she's now up to 7th.
Yeah, that McNichols number 23 Chevrolet Corvette is a beautiful car.
And she's just behind Lou Gallotti at the moment. Greg Pickett doing a great job. Still in 4th place. What a result that would be.
Well, Greg Pickett's a funny thing. He's entered in the West Coast and the National. So he's 4th place in TA. He's also 1st place in TA West Coast. And who is that off there? I can't tell who's off there. It looks like between turn 7 and 8 on the outside.
Oh, that's somebody else off, yeah.
As they get shots of the leaders going by.
And Amy Ruman finally making the move on Gallotti. Two Corvettes. She's been faithful to the Corvette mark, hasn't she?
Oh, I just got word that Boris said.
Yeah.
I love this. That on Facebook, somebody said Boris said. They must have looked it up on Wikipedia. September 18th, 1962, making him 58 years old.
There you go.
Sorry,
yeah, we haven't got time to start whipping through Wikipedia.
Yeah. But hey.
But I'll tell you what, that makes it
awesome.
even more impressive.
So Wyatt C., thank you for sending us that information, and I hope it's correct.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'll have a curly-haired man, a rather large one, in our booth.
I'm a big guy, but I would not want to go
No, you don't want to
scrapping
mess
with
with Boris. Well, this race has settled down somewhat, but at the front, it's still pretty competitive.
Yeah.
Glad to see Sean Young going as well as he is in his first race in Trans Am as we go back with Ken Thwaites.
Ken Thwaites looks really relaxed. It looks like he's just kind of letting the race come to him, keeping his points, running for the championship. Always a really great driver, great gentleman. And looks like he's having a lot of fun out there trying to catch up to Kerry Hitt. And it's been really neat to see these XGT cars keep up with the TA cars on this track.
Now, I've just heard that Dan Knox in the number 80 Mercedes has just come into the pits. And obviously, no stops expected, so a problem there for the Mercedes.
We haven't had a double yellow this whole race. That's awesome.
And I'm surprised because when they were taking Chris Dyson out of the way, we should have had one.
So that puts Justin Oakes in the lead. He is 4th overall. He's in the lead in XGT. Jason Daskalos is in 6th place overall.
Well, this would be his
Second
first win.
in XGT.
I don't think I've seen Justin Oakes win a Trans Am race
and
before.
And that puts Ken Thwaites in 3rd in XGT. I'm sorry, Dan Knox, that's bad luck. He qualified pole and was having a great race with this car right here, this beautiful DroneWorks Chevrolet Corvette of Justin Oakes.
I was about to say, is this not his first win, or would be his first win if he can hold on?
I believe so.
Just keeping an eye on the gap at the front, and it is still just exactly a second as Justin Oakes goes very wide there. They're not worried about track limits, it seems. This is Oakes' first race in Trans Am. So there you go.
Well, welcome, Justin Oakes, and we hope that you have with us because you're really showing us some talent here as we see Greg Pickett come up the hill with Daskalos right behind him.
Jason Daskalos of New Mexico. The XGT class. Let's see, while we're looking at XGT, I mean, what a success. Aaron Caldwell putting this class together, or coming up with the concept, so to speak. Got to be a success, don't you think?
Yeah, and I think now that the word is spreading, there's so many of these GT cars out there that are just looking for a place to run. I expect to see 12 or 15 in this XGT class in 2021 and 2022.
And basically, the idea of this class was all new this year, and basically to welcome FIA homologated GT3 cars, and it, you know, can reduce the running costs.
Look at this.
And it's all about the driver's
Pass
skills.
into 11.
Nice.
Audi's got the brakes. Greg Pickett's got the power.
And he's going to pass him back.
I think this is a sports record that we're never going to be able to see broken. 6 decades of professional Trans Am winning with Greg Pickett. And, you know, he's the person behind the concept of muscle milk.
Is
so
he?
If this isn't
really?
a commercial for muscle milk right here, winning
well, he's done a lot
in
of
6
sponsorship
different
then.
decades. Yeah.
Over the years, for sure. Muscle Milk's been around racing now for quite a few years.
Yeah.
And here's another Texan, Lou Galati. I've got to get his name.
Gelati.
Gelati, yes.
Is how he made me pronounce it on the podium
Gotcha.
at VIR. Look at this. It's still that race. XGT, Daskalos, and Greg Pickett there going into 15.
Side by side through 15. Excellent stuff.
And Greg Pickett is just loving it. He loves racing. It doesn't matter who, as long as it's close and clean.
Just shows, you know, you might have two different classes, very different cars, a tube frame, fire-breathing TA car up against the production car, but they're going at it. It's good to see.
Yeah, and I just want to thank Greg Pickett for being such a supporter of Trans Am. over the years since I think 1968. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that is
And now
incredible.
he's out here winning in 2020. Beautiful cars, and Greg, thank you, and we hope for many, many more years. And also, when's your grandson going to race with us? He joined us in the E-Series and had a blast.
Dylan Archer, right?
No.
Oh,
it was,
that's
I
another
can't remember
grandson.
his first name, but it was his grandson.
And there's Lou in the Corvette.
Lou Gelati currently in first in SGT, followed by Adrian Lostovsky, followed by Milton Grant in SGT. So Lee Saunders is out. So if Adrian Lostovsky can even finish second right now, that will really put him up close or possibly in the lead of Lee Saunders.
You know, we almost want a safety car again to liven this one up again. I think it would be fun.
I don't know if Boris and Ernie would agree with that.
No, absolutely. Well, maybe Ernie, but Boris certainly wouldn't want it.
Well, I don't know if they could get closer on a restart. As we look, Lou Gelati.
Coming across the line.
I hope we can stay here and see how far back Lostovsky is in this SGT race.
We could probably work it out from the timing.
But if you check out our social media with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, you'll see a really bad accident between Lee Saunders and Lou Gelati last time. So it looks like they're about 12, 15 seconds behind right there. Beautiful car, fast auto, Adrian Lostovsky. So that's the battle for SGT. So Adrian's going to have quite a bit, or Lou's going to have to do something sketchy for Adrian to catch him, I believe.
All the Boris said fans are coming out of the woodwork now, telling us and confirming the 58 years of age. I say, I know he probably doesn't want that publicized that much, but I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I would wear that like a badge of honor looking like him.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic onboard shots with Lostovsky. Really working that Mustang Cobra. You know, he started the season off with a Corvette. So if he does win the championship and manage to get ahead of Lee Saunders, quite an achievement to do it in two different cars.
And remember the hustle that he had to put into Brainerd, where they shipped that Corvette over.
That's
and
right.
And he had to run in crazy tires and wheels. And now it's paying off because he's right in the points hunt. Yeah, he's now in the points hunt. So the Fast Auto crew, all you guys from New York, I just want to give it up for you for all that hustle. Now you're proving that it was worth it.
I'm glad you remembered that because, yeah, I remember that distinctly now because it was quite a feat.
Jerome is wanting to know what are the rules about track limits. Jerome, I'm not quite sure in Trans Am, and it doesn't look like if there are track limits, I'm not sure if they're being enforced. I think right now they're just kind of letting things happen. I know if they go over the track and get an advantage, they're going to be penalized.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, they were pretty strict in qualifying, but they haven't really, certainly haven't seen anything come up from race control ducking them or giving them a hard time, but I think they're letting them run.
And Wyatt commenting on Facebook, you can go to gotransam.com for live. Gotransam.com.
Yeah, that of course our official website for Trans Am, and don't forget all our social media as well. I'll be putting some highlights together, as will you, next week. So if you want to just let your friends know on Facebook, you can post the highlights that we put up on YouTube and Facebook, and just send it around the world and get the fandom going. Back with Tommy Greasy, who I'm a fan of. What a great shot. Now you see, look, how blind that corner really is when you're on board.
5 laps to go, Tommy. 5 to go.
Cannot see the airport. 5 to go, Tommy. Oh, no! Justin Oakes! And you can see he's out the car.
Turn 19. Inside of the entry of turn 19. Oh, that's rather unfortunate.
Hang on. Is this going to bring the safety out that I was asking for?
I don't know. You look at his body language.
Hey, Justin. Look at the gap now between Boris said and Ernie. Ernie is now dropping back. Boris has got a 4-second gap, so if there is a safety car, this could be a lifeline for Ernie Francis Jr. Yep, and, well, they've got a truck out there.
They do hot pulls here. And I got to give it up for Amy Greenway, our social media monitor. She is on it. She is sending links to our website and the timing and scoring to all of our fans. So good job. You can contact Amy there through the social media, and she will answer all your questions, as will we, if you get to us in the next 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, Amy does a great job, and she's also involved in what will be involved in next year, which is the F3 and F4 as well, or the Formula Regional. And he can't decide whether they want Justin to drive or not. No, I think they're just going to drag it out of the way.
Well, Justin, I'm sorry. It's a beautiful car. Thanks for joining us. I hope to see you a lot more. That is a very photogenic drone work Chevrolet Corvette that you're bringing with us. And you had a great run today. I'm sorry about your luck.
Yeah. So we watched them extricate the leader, sadly. Was the leader.
Here we go.
Back to Ken Thwaites.
No, that's
Jason Daskell, excuse me, yeah.
They do look similar with the new white livery on the front of Ken's car.
And that puts Daskalos in the lead of XGT. Now, I just found out from race control that track limits are only at turn 4 and 9. The rest is basically open, so that's why we're seeing some cars going wide.
Milton Grant having a great race out there in his number 55 Porsche.
Meanwhile, TA has track limits at turn 4 and through 19. That's why you don't see them going wide at 19.
And 19 would be quite an advantage.
Yeah, well, Formula One, when they first came here, were using a lot of that, and that's when they started putting the sausage curbs in. They didn't like that at MotoGP, so they lowered the side of the circuit. Bikes
on
so
more
they have
with
to
Tommy
kind of put
Dreese.
the sausages back in.
He's doing well. He's saved his run. He's in 3rd place.
Been a good run for Tommy, actually, because he didn't start well. Got into a fisticuff with his old rival, Amy Ruman. But he's won through. But look at Amy Ruman. She's back up to 6th place. Wow, she's having a heck of a race. That's amazing. It's a sprint race, but in an hour, it's amazing what you can achieve.
Watch the differential here and the speed as it comes up on Adrian Lostowski.
.179 he touched there at the fastest. And like you say, right at the end of the straight and through he goes. It's like watching World Endurance Championship here in terms of the difference. Tell you what, it's just as exciting on board though with Lostowski. It may not be as powerful a car.
I like the sound of Adrian's car. That's a good sounding car. They built some good cars there at Fast Auto.
Yes. It'll be 2 laps to go after this.
Did I see a yellow? Oh, that was the local yellow for that car there, Justin Oaks. Okay, good. Well, Tommy's asking for that yellow. Competitive Tommy.
You know,
the guy sitting there, sorry for the effort. The guy is just serious.
Well, he just apologized for the language, but hey, he's
I love that.
But what
You gotta love that.
You gotta love it. What he's complaining about, he cannot believe there isn't a full course yellow because he's saying that it's, you know, it's on the course, and I have to say I agree with him. Now, I'm not an official.
I like finishing under green, personally. You know, we've got really smart people up there monitoring and race control.
Tommy chatting away.
Yeah.
It's just his little way of doing it. But, yeah, he's not happy, but he's still going. And
Ken Thwaites, Franklin Road apparel right there in that XGT Audi R8. He's been with us all season. Ken, thanks for joining us in the Trans Am season last year.
Yeah, he took a sabbatical from racing for like, what, 10 years? Something like that?
Yeah. He's super fast and always having fun.
Yeah, he's really enjoyed coming into Trans Am. He's always got a smile on his face, and since he started winning at Brainerd, he's never lost it. Definitely using all the corks. The hill. You don't realize how steep it is until you go on board, do you? And you can see how blind this turn 10 is as well. Look, you only see the exit of that as you reach it, as you reach the apex.
About a lap and a half to go in this race.
Yep. And the incident at turn 19 will not turn into a situation.
This is where Pancho starts to get really nervous. Pancho Weaver, the builder of the Boris said car out there, Dodge Challenger. Look, he's got both of his glasses. When he wears both pairs of glasses,
then you know
says,
he's nervous.
He can look into the future in timing and scoring. He can see a lap ahead. Each pair of glasses puts him a lap ahead in timing and scoring.
Well, the interesting part is that Ernie has definitely given up the fight here, because I know that Boris is good, but he's not that good, because the gap is now 25 seconds. So Boris is on his own. Look, 25.644 seconds now. And it was just 1 second. So I think Ernie's just said, okay, let's just calm it all down. Let's just take this to the finish. We don't need to beat Boris today. Boris is going to put this one down to yet another victory. 58 or 21, it doesn't matter. He probably feels like he's the same age as Ernie right now.
And as close as they were following each other with the heat today, maybe Ernie's car started to get hot. He wasn't getting any fresh air on that grill.
Well, exactly. And he was going to fight Boris for the win and risk potentially hurting the car or losing points in his championship.
Yep. Ernie is always in for the team, the championship.
And I can confirm, white flag next time by, which will be the last lap of this race.
There's Ernie.
Yeah, he's a long way back, isn't he?
I'd say he's probably going to be 40 seconds behind now.
Yeah, I think he's just easing down. No need to overdo it. Probably Dad's been on the radio going, right, Ernie, we got this. Let's just settle for second overall.
Which is still a win for him in the points championship. Yeah. And like I said, he's smoking, though.
Oh,
no, he's got some engine issues.
Oh, he's got some issues.
And if Burton Racing sees that, they're telling Tommy to get on the power.
I'm going to rewrite that one. I wrote the wrong script for that one. He is struggling, and he's got smoke pouring out the back, and he could get black flag for that.
I don't think that's enough for a black flag, because I don't think they can prove that he's dropping oil, but I will watch for Tommy to be able to make time, because I know Terry St. Martin is on the radio saying Ernie is hurting.
He's got one more lap to do it. Now, let's have a look at the gap between Ernie and 32 seconds adrift of Boris.
Yep.
And let's take a look at Dreesy.
He's noticeably slower, so Ernie is at turn 1, coming up the hill. Dreesy should be at about turn 19.
Yeah, he's just coming up to the last corner. There he is.
No, that's Simon.
Simon, yeah.
Dreesy should be coming into view here pretty soon.
There he comes.
Is.
So Dreesy crosses the line now. 26 seconds.
Ooh, that's going to be tough.
I can't see him doing that, especially against Ernie, but Ernie is crawling along at the moment. Ernie's last lap was a 2:27. He was some 7 seconds slower.
That's very quiet radio chatter as we watch Boris coming into the last sections.
What a day, though, for Boris said. He's raced every kind of race car in the United States and around the world. And this man, Pancho Weaver, is about to take yet another famous victory. Boris has never won at the Circuit of the Americas. And now he's got a chance to add that to his collection. Drifts through the stadium section for the last time.
He did tell me that his BMW dealership in Southern California has the most motorsports memorabilia of any other dealership, and I'm sure he's going to add this trophy to that.
What a day, what a weekend for Boris, because if you remember, they almost packed up after qualifying. They had a spark problem, an ignition problem, and they almost packed up and went home. And now they are one corner away from taking victory. What a weekend, what a motorsport. Boris said takes victory at the Circuit of the Americas, and the Dodge Viper does it in style. He led, I should say. Led all the way for Weaver Racing.
Yeah, look at that. Pancho happy. SRI has to be happy. First place. And that first place, like you mentioned, only comes because of the camaraderie throughout the paddock. Everybody pitched in to give them parts.
Yep. That is the way to do it. Well done.
Let's see Tommy Dreesy and Ernie.
And to give it its full title, the Dodge Challenger Weaver Racing Techniques SRI. That's what it is.
Second
and
place.
there's Ernie. And I do believe he had. Well, you'll find out, I'm sure. But I want you to find out if Ernie was struggling. Well, I think he was. It's bound to be. I mean, he wouldn't lose that much time serving the car. Tommy Dreese about to finish in third. And it's been certainly an interesting day for Tommy.
So let's see this XGT stuff happening.
Well done to Tommy Dreese. Takes third position. Greg Piggott will take fourth. Amy Ruman sixth. Or fifth. She should come over the line in. We'll see. And some more group racing, helmet cup racing to come. Confirmation then. Boris said Ernie Francis Jr. and Tommy Dreese is your podium. Ben's heading out there to find out what happened to Ernie, to talk to a very happy, I'm sure, Boris said. Good crowd here today. We had a Cars and Coffee yesterday. We had the Corvette Club here. And over 305th track. And I cannot believe the sight of that poor Cadillac sat there. Ugh. Cadillac CTSV. Kerry hit. Not making it to the line. What a day. Looking down over the medical center and the helipad. And turn one. And confirmation of the results. Boris said takes the win for the Weaver Racing Techniques SRI Dodge Challenger. Ernie Francis Jr. is second in the Ford Mustang, and Tommy Dreese is third in the Lucas Oil Chevrolet Camaro. Greg Piggott, Jason Daskalos takes the win in XGT, and second in XGT is Kent Thwaite, so that'll help his championship. And Adrian Lostowski finishes behind Lou Gigliotti. So that's a good result then for Lou. Billy Griffin is 11th. 12th is Sean Young. Milton Grant is 13th. Kerry Hitt is 14th. Natalie Decker makes her debut here in 15th place. And here he comes. Nice victory for Boris said. I've just sent Ben out to go and find him. And he gets a bottle of water from Poncho, and in a moment, I'm sure. And Ben is there, I can see, and it won't be long before he jumps in, I'm sure. Well done to Boris said. Can't miss the car. And Poncho, as we said, one of the best car builders in the country. And Boris's motto is, I'm retired officially, but if Poncho wants to build me a car, I'll race it. It's a good attitude. So what does he do? He keeps taking him out of retirement. Well, he's still very much out of retirement. Boris said is our winner, and he's with Ben Sissel.
Sure.
Boris said, how in the world do you do it? Pancho Weaver, 2 in a row at Circuit of the Americas, 2 different drivers, but how do you do it?
I mean, it's simple. I mean, Pancho built a great car. I mean, prototype, advanced technique prototypes. I mean, these are the guys that are building the next Cup car. You know, they're a great sponsor. You know, our transmission, Andrew's transmission, that was definitely our winning move today. Got great gears, great gearbox, and, you know, they helped. It was a whole, you know, Pancho's a one-man band, so it was a family effort this weekend with everybody helping. And even the Trans Am series, you know, we were broken after practice, and Greg Pickett's guys helped, and you know, Claudio Burton's guys helped, and it was, you know, it's funny that we can help each other off the track, but we'll gladly put each other in the wall on the track, so it's a great series.
Nice, I love that comment. Pancho, you just keep building car after car that just finishes on the top step of the podium.
Well, it's a group effort, like Boris said. You know, we are a real low-key shop, and we get a lot of support from some guys that work in the different NASCAR groups over the weekend and nighttime, and you know, it's our passion. We just love this stuff, and we're going to continue to come back. We're looking for great sponsorships to get involved, to keep this guy going. What a wonderful talent. Boris, without Boris, I mean, my job is a lot more difficult, right? I mean, he's such great feedback, and it helps us, you know, streamline and save the car.
Nice. Pancho, thank you so much. Boris, good stuff. Nice job. Congratulations. Daskalos, you got to talk to me here. Good stuff, because this is a new car to me. I know you from the White Viper. Yeah. So take off that helmet, put on a mask, and tell me all about your race, if you don't mind. Good stuff. Welcome back to the series in a new car. How does it feel?
Oh, it's great to be back. The vintage 423 Audi R8 ran great today. Still getting used to it, still trying to set it up. You know, it's a new car to us. But glad with the result and glad to be here.
Nice. And this new XGT class on a track as difficult as this, there were times that your class was faster than the big TA cars.
Yeah, that made it really difficult because we were faster in the, you know, high speed stuff with more downforce. They have the straight line speed, so it was tough. You know, it was definitely some work trying to work through them also with the cars in our own class. So, but it was good racing, good fun racing, and clean racing.
Nice. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. Where's Billy? Right here, sir. Billy, good stuff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
What is it about you having to battle Aston Martins?
It's something else, I got to tell you.
Well, I'll let you put on your mask.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So we're at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah.
Billy Griffin winning in this beautiful green Mustang GT in the GT class. Tell us about your race.
Oh, it was awesome, Mike. We had a great car. We knew once we laid down that pole on the night before, we had a good shot at it. The car ran really, really well. Karen Lawrence was helping me all weekend. Got the car set up the way I liked it. Man, this car was on rails.
Nice.
It was flying. It was flying.
Nice. Good stuff. Car was on rails, he said. Carrie Hitt. Hey, Carrie Hitt, we got to talk to you there. Did you make it across the finish line? Oh, wait, do you have a mask?
No.
Uh-oh. You have a balaclava? Did you make it across the finish line?
Yeah, I have a balaclava here.
All right, hold on. We'll get that. Sorry about that. And then we're missing, where's SGT? Where's Lou? I see Adrian. Where's Lou?
You got one. All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
So here we are with Carrie Hitt. I was yelling. You'll hear it in the broadcast. I'm yelling, hit that starter button. I was just trying to get you across.
I've hit it. I pushed it, and I was pushing it, and it would just fire. And then when I got it in gear, it stopped, and then it was just that close.
Oh no. Carrie Hitt here with us at Circuit of the Americas. Nice job. And then we've got Adrian Lostowski, currently points. I don't know where that puts you in the points, really, mathematically, but how's it feel?
I'm not sure. I think we're first. We ran that whole race on 6 cylinders. Like, right around lap 6, it's like 2 cylinders just went out. We had no power. I had to, like, relearn the track, driving it in first gear where we normally wouldn't be in first gear. So it was frustrating, but we still got a second-place finish today.
Nice. Good job, Adrian. And where is Simon Gregg? There he is. Check this guy out. Simon Gregg, 200 Trans Am races. I'm not sure if that record could ever be beat. How was your race out? Oh, wait, do we have a mask for Simon?
I got one right here for the man.
Look at that.
No. Oh, wait, 59 racing, sorry.
Here,
sorry,
Simon.
bad mask.
Darling.
There you go.
So here we are, 200 races with Simon Gregg, the legend, out there in his new Camaro. Put it over your nose and tell us all about your race, Simon.
Well,
I can't believe it's race number 200 at COTA. You know, it was wonderful. It was a real workout today. You know, a tough track, but the competition was fair. You know, no incidents. I was happy about that, and I'm great to have my new fiance with me, Melissa, and yeah. Love you. And she comes to all the races now. All right, take care.
All right, well, Simon, thank you. Congratulations, 200. Pound it right here, man. Nice job. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for us with the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT classes at Circuit of the Americas. Good stuff with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, and we will be back in 2 weeks at Road Atlanta for a doubleheader. See you there.
Great work, Ben. Not easy at all, especially when everybody's running around, but everybody's full of adrenaline and delighted with their results, and some good interviews all the same. Well done. And well done to all our drivers as well. A great and exhausting 100-mile race, and plenty of action throughout it as we look down on Austin, Texas, and this fantastic Circuit of the Americas. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Austin, Texas, after this.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven. If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas as we continue our day. It's been a long weekend for the drivers, especially some of the guys involved in SVRA who do 2 or 3 group race cars, different cars. But we started out on Saturday morning, so if you missed some of the action from yesterday, it was fast and furious as you'd expect, just as it's been today. But let's look back now at some of the action, or the best of the action, from Saturday's racing here at COTA.
I'm excited, Jonathan.
This is going to be good fun. Watch out for the drafting in 4s, as you say. And away we go.
Let's look for the dive bomb.
And it's Justin Pichetel leading the way up the hill in the number 89, the 74, looking for position though, and tries the inside move. And Aaron Jameson looking to try and make that move, and he may well have done. 2 cars going very wide. That's a lot more than track limits, but somehow they all get through the first turn. High above from the drone, we get to see them spreading out through turn 2. Down to our top man, Hamish, at turn 6 as they come through the S's now, winding their way through. And that was a good, clean start, as we expect from the Masters.
Justin Piscatel is able to hold on to the lead right now.
Yep.
As they go into a pretty challenging part of the track.
Edgar, first overtaking place, really into turn 11, and a definite opportunity.
Well, it'll be a later. I mean, the first overtaking place will be turn 1, but yeah, you'll see it. You might be able to see a dive bomb with a from a draft point of view. But here's where we're. So you can see in the back they're starting to get a little bit of a draft. But now you'll really see a draft picking up.
Oh, look at that dive bomb.
Yeah, we're four wide in the back.
Oh.
He lost that in that dive bomb.
Oh, we got Tallstrom.
That's a big curb. Looks like the tires are rubbing together. And watch this pack come down the straight.
Is that 4 or 5 wide?
Yeah.
For a sec?
Yeah, for a 5 wide for a second there. Here at the Circuit of the Americas as we dive towards turn 12. A little bit of debris on track. The leader pulling out front, but now a little bit of drafting.
Oh, here we go.
And into second place. Nicely done by the 68 of Tyler Quance. Getting through there on the draft as they go through 13.
This is fun to watch. I love it. And look at the smile on these MX-5s themselves. The cars are smiling.
Oh,
Ooh, and he went
Piscatell
really
went wide then. And he almost lost out on the lead for a moment.
Oh, we got a bumper.
Got a bumper with Tom Martin III. His dad runs the series. He's not going to like that.
Nope. And through the complex that is 16, 17, and 18, just hitting the apex slightly. Slight bump on the exit of 18.
That's
and then
okay.
the off-camber 19 as they dive into that corner now. One more corner to go in the first lap here of our MX-5 Challenge Series. The field already spreading out, but a chance to do some more drafting down the front straight and up the hill again.
Told me that Rubbin's Racing, and they do allow bump drafting. We do not allow bump drafting in vintage, but they do allow bump drafting, so don't be alarmed when you see that. So we've got Justin Piscatell in first, Tyler Quantz, Aaron Jolson, Joey Atanasio, Tom Martin third, Drake Kemper, Charles Dillon Magnus, Wesley Molino or Molno, Matt Fosnacht, and Aiden Fosnacht rounds out our top 10, Jonathan.
Yep, Piscatell, Quantz, and Jeanson. Jeanson got the move done at turn 1 last time out. And then Antanasio, one of the youngsters, going well. And
that's a good train.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's starting to form nicely, and it's really hard. There really is no overtaking, or is there, through this section?
Oh, you absolutely can overtake here.
Okay.
They're usually slide jobs.
I just saw it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And Tyler Quantz is now in the lead, according to those images.
Well, these cars are so small, you have so much more room
Right.
with these, and this track is so wide and smooth that you can put the car a lot of places here, and with all the runoff and stuff, you don't really have like the same sort of consequences that you would at like a Road Atlanta or a Mossport or something like that, where the consequences is wall.
Yeah, and this is forming up nicely now, just as we wanted. A good 5-man train.
So that's Matt Fosnacht right there, I think followed by Aiden, but I can't really tell the numbers right now. But look at that long train going into 12, too. So we've got 2 trains that have kind of formed up, which is normal for Spec Miata racing.
Yeah, look at them looking for a little bit of a drift, looking for a little bit of a slipstream as they go down the back straight. Line astern, avoiding the oil, but not really, because once it's down, that safety dust, if you will.
Somebody
slid
off.
Look
at that.
Oh, it's all going on here as they go through 13. We heard the screech of the tires there for a moment.
Yeah, those Toyo RRs are screaming for grip right now.
Yeah. And this is a pretty interesting moment too, because now the field is starting to spread out, and now all the drivers are starting to figure out where am I faster than the driver in front of me, or even the driver in front is like, where are all the other drivers faster than me? So you really have to start now people are going to start reeling each other in and really start making a calculated move.
So there's strategy in this.
Absolutely.
And it's also like peloton racing. It's like bike racing. You're looking for a group almost to cling on to try to move you all forward, right?
Absolutely. It's if you get away from the group, they'll leave you in the dust on the.
So I've seen you in TA2 get behind like a Tony Buffamonte,
yes.
And you're trying to goad him into doing something, and then after the 3rd or 4th lap of doing that, you do something completely different because he's looking for you to go inside, and then you go outside. Is that like this kind of racing?
Yeah, I mean that's like any sort of. I mean this is where I do say Trans Am is where I learned how to race, but this is where you really do learn the fundamentals of how to set passes up and learn all that sort of stuff, because the cars aren't very fast. I mean, they feel a lot faster than you actually are going, but you have a lot of time to mentally set up a pass and think about where you want to make your move.
Yeah, but if you can drive this car fast, you can drive anything
Absolutely.
fast.
I always say if you can drive a Spec Miata fast, we got some contact.
We got some
over
damage,
there.
Yeah, some damage for sure there in the midfield.
And we got a hood up on that one.
The Spec Miata or the MX-5 classes, they're always, I think those are some of the most difficult cars to drive quickly because you have so many different factors. I mean, even whenever I ran, because I ran in the older Spec Miata cars, and they didn't have ABS and stuff like that. These cars do, but it was definitely. I always thought it was harder to drive that car than it was. Like whenever I went from an MX-5 to a TA2 car, it was like a breeze. That was an easy transfer.
So we've got a change. After when they crossed the line, it was Tom Martin III in first, Drake Kemper second, Joey Antanasio third, Aaron Yosson fourth, and Justin Piscatell from first to fifth.
Yeah, he's got into trouble having led from the start in pole position. He got away really well, and now he's struggling to stay with the leaders. Now we're getting those groups we were talking about, using each other to get the slipstream and push each other forward.
Yep. I really like the livery on that purple. Looks like a tie-dye car, the first of those 3 right there. Not sure who that is. Looks like one.
Whoa,
that's
losing out
Savannah.
heavily there.
Savannah Little in that purple tie-dyed looking car. That's a cool livery.
Aruda just definitely getting the bad end of the stick there at turn 12. As the next group just ahead goes through 15 and now heads towards 16. Side by side through 16. That's not easy.
Nope. And this track is very very rough on tires. I mean, when you go through that big carousel, you're using your left front tire for a good, especially in a MX-5, you're using it for 15 seconds or so. So you're just burning that tire up the whole time. And do they have track limits on this race?
Yes, they do. They do have track limits. And those Toyo RRs are really holding on for grip. Great tires, a great sponsor of the series, and we thank them. But man, they're using them up today, aren't they?
Oh yeah, this track is brutal. And I mean, you have the straightaways, but other than that, you don't really have a lot of downtime here at all.
So we got Tom Martin, the third. Drake Kemper over the line, Joey Antanasio. Tyler Quantz takes 4th now. Aaron Yolson, Justin Piscatel is 6th. Charles Dylan Mactis, Justin Piscatel 6th, and then Matt Fosnock 8th, Aiden Fosnock 9th, and Grant West. So Jonathan, what are you seeing here as we come into the final lap of the first of 2 championship races here at COTA?
Well, I'm seeing what we expected to see, which is really close, Mayada Racing, and as you say, Tom Martin doing a really good job. Surprised a little bit at Piscatel, who had really the control of this race early on, and now struggling somewhat in 6th place in the number 89. But I think we're going to get some great racing as the weekend, and they get used to the track and dialed in.
The second place is only less than half a second behind P1.
Yeah.
So
this is the battle.
This will be the
podium right here.
The teeth are out right now.
No question about it.
So this is no holds barred. You're going for it.
No, you're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who right now is in the best position of the 3?
I want to be either the guy in the front or the guy behind the draft right now.
Okay, so not the white car.
No.
Well, we're still going to find out
see
because they're going to spread out at 12.
Yep.
It's all about the braking here into 12. Everybody doing a really good job. And it's side by side for the battle. The podium battle is on.
And now he's on the right side of the road. So now he's definitely got second. Let's see what he can do in
so
the
that's Drake Kemper. Looks like Drake Kemper's in 1st, Tom Martin, and then Joey Atanasio in 3rd.
Atanasio looking for a move, and Dyke makes it nicely. Through goes the 43.
Yeah, but he compromised his exit.
Yep. Good call. So the number 99 of Drake Kemper is in the lead right now, Jonathan, coming to your favorite position.
Yeah, 2 laps, 2 corners to go here. Tom Martin looks as though he's got this wrapped up. The battle for the podium between Kemper, Antanasio is all on for sure. Turn 19 now. It's hell bent for leather, all or nothing here. One more turn to go. And into the distance they go. We'll pick them up in a moment as they come round from the back of the media centre where we are. And look at this battle go. Side by side, there's the checkered flag. Kemper wins, but it's neck and neck. And Martin Kemper does win. And okay.
Sure we get that right. So Drake Kemper
it just
first.
Updated on my MyLab.
Okay. Tom Martin 2nd, Joey Antanasio 3rd, Tyler Quantz 4th, and Aaron Yolson 5th. And ladies and gentlemen, if you were not entertained by that, you better check your pulse because you are dead. That was a lot of fun.
I see coming out of my commentary position, and that means we are going to go racing right now, and away we do go. Richard Nichols, I don't think he's the green light Richard Nichols, but if he is, go for it, Richard. And up the hill he'll come for the first time.
He's green light colored.
Yes, he is. And in 2nd place, it's Lisa Hansen, the girl you mentioned earlier. She's got 2nd place wrapped up for now as they go up the hill and turn into turn 1.
And what a crazy turn 1 this is. They go uphill and it's like 6 lanes wide. As soon as they pass the apex, it's 3 lanes wide.
Yeah, exactly.
So watch, there's that car at Jessica Jonkba. So watch for some carnage there as they come around turn 2. Looks like Lisa Hansen
battling away.
Yeah, looks like she's got taken on the outside.
Yeah, John Wilkins looks as though he's got past as they come under the bridge And here come the leaders, and look at this, some swaying and swiffing from side to side, as yes, I can confirm now that John Wilkins has gone through in the white 240Z Datsun, as they all slip and slide through the S's here at COTA. And high above, we get to see them go through 6, 7, and climb, starting to climb up the hill through 8 and 9, and then they dive through 10. 10, a really, really tough corner because it's a blind entry, and then you dive downhill and flat out down towards turn 11. Best overtaking place on the track, bar 12, and turn 1, but nobody close enough necessarily this time, although one of the BMW move.
Look at this. Oh, here comes that Ford Escort on the inside, taking a risky line, and he gives it away. Oh, and it hits over a bump. Those bumps are really treacherous out here as John Nash goes wide in that Lotus 7. That's such a small car. Sometimes it's hard for these big cars to see it. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not getting a kick out of this, you probably aren't a motorsports fan, as the 07
yeah,
right
Dwight
there.
Anderson, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, that's the BMW, the 2002 BMW.
No, that's the Alfa Romeo.
Oh, Chris Reeder.
Oh, no. That's a beautiful car. Looks like he got back up and going, so that's at turn 3A.
Yeah, and that's it's funny. You don't see that many crashes coming through the S's, but when they do happen, it's kind of, you get on the dirt and the dust, and there's nowhere to go, and you lose grip on the marbles. There's a lot of marbles out there. Oh, this
side by side.
Lisa, still going good.
Lisa Hansen and John Wilkins. Yeah, she's going to get him back. She's one of the most competitive people in our paddock. She doesn't take anything from anybody. Really fun to be around.
Good. And as you can see from the drone, they're all starting to spread out nicely now as they come towards 15 and 16. And little pockets of battles throughout this group. This is Group 8 and Group 12 for SVRA. These are pre-1973 cars. Excuse me, these are production cars up to and including 1972. And the lead is with Richard Nichols in the bright green light colored car.
And I hope we get a shot of the Datsun Fairlady, as we call it, the 2000, coming on the starting line right now, the black car that's just about to get passed.
Yes.
That's Michael Anderson in a Datsun 2000. And he manages 8 race cars, but that's a really famous championship-winning car right there in the livery that it raced back in the day. Really cool history to that car, as is almost all of these cars. That's the cool thing about coming to these events. You get to walk around the paddocks, talk to the drivers, and everybody's got a story about their car like it's their baby.
I know the question on a few newbies' minds will be, how do you get the parts for all these historical cars? How do they manage when something goes wrong, or you have a prang, or something breaks?
They're
what
there
do you do?
because these were production cars, and there's still so many people around the country racing them, is that people have made, there are still some OEM original equipment stuff being made, but then some of the race shops have made it just to the standards that they were raced, but with new metal, so you don't get the metal fatigue in some of these cars.
Here's your leader coming down towards turn 11. He's got a massive lead at the moment. He just needs to keep going on that, but we've got a good battle starting to form between second, third, and there's fourth place going through. Here comes fifth, and a BMW in sixth place and seventh place, the classic colors of BMW in the 241, and that is Drake Dittman in the 1991 318i just going through. A few going a little bit wide there. They're not really pushing on track limitations here at the moment, but I'm sure it'll be noted. Gets a little bit stricter in Trans Am. You can see our RV park in the background there here at Austin. A great way to see the races here. You can download the app, put it on the TV, you know, do your Google cast, and then sit in your RV and get your barbecue going. Now that's the way to go racing, surely. Look at this battle down towards 12. A few BMWs spreading out down the back straight.
Yeah, that's called like a B sedan. So those Alfa Romeos. So there's A sedan, which are like Mustangs and Camaros, and then there's the B sedan, which is like the BMWs, the Datsun 510s, and the Alfa Romeo class in the early 70s in SECA and in Trans Am.
You know, it's interesting. You start to see those BMWs of the early 70s, and BMW had a purple patch racing here in America. I think of David Hobbs, Brian Redmond, you know, racing around America in sports car and touring car racing, and they really made a name for themselves at Sebring and various other circuits. So you really are seeing some of the marks that made their mark here in the United States of America. Richard Nichols then leads. The gap at the moment is some 4.1 seconds ahead of Lisa Hansen in the Porsche, John Wilkins in third, Michael Anderson fourth, and William Bowditch in fifth place ahead of Mayo Primo in 6th place, and Jeff Winter 7th.
And if this is your first time to Vintage Racing, welcome. We love having fans here. Make sure you follow us on all of our social media channels. But in Vintage Racing, you know, these cars are quite old. So that's a 1971 out there in the lead. And you'd be surprised how many times somebody in the lead breaks down because a 14-cent wire or some 32-cent part or piece of plastic or metal broke, and that, you know, made their engine overheat, or a coil wire came off or something like that. So even though he's got a big lead now, it's not like Formula One when they take the big lead, there's nothing that's going to happen. Anything can happen in a vintage race because you've got a car race, a 1971, a 1969, and a 1970 all up front. Anything can happen.
Just saw a quick shot there of Dwight Anderson in the 07, and here he is coming through the S's here. And lovely sight. Very, very tough technical part of the circuit because you're weaving from side to side. The car wants to keep going straight, but you're turning it.
Look at him roll. Look at the smile on this BMW. You see that?
Exactly. You can see him smiling.
Look at how much fun that BMW's having. Big smile right under that nose of his.
Great spot.
You are. Ooh, we just missed it.
Great spot on the roof, on the bridge there. A lot of fans up there, but spreading out now, and second place Lisa Hansen with some work to do. Her last lap time, or her best lap time, was a 2:38.5, and that compares to a 2:37.7 from Richard Nichols. So Richard Nichols definitely got the pace on everybody at the moment, but the closest person to him is Lisa Hansen, both on track and in timing.
I hope we get a shot of Andrew Mute and Charles Mute. They are in both Group 12, a 1985 BMW and a 1985 Jaguar XJS. They are father and son, and they built these cars together just as they were raced, and they are beautiful cars in our Group 12 back there. That's John Nash right there. He is our Group 3 winner from last year. Really fast driver in that Lotus 7, just trying his best to get past the
Saying that Lotus 7, low as it is, how does he see over the 77? He can't see where he's going, surely. All he can see is 2 red lights and a blue car. Now he's going to the inside. He's got a bit of a poke of a look there. Here comes your leader, Richard Nichols, sliding out at turn 20, down the main straight here at the Circuit of the Americas, blasting past the main grandstand and echoing that beautiful sound through the grandstand and the paddock, and then climbing all 133 feet up to the first turn.
It looks like, if we were watching this in 3D, that angle looks like they're coming right at us. So cool.
Very cool.
They did really, they did such a wonderful job planning this circuit, almost for TV and photographers.
Well, this hill was a natural incline when they built it, and so they just looked at it and said, well, it looks so much like sort of Spa in many ways in terms of the sort of elevation change that we got to do it, and so they did.
I'm so glad. It's such a cool part of the circuit, and body has perfected it.
No, and hats off to another legend of 2 wheels, Kevin Schwantz, although he did do a bit of 4 wheels. He did a bit of Porsche Super Cup racing in his day. But
that's Greg Wold knocking out to the outside. One of my favorite drivers. He drives a Mini like nobody else. He's so fast. Now he's moving up to a B sedan in this Datsun 510, really fast driver.
Behind him is the 202 BMW. He's just passed, back with the leader, coming into 11, under braking, nice and smooth.
Look at that paint scheme right
Great,
there.
isn't it?
It is. That's a pretty car. Richard Nichols
Oh!
bringing out the Datsun, representing Datsun. This is a Datsun-Nissan event here. We're going to have a Datsun-only race on Sunday. We love to celebrate these marks, and I live in Franklin, Tennessee, not even a mile from where the new Datsun-Nissan headquarters are for North America. So we've got lots of Nissans around us.
Yes, and if you wonder, or you don't know, Nissan was... Datsun was the original company, and then they effectively became Nissan after that.
Getting some great shots here at Circuit of the Americas. And Jonathan, this is your home track. This is your home. You announce out of here for everything. What's it like watching this?
It's great. It's absolutely great. And it's a little quieter than we do get for Formula One because it's different. And, of course, we've obviously got the restrictions of COVID, so it's a little quieter. But it's just a great track, and I've never heard a bad word said about racing here. I really don't. They love coming here. The fans get great views. If you can get 2 things right, which is get a circuit that people love to drive and challenge, and you can get a circuit where the fans can have good views and you can sit on that bank, you can go up the tower, you can be this banking around here, not that that grandstand at turn 15, cracking view. But you can sit and have a picnic all the way around the banking here, and that's the beauty of it. Thumbs up! There's the checkered flag, and he gets the thumbs up. Well done to Richard Nichols, who wins here in our second race of the day, Group 8 and 12B. And he waves to the crowd as he comes back up the hill. And second place will go to Leeson Hansen. And the difference was, in the end, 8.7 seconds. Here in the commentary booth, I'm Jonathan Green, and we are going racing again, led by the muscle cars. Some of the great classics. Here we go.
Do you hear those heartbeats? You can hear them from the room.
Yeah, you can. And I'll tell you what, that grandstand is rumbling to the sound as the green flag waves, and up the 133 feet they come. And the mighty Scott Borchetta in the Chevrolet Corvette leads the field and leads the pack into the first corner. Nicely done, Scott.
Yeah, that's Jerry Robinson, and that green Viper with takes it from Phil Lasco in that new modern Group 12 Mustang, and we saw Gary Moore coming up with Bruce Wing, and that Porsche can outbreak him as they come down through the S's.
And 28A, that's Mark Hildebrand in the Chevrolet Corvette at the back there, but look at Scott Borchetta. Definitely putting that Corvette through its paces. This has got to be the hardest part of the course, isn't it? Well,
oh, it is definitely, but it's the most exciting part of the course because you get those tires and you get to slide a little bit. You can see some of these cars sliding, and you know the tires just aren't that heated up. And
no.
And then as you come around on those inside, you hit the paint, and then the fun starts because those tires just slip and slide on the paint.
I get the feeling that once you go to historic racing, you never want to do any other form of racing, right?
Oh, Jonathan, you can't. It's so exciting. My wife has asked me to stop many times, and I'm just like, nope, it's not going to happen, my dear. It's too exciting. And talk about what SVRA has done across the country, because if you haven't been to an SVRA event, you got to stop everything you're doing. You've got to bring your family. This is an experience that is, it changes your family and your lifetime.
That's right, Scott Borchetta, 5 Chevrolet Corvette. That's a big block 427 that he and his team from Nashville, Tennessee are really getting out there, getting fast. Scott is a big part of why IndyCar is coming to the Music City Grand Prix this year in 2021, followed by Phil Lasco. Jerry Robinson, I think, dropped back to 4th. Jerry is actually coached and mentored by Bobby Archer of the Archer Brothers from the Trans Am series. But you're racing a Trans Am car. Tell us about racing that car here at COTA.
Well, Ben, for starters, did you see that right there? Scott Borchetta in a 60-year-old Corvette.
I know, I was just thinking that.
Leading the technology.
Yeah, 2013. You know, amazing, isn't it? Look at that.
This whole Trans Am series that started from historic Trans Am to the big slicks and all the way through, it's such an exciting, innovative. It just gets you so excited. I mean, look at the muscle car and that Mustang, Jonathan. It can't be 2-3 years old, and it's tailing that Mustang.
16. It's a 2016, I think, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, look at that.
That's amazing.
And that Viper too. The Viper's
that's a modern Viper too.
2 seconds behind that Corvette.
Well, Scott's, of course, just warming up because he's got to qualify TA2 fairly soon. Yep. And so Scott's just putting it through its paces. Here comes the Viper. You love a Viper from 11 to 12, I'm sure, with all that grunt.
Yeah, Jerry's running for our Group 12 championship in Enduro and in the sprint races. But, Walter, we've been friends for a long time. I follow you on Facebook. You are just living the dream. But tell us about Brown's Automotives and some of these resto mods that you take to auction.
Well, we build resto mods that really are investment grade. When you combine horsepower, sex appeal, and modern technology in a 1950s, 1960s, 1970s car, and it's really the innovation because everybody likes the new technology. But look at that picture right there is such a great example. I mean, look at that Corvette and that Mustang's just trying. You can hear the Mustang just like when I was in there when I was chasing down the guy that was in front of me. I was jumping up and down in the car going, come on, faster, faster, faster.
And it's a long old straight, isn't it? It's deceptive.
Oh, God. And then you go from there that you slam on the brakes as hard as you can slam them.
throw everything out.
Watch Bruce Wing here in that Discount Tire Porsche. He's got a huge brake advantage over the number 16 Corvette right there of Stephen Cole, but then Cole should be able to get him on these long straights. And this is a good balanced track, isn't it, Walter?
Yes. You know, this track is my favorite in the country because you combine a big, beautiful long track with a beautiful city of Austin.
Yeah.
And really what you guys have done with SVRA, I can't wait to see this in 3 years when the entire stands are filled.
Yeah.
When I did my cool down lap when I was pulling off, there were sections of people standing up, applauding and cheering me on. And it was just so exciting. I mean,
you know, we were saying earlier, you know, when they built this circuit, everybody went, motor racing, Austin, Texas. And now, out of the woodwork, literally, we are seeing the true blue Texan fans, and not just Texas fans, but you really see the depth and love of the automobile that Texas and California share, and so many other states. But Texas, I don't think people realize just how passionate Texans are about their cars.
And Jonathan, let me tell you what happened. I've seen it 30 times yesterday and today. These families, they're with their younger kids and middle-aged kids, and they go up to see a car. And what we do is we put them in the car. We set them down in the car, and we take pictures of them.
Yeah.
And the families, when they walk away, they just go, thank you so much, so much. And they're just so happy. And little 4-year-old, little 7-year-old, 10-year-old, and they're like, Daddy, I want to be a race car driver when I grow up.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And that's how we do it, right? You got to kind of go one person at a time as we watch Gary Moore go through there in his Mercury Cougar. And look at this Bizzarini, and you know the driver of that car very well, but how cool is it? I've been a car person my whole life, but every big event I come to, there's always one car that I'm like, what in the world is that?
Well, Chip Fudge owns that car, and he continues to get better in driving. He really is a car aficionado. And I don't know what that car's worth, but I promise you, if everyone knew what it was worth, they'd go, why are you racing?
Yeah, exactly.
And Chip just loves what SVRA does all across the country. I mean, I've seen him go from Florida at Sebring all the way over to the West Coast at Laguna Seca, and I think you guys got a big schedule planned for next year, and even a couple of those are back-to-back, so we're excited about it.
Yeah, we got a really fascinating schedule. If you haven't seen it, download the app and head down and have a look at the SVRA 2021 schedule, which takes us to almost, I would argue, every iconic circuit in America, including here at COTA, Laguna Seca, Watkins Glen, Lime Rock, Homestead, Sebring. I mean, it doesn't get any better. And so excited for the championship. Dean Vincent in the Shelby Cobra.
So Walt, you're racing with Chris Hines and Dean Vincent right there. Chris Hines, always known as being one of the fastest Group 6 racers as we watch these gold medallions of the Molecheks come down. So what's it like to race in the aero lane and having Chris kind of coach you and get you to be faster?
You know, Chris it was amazing. It still is an amazing driver, but it's really cool because we get to go after every session. Chris brings us in the motorhome, takes these technology cameras, and sits us down and says, guys, why did you let off the gas there? Why did you hit the brake there?
Sometimes he yells at you.
Oh, no, he's barked at me, and he goes, what was that?
Yeah, I've seen it. But that's something we were talking about, like you can do these kind of arrive and drive programs. So you're not towing the car here. Thank you. You're kind of flying in, and he's taking care of it. And there's a whole group of cars and companies that do that. So for drivers like you, that you can just fly in, and they're teaching how to get faster, and you can just enjoy it without, because you're a busy man, you know, without having to do all the days of travel to get here. Explain that as a customer.
Well, AeroLane provides the best service in the country, and what they do is they make sure it's safe. You know, as you know, Ruth, I'm married to a surgeon. She's a little timid when it comes to this stuff, but AeroLane, they literally manage the car, oversee the car, check the car, and make sure, one, that it's period correct, two, that it can pass tech, because the safety is big, and everyone out there, every car out there has passed tech, and everybody knows they're going to be safe. Now, that doesn't mean sometimes something happens, as you've seen, Ben. I've ended up spinning around a couple of times and then went whoop, jump back on the tracks. Aerolane, and there's a whole bunch of great companies out there that do this in all groups. So if you're thinking about racing, get in touch with SVRA, and I promise you they can help you determine the right car, the right class, the right group, and really the right company that can provide you all that you need for your racing desires.
And to win a gold helmet, right?
Yes, and I've got my medal on.
He's got
right
a medal
now.
on, but you won a helmet in 18?
Yes, sir.
So that means he won our national championship here at COTA in 2018 in the Pink Panther. And that means he's the best racer in Group 10 in vintage racing across the nation.
You're watching Scott Borchetta leading the way by some 7 seconds now ahead of Phil Lasco in a far more modern Ford Mustang than the Chevrolet Corvette that Borchetta is pedaling. But it's been a great watch so far, and there's more to come. One final lap, though, and Scott Borchetta just warming himself up for his TA2 run. Scott very generously shared his collection with me during the lockdown, and that was a sight to be seen. And I know you're very familiar with this, Ben, because you're from Tennessee too. But Scott, of course, a big collector of cars, and he had a Zoom meeting with me as he took part in the E-Championship, and a fantastic collection. I've now found my favorite car out there. It is the number 9 of Yana Griffith in another Corvette, but the Corvette from 1964. Not this one, that's pretty cool, but the one that Yana is driving, really impressive. But look at Scott Borchetta, world of his own at the moment, and that's got to be fun.
Oh, you know he's getting ready to hit about 180 miles an hour down this straightaway, and then all of a sudden he's slamming on the brakes and making that hard left. He's thinking, final lap, I do not want to make a mistake. I do not want to let this car slip and slide. And now it's just time to finish up so I can get in that Trans Am 2 car. Ben, I'm thinking about that. Seriously.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'd love to see you in some TA2 stuff. That'd be great. It'd be a great progression, too, because I've seen you kind of go through, everything. I love it. But, Walt, thank you so much for coming by. You're going to be awesome.
Thank you, Walt. Yeah.
Thank
He's
you,
wearing
guys.
a gold medal.
Keep up the great work, SVRA, and can't emphasize enough. It's a family event. Bring your friends, your family. If you haven't been to one, take the time to make it happen.
Nice. Thanks, Walt.
Thanks, Walt Brand. You've been hearing him talking about this group race, Group 6, and it's going to be won by Scott Borchetta. He's just got one more turn to go before he takes the checkered flag in his first race of the weekend, but he's got plenty more to come. He's going to be a busy bee, the man from Nashville, Tennessee, and here he comes to take the checkered flag in that Corvette. Scott Borchetta then wins in the 1972 red, white, and black. 4-2-7, and in second place, coming across the line now, Phil Lasco takes second place. SVRA SpeedTour in action here at the Circuit of the Americas, and I've wanted to say this for a while. Wally Dallenbach will lead the field across the strip here at COTA. A full field for Group 10, and away they go. Dallenbach has the lead, and a clear lead at the moment. I don't think anybody's going to get to the first corner before him in that Ford Mustang Cobra, and sure enough, through into second place goes the number 29 of Samuel Lecomte in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Yeah, Sam Lecomte jumped up there in that stock car. So the rules are at green flag, you're not allowed to improve your position, but technically I didn't see him improve his position. He just got beside and then passed probably about 10 yards after the start-finish line as he's in second place in that Monte Carlo.
He might have dropped to third now because there's some definite jostling for position as they head through.
Oh, there's
4, 5,
jostling
6.
for sure. Right there.
Oh, yes, somebody's
Turn
off
7.
just at 6.
Is that 6 or 7?
Yeah, it's 6 going into 7. You're absolutely right. 6 is the right-hander. That's the left-hander. We've got one car off.
I
but
think
it
that
looks
was
as though
Sam
he's recovered.
Lecomte and David Furstand.
Yeah, but both have recovered by the looks of things. And down to turn 11 for the first time. That's I think that's Tim Horrell, yes. Yep. Tim Horrell and the Breathless racing car, the paraplegic you were mentioning, really take my hats off to him. He does a hell of a job. Not being able to use his legs, and yet is still getting out on a Sunday afternoon. An inspiration to anybody who's got their own problems to deal with. But Tim is avoiding that and going racing.
I believe he's leading in GT class in Trans Am points right now. His Porsche Ferrari battle right here at the 12.
Here's a classic European matchup. Ferrari 458 Challenge Evo of Jack Bitton. And of course, Ferrari also with both the 458 and just going through 15 there.
That's Debbie Cloud in that gray TA2 car. One of my favorite drivers in the series, super aggressive, really good, talented driver, loves being out there. But I'm glad we don't have her mic'd up because she can be yelling at some drivers in front of her.
Got the odd Corvette out there as well. Michael Zook doing a 228.2 in 5. I'll keep an eye on the times as well, see if they improve. Often in vintage racing, you'll see them improve from their qualifying position. But this is a good little battle starting to develop here.
Jack Bitton, Tim Harrell. And then right there, Rick Jeffrey coming up in that number 8 car. Rick races with us in HTA, and now he's in a TA car from Wally Dallenbach Jr., 1985 Protofab, one of the most winning cars in Trans Am history. And then, like I said, that number 28 right there of Walt Brown of Brown's Automotive down there in Phoenix, Arizona area. They do some great restorations, and he's going to be coming in here and giving us some commentary in the next race, telling us about this race.
So it's Dallenbach, Bitton, and Horrell. Those are your top 3 at the moment. And then in 4th place, Jeffrey. Cloud in 5th. Zoch in 6th place, then Brown, Beck, and Johnson. That's your top 9. Everybody weaving through the S's section.
So that's Samuel Lecomte right there. He's the one that moved up to 2nd place and then got taken out. So it looks like he took some damage, but he's still out there.
Nice little view looking to the back of the circuit here. You can see how much real estate we've got here. That's where they do the big concerts. When you see Elton John or Lady Gaga or Taylor Swift, that's where they perform. On the back straight there.
So that's Michael Zoch, Z-O-C-H, in that 1996
Zoch
yellow Chevrolet Corvette, taking the lead down this back stretch. Samuel Lecomte getting a little sideways here, but it looks like Mark Martin might be coming up beside him.
Yeah, you know, and actually, don't be too far-fetched watching stock cars here at the Circuit of the Americas. They're coming in May. Get your tickets. NASCAR Cup Racing will be here at the Circuit of the Americas. And, well, we're just getting a little preview here with some of the classic. Number 6, right in the middle of that shot there.
That's a 1995 Ford Thunderbird, followed by the other number 6B of Gordon Johnson. Gordon Johnson from the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, sells private airplanes, followed by Alan Davison in that Panos, John Cloud in the Rusty Wallace MGD car.
So Scott Borchetta always picks his cars nicely. He's out there. I think we just saw him in the Buick Regal.
I haven't seen him out there yet. That Marty Robbins car.
Yeah, 22.
No, I haven't seen him out there. Okay. Maybe because the TA2's coming up soon.
Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe his crew couldn't get it going in time.
Yeah, he'll be in the TA2 class coming up for qualifying. Wally Dallenbach still leading from Jack Bitton and Tim Horrell.
Scott Borchetta, a big part of why IndyCar is coming to Nashville, Tennessee. He's a big music record executive there with Big Machine Records, Big Machine Vodka. And so if you're an IndyCar fan, you can thank Scott Borchetta for helping to bring them to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah, good point.
There he is, Wally Dallenbach Jr.
Yeah, and the Dallenbachs have a huge history of racing in America. And Wally Dallenbach was, I don't know if you've seen the film Uppity, but he's featured heavily in that. And of course, Texas's own Willie T. Ribbs. That's what the movie's about. Watch it on Netflix. Give him a shout out. Willie just down the road here at Driftwood. He may even be showing up this weekend. I don't know.
He's here. Yeah, he's coming in to join us in commentary.
Oh, well, it'd be
but
great.
What about the juxtaposition of Mark Bellacco in that Ferrari right there with the stock car? You don't see that too often. A new Ferrari Challenge car and a stock car racing together on track.
So you're watching action from Group 10 in SVRA at the Circuit of the Americas. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green bringing you the action here on the app and around the world on the internet, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or on our app or on Facebook even. You're watching Wally Dallenbach, the great Wally Dallenbach, leading the field here in the Ford Mustang Cobra. the all-red Ford Mustang Cobra, and he's leading a 458 challenge car of Jack Burton. There it is. Just going through shot as we look down the front straight. The leaders coming through and already starting to catch some of the back markers here.
Great shot. You can really see all the angles and different apexes in this that you can't really see from the ground.
Ah, there's my Jaguar.
There's the Jaguar and the Ford GT350.
Classic America, classic UK. Side by side, drag race. We can do drag racing here, we've got enough room. Jaguar losing out on the big bore engine.
So Andrew right there in the Shelby, he actually owns Russo and Steel, the big auction company.
Okay.
Really great driver. He'll also be in Group 6 in a really nice black Mustang coupe. But this is a really pretty car here. Andrew Alcazar in the 1969 Shelby GT350, followed by Scott Young in my favorite car, the Jaguar E-Type, 1962.
Yeah, he's done something funky to the front though, because it doesn't look like he's put
He's
a
got
spoiler on the front,
a little air dam up there. That's probably why he's in Group 10, because to be in our production class, you have to keep it as it was. So just putting that little modification that probably adds some speed or some airflow will force him into Group 10.
Well, this is looking as though it's going to be an easy win here for Wally Dullenbach. There's only a couple of minutes left in this Group 10 race. High above the track here at the Circuit of the Americas. We're here with you all weekend long if you're just tuning in. And we hope to bring you some more great action. We've got the really competitive, highly competitive Trans Am Series coming your way. They qualify this afternoon and will race tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon in 2 100-mile races.
And if you're watching on Facebook or any social media channels, tell us what you want to see, who you're liking, who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. Leave us some comments, because we take those comments and we basically engineer our broadcasts around what you, the fans, want to see. As there it goes, a Ferrari challenge car passing a stock car, something you just don't see
you don't see very often,
no,
do you? He, of course, in second place at the moment. That's
Mark Balaco and John Cloud. And John Cloud's in the Rusty Wallace 1993 Pontiac and a 2012 Ferrari 458. I have that car in a slot car.
I was going to say, history in very different ways, but both very, very important marks in their own traditional way. Certainly for Ferrari, that has been a world beater, quite frankly, at Le Mans and around the world. They also have Ferrari Challenge cars, of course, a whole series of them. And, well, if you've ever watched NASCAR or stock car racing here in the States, you'll be well aware of those colors
and
the
Rusty
Pontiac
Wallace.
Grand Prix.
Yeah. John Cloud will be racing with us in TA2 later on in the day, and he also sometimes races a 1969 Boss 302 Mustang, and then that's his car in first place. He's letting his junior just show us how it's done.
And this is your leader on the last lap, number 44.
If
Wally
you're wondering,
Dullenbach going through the gearbox for the last time. Sounds magical, doesn't it? Absolutely magical.
If you're wondering, his best time is a 2:16.
That's good.
0.54. I'd like to compare that to the new TA class cars.
Yep. So the Ford Mustang dives into turn 12, fire breathing as he heads towards 13 for the final time. And we can see from above here, here he is into 13. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him, but it won't concern him. And now living in the hills of Colorado, Wally Dullenbach Jr.
Yeah, you know, he's funny because he was a Trans Am champion, went and raced in NASCAR, then became a NASCAR commentator.
Yeah.
He has a hunting show.
Yep.
He's still a NASCAR commentator. He's out here racing with us at almost every event. It's like he lives 5 or 6 different lives in a lifetime.
Why not?
It's a way to do it.
Absolutely. His wife's a racing driver here as well. There you go. So, final lap then, last corner coming up for Wally Dullenbach in the Ford Mustang Cobra to take victory. It will be in Group 10. Here he comes to the checkered flag, and another piece of history for the Dullenbach family as Wally takes the checkered flag in style. A massive lead Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. It's a beautiful day now. You wouldn't believe this. This morning at 8 a.m. it was cloudy and misty, and we had a little bit of drizzle. But now it's absolutely Austin in November splendor. And in a moment, we're going to go back to racing as we bring you some more action from SVRA in Group 2. We'll take a short break. We'll be back in a moment. Join us then.
When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Hey race fans, it's the start of a brand new decade, so don't be on the outside looking in. Straddle the technology fence with us and be part of all the action at every round of the 2020 season. With our all-new app, you'll now have live global streaming of all the action from the heart of each and every track. Live scoring, race highlights, replays, results and team and driver news. Everything you could ever want to be informed of the world of Trans Am and SVRA. Download now on Apple and Android, the only place to get your muscle car media. Yes, and if you haven't downloaded the app already, do so now. We've got plenty more racing, double headers coming up at Road Atlanta in just 2 weeks' time. And then early December, we are in Laguna Seca in California, if all goes well. As you can see, pre-grid getting ready for our next race, which is Group 2. And Tony getting as close as possible. Could you just wipe his glasses clean, Tony? Thumbs up from our driver in the number 87. And of course, Group 2 will be these beautiful single-seaters. And they've been waiting for this moment for a while now. Little VWVs, Formula Vs they're called, because they are VWs, of course, or VW engines anyway. Varying different chassis.
Okay. That's good, thank you.
And looking forward to their chance to race this magnificent circuit. You know, it's interesting. So many people come here obviously to race and win, but a lot of people come here just to test themselves and take a time away and compare themselves to other people in track days and other people in club days, or even in historic racing as well. So everybody's got a reason to want to come and try themselves out. And from high above, this is the view we get. Not a big field for the next race, but we saw this morning with the Brabhams in the single-seaters, we had some cracking racing. And coming up, we do have Group 2F, FJI, and FJ2 only for their helmet race. So again, the Bell Helmet Gold helmet up for grabs. Will it be Tim Little, I wonder? And like I said, if you're tuning in to Trans Am and SVRA for the first time, check out our website, the SVRA website, and look at the schedule for next year. We've got a major schedule going to all the iconic circuits. And really looking forward to what should be a bumper year. We want to bounce back post-COVID. That's the idea. And really get out and amongst it if we can. And that is the hope anyway. I want to take my hats off to all the workers here at COTA for putting on an event like this and letting us go racing. And also to the fans and the organisers for respecting our safe six. Practicing safe six. 6 feet from each other. Jim Barron, that's a good help. Brawley, look at that. Checkered flag Brawley, I need one of them. It's interesting, the difference in ages. We've got some youngsters out there, we've got some veterans out there, and we've got some guys that occasionally race, guys that race all the time. And that's what makes SVRA so much fun. We had a 16-year-old out in a Miata in one of the races earlier today. And it just shows you that the interest in historic racing is growing. And I'm just amazed at the numbers in this country, especially being from my country of England, where, of course, a lot of these cars were made, certainly in Europe, if not in Great Britain. And yet so many have made their way here to the United States, and they are raced on a regular basis and cared for lovingly, whether it be a Mini or a Lotus or a number 53 Cooper. There's another British car for you. This is how motor racing evolved over the years. The garagistas, as Enzo Ferrari would call the Brits, because they made these tiny cars like this Cooper in their garages, and he saw them as being very unsophisticated compared to his Ferraris. I don't know what he was complaining about. His cars were made in the garage too, so, you know, just happened to be in Maranello, which is no bigger than a lot of the villages and towns in the UK. Tom O'Grady getting ready for his run, getting a little bit of water on board. And we are winding down what has been a spectacular weekend for the US Vintage National Championship. It's always the biggest event here, and I don't know why Texas seems to manage it, but I'm sure we'll have just as big a entry list at Laguna, because California also a massive hot spot. And of course, Road Atlanta, not so shy either when it comes to historic racing. And of course, Petit Le Mans, their big event in October. They ran it this year too, which was good news. And there's a new era in America. And if you've been following the news or you've been under a rock, you will know that the election was yesterday. Well, it was actually last Tuesday, but it was all decided for the Americans yesterday. But like the rest of the world, we too here in the States have been struggling with the coronavirus and trying to busy ourselves and carry on as best. Never easy. And I take my hat off, especially to those like John Claggett and Tony Perella, whose headache it is to try to put these events on in the safest possible way. But they've done a brilliant job. And there's always some good stories come out of a bit of a tragedy like COVID. And one of them is our E-Championship. Really delighted with the way that that all came together. And since that championship, one of those E-drivers, Tyler Casera, has gone and done the real thing and has won at VIR. So well done to Tyler Casera. I'm sure he's tuning in. Now, we've been talking about the cars. Let's talk about the circuit, because really the star of the show here at the Circuit of the Americas is the circuit itself. Let's take a look at the Circuit of the Americas. The Circuit of the Americas is a state-of-the-art Formula One track and very popular, with Trans Am climbing 133 feet up to turn 1 before swooping into a Silverstone-like complex based on the Maggots and Beckett's corners at Silverstone before rising up through 9 and 10 and swooping down to the tightest corner, turn 11, and then a long back straight, almost a mile, heavy braking into 12, the stadium section, and then a triple apex, turn 18, before the off-camber 19 and a very tight last turn, turn 20, to complete the 3.14 mile lap of the Circuit of the Americas. And it doesn't matter whether you're Fernando Alonso or Brendan Hartley. It's a challenge all the same, all 20 corners. And it doesn't matter whether you're a club racer or a Formula One driver. This is a massive, massive challenge. And that tower, we had an architect design the whole tower and the main grandstand. So it's all got a synergy about it. The Rivero brothers were tasked with designing the circuit itself, and the great integration. Excuse me, you can see that amphitheater there where we have concerts, and in fact the drums can be synced up to the lights in the tower. And as my friend Ben Sissel is a drummer, I know he'd like that idea. Me and Ben went up there last night, actually, and had a look down. It's pretty scary when you lean over, but it's a fantastic view. And in the distance, the all-new Bold FC. I say all-new. They've been here for a couple of years now. But we have professional soccer here in Austin, both in USL and MLS, starting next spring. Really looking forward to that. Claudio Ranieri, a name that football fans will be familiar with, is going to be coming to Austin to run the professional MLS team as we get down to the professionals of our little Formula V's. Getting ready to go racing. And Ben, who are you looking for in this one?
In the Formula V's, one of my favorite groups, I got to follow a group of probably 15 of them, it seemed like, from the Barons Reserve up there in the upper parking lot. The Barons are huge supporters of SVRA
There's like
and
6 of them, isn't there?
And vintage racing. There's a lot of Barons, but then there's also the Baron family that doesn't have the last name.
But it's not Baron Von Trapp, is it?
Yeah, these Barons, Elliott Barron has put together kind of a ragtag group of Formula V racers. They all race really close. It's really fun to watch. So in my mind, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we have about 15 Formula Vs and then 3 Formula Juniors in this class. And the Formula V class is going to be really competitive, but if I were to pick, I'm going to say it's going to come down to father and son Hunter and Elliott Barron.
All right, we hear you. Austin in the distance and growing exponentially, quite literally, as we look downtown to the Frost Bank, to what we call the Jenga building, the one in the middle, because when you get close up to it, it really is Jenga, but it actually is straight, but it's just an optical illusion, so we call it the Jenga building. We all have nicknames for them. And then there's the scan disc, that's right in the middle. Now you put your into the giant computer in heaven and download your photos. What do you think of that Jenga building? Got anything like that in Tennessee?
We have the Batman building.
Well, we have an owl building. See the pointy one?
Yeah.
That's the Frost Bank, but we call that the all-seeing owl building. And of course, Austin, the home of the conspiracy theory.
Really?
Yes. Maybe Mr. Trump will retire here. But yes, this is where Alex Jones hangs out. And Joe Rogan, evidently.
Yeah.
He's a big car fan.
Yeah.
What about all right? Is he a car fan? I know he's a football fan.
Yeah, well, he comes out here to the F1 races.
Oh, yeah.
And then, he teaches film at University of Texas. And Kendall, who's been helping us out all weekend,
Kendall has been taught by Matthew McConaughey. That is kind of cool. She said, he was one of my professors. Like that's normal.
And she said he always came in to every class and said, all right,
he didn't,
class.
Did he?
And then he would pat his belly. No, I'm just kidding. But I love Matthew McConaughey. He's an awesome dude.
He is a good guy. And he's actually involved in the professional soccer team as well. He's a part owner as well as a motor racing fan. So we'll expect to see him. MotoGP, I've interviewed several stars that come to that. And in a moment, all the Group 2 boys will be out, as you can see the pre-grid in the distance there. And they'll pop out in a moment. It's been a good weekend. You've been to a lot of SVRA in your time, but happy with what you've seen?
Today, yes. I think that Group 2 Formula B race is the best vintage race I've seen.
Good point.
We had so many changes. I don't think we had any contact between them, but I don't think we could have gotten any closer.
No, I think you're absolutely right. We've been blessed with some really good racing. And the Trans Am races were excellent, really good.
They were, but if you're tuning in to social media, we're watching that here in the booth. We had a lot of great comments on our Trans Am Facebook, but go to the SVRA Facebook. I'll be monitoring that as we go. If you have any questions, shoot to us. But I just want to have a big shout out right now. I got a note that Dave Kane, who is battling cancer at MD Anderson in Houston, has tuned in and he's watching us. Dave Kane, keep fighting. We hate cancer. MD Anderson is a great establishment. Thank you for joining us and watching. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Dave Kane, who is battling cancer at MD Anderson in Houston.
So the sun's starting to go down here at the Circuit of the Americas as we get into the late afternoon, 3:45 in the afternoon local time, wherever you're tuning in around the world. We've had, what countries did you mention earlier? Colombia, Mexico,
Panama,
Jamaica,
Canada.
Wouldn't I like to be in Jamaica? Why don't we put a race on in Jamaica?
Yeah, we should.
A Concours Elegance.
SVRA did races in the Bahamas.
I'll tell you who's a motor racing fan. Usain Bolt.
Really?
He trains with a rallycross driver.
Nice.
How about that? Bit of trivia for you.
Yeah, I love it. So log into our Facebook, make some comments. We're about to go live here with our Group 2 small cars. We've had 2 or 3 different Group 2 races
Well,
today.
can you explain that to me? Because if you've been following along knowledgeably, you'll know that we've had a Group 2 race already. So what's the difference here?
We've had 2.
Yes.
Fords. And then we had the Formula Bs in 2 different races. And now this is the Formula Juniors and the Formula Vs.
Gotcha.
So the competition here is going to be really fierce, especially in the Formula Vs, because we're going to go through the list here in a little bit. But there's 15 of them. That's a lot for an SVRA race. And most of them race each other quite regularly and quite viciously.
As fair can be. We did all those steps the other day.
Yeah, that hurt. I'm still feeling that. So,
Note to self: don't go up there with a pair of rowers.
Yeah,
they're way too enthusiastic.
Log into our social media channels. Leave comments of what you're liking, what you don't like, anything you want to hear about. If you have any questions, and who you're rooting for and where you're watching from, and let's have a little interaction with our Group 2 Formula Junior and Formula V race here. So I'm going to go down the list of who we have. Starting in first place, always puts on a great show here with us. We saw him earlier in a Lola, and now we're going to see him, Robert Hemke from Texas, in a 1962 Cooper T59 Formula Junior. Tom O'Grady in a 1962 Cooper T59 Formula Junior. And John Breedenbach in a Lotus 18 Formula Junior from 1960. Now we go to the Formula Vs. If you're wondering what a Formula V is, it was the easiest, lowest cost of entry car in SCCA. It was basically the front end and the rear end, including the engine, transmission, and transaxles from a Volkswagen Beetle. It has that, what do they call that, torsion rod suspension, about as simple as you can get in any kind of...
Yeah,
and
basic.
They had basically just chassis specifications. Some of them you could make in your garage. So starting in first place in Formula Vs, Hunter Barron in a 1969 Kellison Mach 1. Elliot O'Barron in a 1963 Kellison Formula V, and Elliot Barron.
Now, hang on a minute. You've got an O'Barron and an Elliot Barron.
Yes. And I'm not sure which one is the dad, but one of the Elliots is the dad. So
and are they related to Cassandra Barron Fuller?
I don't know. That'd be crazy. But he's in a 1969 Lynx. Devin Boucher is in a 1969 Nash Scrambler. Bill Griffith in an RCA. Greg Byrne, Dwight Calkins, John Strand, William Wolfe, Timothy Little, Nick Palgrave, Jason White, Cassandra Barron Fuller. Yeah, that's the daughter. I'm sorry about that.
Yep.
She's in the 1969 Volkswagen Zinc. John Williamson in the Caldwell, and Scott Elife in the 1969 Formula V. Look at all those cars racing here. And it looks like we only have one Formula Junior, and the rest are Formula Vs.
Yeah. And we got a couple of Coopers and a Lynx. Like you say, a Nash Scrambler. Great name, isn't it?
Now, most of these Formula Vs, they race together in a group called CVAR, Corinthian Vintage Auto Racers, out of Texas and Oklahoma and I think New Mexico and Louisiana. They race at Howlett and all over Texas. Great vintage racing club, regional club, and all these guys and girls race together really hard. It should be really fun to watch.
They look so less intimidating, some of the bigger cars. They look fun to race, as though you wouldn't get into one of those. I mean, there's plenty of power there, but those look as though they're inviting to race, you know?
Yeah, they're easy to race, but they're very difficult to race fast.
That's, I think, the best part. It's the ultimate challenge, isn't it? It's a bit like golf. You're never going to master it.
Yeah.
Lights go off on the pace car. So the pace car lights have gone off, and that's Scott, our PA announcer, just letting us and the crowd know that. And that means now that our front row will take over. And that's Hunter Barron in the 113.
Yeah, another great race that we had Father's Day weekend at Indy 2 years ago, where Hunter and Elliott Barron at Indy, they must have traded positions 6 or 7 times in that race. Father-son.
Now, we're expecting just over 12 minutes to be the timing of this race, so they don't get a lot of time to get it done. You need to make, if you're going to make a move, you need to do it early.
I kind of feel bad for that one Formula Junior up there. I wonder if he's going to, like, sit back and let Formula V's catch up to him. That's got to be pretty lonely up there, taking the green all by yourself.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
We have a split start.
What you were talking about. Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
So we have a split start. The Formula V's like to split start just because.
I quite like that.
So I'm thinking that's Robert Hemke in that number 4. He is a really good
So he's
race
off
car.
on his own, but then comes the chasing and a marauding pack. There we go. So our Group 2 race, the helmet race for the gold helmet, about to get underway.
See the Barons, their arms are up. They're going to give themselves their own green flag. And it is...
Oh, somebody's jumped.
I think so, but they were taking that green flag. Oh, no, he's coming back. Now they're going to go.
So,
all
yeah,
right.
they, to be fair, that was all within the rules. They are perfectly able to do that. And away we go, up the hill for the first time. Ooh, a nice clean start. A few cars going wide, but not too wide. And everybody nicely through. And a beautiful shot looking downhill at turn 2. I love turn 2 as it swoops down towards the bridge where the photographers get their best pictures. And then the mighty Hamish picks them up through the S's and lets them sneak through those S's. As we were hearing from Michel Abate earlier, this is a real challenge, these S's, to get right. And there's the leading car already going through on his own. It is a bit lonely out there, isn't it? Well, are we expecting the pack to catch him?
No, he might catch the Formula V's, but he'll be quite a bit quicker than.
So it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Leading the way in the 113 in the 2M category.
Yeah, if we do a split start, we try to start the slower pack behind, but really we didn't need to do a split start.
And this is Hunter Barron that's leading in the Mach 1, right?
I think it's Elliott.
Oh, Elliott Barron, okay.
I think he took Hunter Barron in turn 1, but look at this pack. This is a drafting class, so watch these front 4. Right now, the person in the best seat is the back of that front 4. Coming out.
Yeah, such is the straight here at COTA. There's plenty of room to draft.
There goes Hunter. That's Hunter with the white.
Okay.
So Hunter takes the lead into.
That car built in 1969 and still going strong. Not bad for 50 years, is
And
it?
if I'm guessing by the body language, that's Elliott, his dad, right behind him there. Elliott's one of my favorite people in the paddock, just a huge enthusiast for vintage
Does
racing.
he feed you too?
He does feed me
There
too,
you go.
yeah. Well, his wife does. But the Barons are always a party, wherever they go. They like to party at the racetrack. This is going to be a good battle for first through fourth. I'm already seeing it right now.
So coming under the stadium section through the 16, 17, and 18 complex, you'll be able to see the original Turkey track where this corner was designed after. They go the other way, though, at Turkey. Next Sunday, of course, in Formula One on ESPN. So tune in for that. Here in the States, anyway. And onto the front straight come the lead group.
So if you're watching on Race Monitor, for some reason they've got it wrong. I don't know if they split timers or whatever, but I don't think that's Tom O'Grady in the Formula Junior. I do think that's Robert Hemke. That's the car I've always known him in, so I don't know if they traded transponders.
I think you're more likely to know, yeah.
So that number 96 right there, beautiful car of John Strand in 1969, Lynx B.
A funky little nose to it, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's Bill Griffith in the 49. So we've got Robert Hemke in first in the only Formula Junior, followed by Hunter Barron, Elliott O'Barron, Devin Boucher, Elliott Barron, John Strand, Greg Byrne, Bill Griffith, Dwight Calkins, and Jason White is in our top 10. That's Hunter right there.
Yeah, and like I said, you're taking your life in your hands sliding these cars. Well, you can't really, can you?
No, they slide. You'd be surprised how much they slide and kind of drift angles in these cars. They're real skinny tires.
Yeah.
They don't weigh anything. There's no downforce. There's so much skill to be able. Like I said, it's an easy car to drive because it probably drives a little bit like a Volkswagen Beetle, but one of the most difficult cars to drive fast.
Yeah. So down to 11 again, and a chance to overtake. Oh, a lock up there. Yeah. That's not going to do your Hughes any good. But he gathers it all together.
Good packs.
Yep. Good pack racing. We'll get some more drafting, I'm sure, down the back straight in this one. A little bit of smoke puffing out of that lead car in that last group. It's interesting how they design the shapes with no wings and stuff. There's no sort of worry about aerodynamics. So there's bubbles and sharp edges and strange noses. Bubble noses.
Yeah, because everybody kind of, all these builders, after they set the chassis specifications, they could try whatever they wanted.
Yeah. William Wolf in the 68A coming through.
Oh, a little squirrely there.
Yeah.
Number 37, Timothy Little.
A bit late on the brakes perhaps, and loses one place to the 22A. Good to see the crowd still here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon watching all the action. I think everybody's been starved of live sports, and so it's great to get out.
Well, coming up next is our group that seems to be the crowd favorite, which is our Group 6-12 race. That's the American muscle cars,
yes.
the Mustang, Camaros, Corvettes, and Challengers.
Yeah, you'd have to stay for that.
All right, Hunter Barron. He may be in trouble here. Watch for these two guys just right behind him to be drafting. They should be moving pretty quick.
Well, they're drafting each other and helping each other to get forward, aren't they?
Yeah, if they work as a team. I think that other one came out a little bit too quick.
Lovely sound. You can hear those wheels squealing underneath.
Yeah.
There's 3 wide here. And the 96 goes through shot. That's John Strand. So we're getting pocket little battles now, and some cars on their own. One car in the Formula Junior out on its own. And maybe by the end of the race he'll have caught up. Or caught up the traffic, put it that way, and trying to lap some people. It's interesting, you know, like we keep talking about it being based on the Beckett's complex at Silverstone, but I don't think it's as challenging as it's a lot bigger at Silverstone, that complex, than we have here at COTA. And so I think it's even more of a challenge. And Michel Abate, who came in here earlier, was admitting that because it tightens up in the middle sector, it's sort of pushing you to make a mistake almost through that section.
Yeah, you can't really find yourself to get into a good rhythm because they're not all the same apexes and radiuses. So it's a little bit different there. Look at this. Look at this 2-car draft coming down right there. That's crazy. Let's get a close-up and see if that's Robert or nope, that is Tom O'Grady.
So
Robert
right
left.
all along.
So, yeah, that was Tom O'Grady in that car in that Formula Junior, and I'm surprised that the Formula V's are catching him.
Well, there's a reason for that. He spun at turn 9 but got going again.
Got it. Yeah, he had contact with a Bumblebee, spun at 9.
It's a big Bumblebee sometimes.
This is just fun to watch. I love this kind of racing.
I'd
the
love to do this
momentum
kind of
racing. They're doing it. I know if you watch Formula One at COTA, this looks really slow, but I promise you, if you were in this car, it probably feels faster than a Formula One car does.
I'll bet. and more exhilarating in some ways.
It is fun to watch.
Good advert for the live venue there. Fantastic concerts in the summer there as they head round 19. And there is Tom O'Grady.
Last lap.
And it is the last
and
lap.
Hunter Barron's closing in on
I
him.
know, this is going to get interesting because he's had that spin and now he's a bit of a target.
Yeah.
So we could have a grandstand finish to this one. This is the final lap here of our Group 2 final race of the weekend for them.
That's Elliott Barron there.
Number 1?
Coming
no,
down.
the 111, yeah.
114, I think.
114, yeah.
You can see his nose peeking through that visor right
Yeah.
there.
Still screeching under those brakes, under the tires though.
Yeah.
So he's pushing on.
I was watching a Formula V race once, putting transmissions in the back.
Yeah.
So they'd come up and they could bump you out of gear. So that's why they have those little cages back there, so that to keep you from being able to bump the other guy out of gear.
Ah, you wouldn't do that purposely though, would you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you
No,
would.
this is so competitive. I filmed a Formula V race with a club called VDCA Roebling Road many years ago, and they were just bump drafting each other in open wheel cars.
I know, I've been watching and commentating on Formula Ford in New Zealand, which is where the likes of Scott Dixon, and Liam Lawson and Brendan Hartley cut their teeth. And yeah, you talk about aggressive racing, excellent stuff.
So that's Tom O'Grady in that Formula Junior.
And he's in trouble.
1962 Cooper T59. He had a spin at 9, and now Elliott Barron is closing in.
You know, you squint your eyes and put it in black and white, and you could be back in the 60s, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Formula V was a huge class in SCCA 60s and 70s because it was the lowest cost of entry, and if you crashed, you just go to the junkyard and get parts.
Yeah. Put some bodywork on and away you go.
Because the Volkswagen Beetle was the most prominent car.
Yeah,
so,
and a cheap
they were
engine
just
to maintain
everywhere,
and
yeah.
would go on forever, right?
So basically you blew an engine, you go to the junkyard and get a new engine.
Yeah.
They're air cooled. You could bolt them in real quick.
So a good finish here. We've got some close finishes here because it's far from over yet. There's at least 4 corners to go for the number 10 to defend.
So that's Elliott O'Barron up there in the front of this gaggle of 2 cars right here. Can you call that a gaggle? Look at the camber.
Yeah, why not?
The camber in these tires is quite severe.
Now, has Tom O'Grady held on? He had a spin, and it was spin and win. Will it be? Coming through 15 now. Everybody piling in. What a great sight. And here's the checkered flag, and it is going to be Tom O'Grady in the Cooper T59 FJR, who takes victory in second place. And crossing the line is Hunter Barron.
So that's a gold helmet for Hunter Barron because he won his class Formula V, and I think the rules are there have to be 5 cars in your class to win the gold helmet, the national championship. He had 15. Nice job, Hunter Barron. His dad, Elliott, will be a little bit upset that he didn't win it, but he'll be happy that his son Hunter won in the Formula V Gold Bell Helmet National Championship of Vintage Racing here at Circuit of the Americas 2020.
And look how close the rest of the field finished off each other. Good close racing in the midfield. So that was an interesting race for Tom O'Grady. I'd like to hear what he had to say about his spin. I bet that frightened him. It's a beautiful looking car, that Cooper, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a pretty car.
Cooper Racing, one of the classic race cars of yesteryear. So that concludes the Group 2 race for the helmet race, if you will, for the Bell helmet. We thank Bell for stepping up and providing that. And we saw a few drivers proudly wearing them earlier in the day. So how do they transport them? Because where are they running next? Bit of smoke coming out of the back of that one, but I think it's okay now the race is over. But
I don't know where they're running next. I'm guessing this is the end of the SVRA season. I'm not sure. They might have one more race at Houston.
Yep.
But I know they can fit about 8 to 10 of these Formula Vs in one trailer.
And of course, if you're wondering, they are all insured. We've got Haycock and Haggerty involved in the insurance side of things. So they do a good job of making sure these are all good and ready and effective. Tom O'Grady then wins in the Cooper T59. Hunter Barron is second. Elliot O'Barron is third. Devin Boucher is fourth. Elliot Barron in fifth. It's a real Barron fest. Bill Griffith in sixth. John Strand in seventh place. Jason White eighth. Dwight Calkins in 9th, and Greg Byrne in 10th position. So that's how they finished in Group 2. They are done for their weekend. We'll take a short break. We're far from done. We've got more muscle cars coming your way. This should be a doozy. Join us in a moment.
Land Rover has reimagined an icon, and in doing so, has created an SUV for the 21st century. Challenged in the most demanding of terrains, not only did the new Defender survive, it thrived. We knew the only way to honor its heritage was to design a vehicle built for a new breed of explorers as we reinvent the future of adventuring together. This is what makes the new Defender capable of great things. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
And the pre-grid rumbling away as we take a look at this beautiful number 69 Corvette. Scott Borchetta, I think, is at the wheel of that. Is that Scott? Yes. No. Maybe. No, it's Dave Kunicki. That's a modern car, relatively so. Gotcha. He's not JR's dad, is he? You never know. Bruce Wayne? Oh. Now, what is a bizarreria? You were talking about it the other day, and I'm not really familiar with that. It does, doesn't it? Bizarrini 5300 GT. .33A Mark McAlliah in the Chevrolet Corvette. Isn't that beautiful?
It looks like he's struggling. I don't know if he doesn't have his arm restraints in. Mark McAlliah races with SVRA, really good racer out of Texas. It's good to see him here. I think he's from Austin, actually, so he's probably got some family here. Looks like he's having some problems on the grid.
So just to repeat, the Group 6 is pre-72.
Yep.
And then the Group 12 is, well, post.
72 and
72
older.
post, yeah.
Actually 73 and older. But also big bore, you know, big cars like the Dodge Viper, Mustangs, things like that.
So we get ready for another race, and I know a lot of people who are watching on Facebook and on YouTube looking forward to this one. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green here. And we appreciate you getting involved and downloading the app as well.
And if you're watching from social media, I'm monitoring Facebook right now. Please leave questions or comments. Got a lot of people watching. We'd love to hear what you have to say about Group 6. Where are you watching from, and who are you rooting for? And I'm about to go through the list right now.
What's your favorite car?
Yeah, what's your favorite car? That's a good one. Scott Borchetta, Chevrolet Corvette. Phil Lasco, second. Dave Kanicki, Jerry Robinson, Jeff Lindstrom, Mark Hildebrandt, Bruce Wing, Steve Cole, Gary Moore, and that beautiful Mercury Cougar. You don't see many of those left. James Heck, Hugh Butcher, John Fudge, Steven Seitz, John Robau, Dave Lasco, John Bergendahl, Mark McCallier, Phil Molachek, JP Griffith, David Nadell, Rick Ortman, Andrew Alcazer, John Furstand, Roger Williams, Carl Janin, Sterling Molachek, Gene Hassel, Jana Griffith, Jace Molachek, Daniel Haynes, John Scott, Joseph Picanti, George Wright, Mark Hannafin, Vincent Dean, Scott Borchetta again somehow, driving 2 cars same time, Scott Holly, and John Cloud. 38 cars. May take the green, but I'm guessing like any vintage race, we're going to have less than 30.
Lights out on the pace car. We'll be going racing here in a few moments' time. Scott Borchetta, who has already raced in Trans Am today and earlier in another vintage group, and is about to lead them away again. Hails from Nashville, Tennessee, like my friend Ben Sissel here.
Yeah. I have a lot of neighbors out here this weekend.
Scott, of course, a music industry man, but he loves his racing and how he's got a heck of a collection of cars. So here we go then. Group 6 and 12A. Scott Borchetta in the Corvette on the right-hand side will lead them away. Kunicki alongside him as they roar and accelerate away and up towards the hill for the first time. US Vintage National Championship. That Dodge Viper got a good start too. And the stragglers at the back not quite going as quite as fast, but why not? Doesn't matter, they're enjoying it.
Beautiful AMC Javelin right there.
Yeah.
John Martin, Trans Am legend and IndyCar legend.
Whatever happened to Javelin?
Well, AMC went out of.
Yeah, I guess they went out of business.
Yeah, but John Martin, up until recently, was helping to take care of that, and we'd see him here every year. Unfortunately, he passed away just last year, but that car's still running that livery from the John Martin days in Trans Am.
So, snaking through the S's high above in our drone coverage. It really is quite splendid, isn't it? It's transformed motor racing for good as drone coverage, and really delighted that we could get Green Flight involved, part of Green Light. I like that Porsche that Bruce Wing's sporting, the 1980 911 SC, just going through shot a moment ago. As everybody files through 11 and down the back straight to open up the horsepower. Oh no! There was a tap there from somebody. Somebody got hit under braking.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cars
and
there.
You see. Oh, that's a shame. I hate to see that happen. And that was not part of the plan. Oh dear. Now, who have we got there?
Can't quite tell.
Well, it looks both of them are under steam anyway. Dave Kunicki in the Corvette. It's amazing how Corvette have managed to keep their silhouette, but yet still modernized. When you look at that C8, you can see how that car from '69 developed into it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even though they're
There's
now
not many marks to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Porsche has done a really good job of that.
Yes, of course. Scott Borchetta coming across the line. Both cars continuing. That was car number 85. Mark Hannafin in the Camaro C28. And car number 96. Trying to find out who that is. That's not on my list. But anyway, those are the two cars involved in that incident. There's that Porsche I was talking about. Very nice.
So we've had a lot of comments, and right now a lot of Nissan fans. There's none in this. The Cougars. We got a lot of people liking the Cougars right now.
Sure.
And they're from all over watching this. So keep leaving comments. There's that AMC Javelin again. Great car.
Hey, and don't stay on cyberspace. Come and join us.
That's Joseph Conti.
Ben will sell you tickets.
68 AMC Javelin.
Yeah, I like the Javelins. They were nice cars. And, of course, had their heyday in the mid and late 60s.
So we have a car off at turn 11.
Yeah, I think that was one of the two cars involved.
Yep.
It
Jerry
was
Robinson.
actually 98A Andrew Alcazar in the Shelby GT350. Oh, what a shame. And he stopped at turn 11. Can't see where he is, but
he's right underneath
somebody else is going wide.
Through there, that Mustang.
Ah, there you go. Parked it up.
Number 9 of Jana Griffith, 1964 Chevrolet Corvette Coupe. As we look at Bruce Wing and the Discount Tire Porsche from 1980.
You know, it doesn't matter how they developed the 911, it's still pretty back in the 70s and 80s, wasn't it? Loved it.
And look at this vinyl top Mercury Cougar of Gary Moore.
Got all his records.
He is a really fast driver. He's always he's got a Lola GT40 Shelby looking thing. He's got a Mercury Cougar. He's got a GT350 that he races with us. Avid vintage racer, half of the greatest show in vintage racing. Scott Hackinson and Gary Moore is a little pair.
Cool.
This is just really good racing right here in Group 6 throughout the field.
Yeah, like you say, everybody loves to hear the muscle cars, old or new. That's great Trans Am action earlier. Scott Borchetta extending his lead. He's got 5.6 seconds over Dave Kanuki at the moment. Both of them racing Chevrolet Corvettes. And both of them in 69 Corvettes.
That looks like James Heck's car right there. Let me check and make sure. It's a good race going on right there.
Really good racing, yeah. Now there's a truck out on track again at 6. And obviously they're trying to retrieve a car that's stuck out there as well. And you can see for yourself.
We've got a bunch of people joining us from Australia.
G'day. And it probably is. They're probably just getting up.
Yeah.
G'day, mate. How was Bathurst? Thanks for selling us that Scott McLaughlin fella from New Zealand.
Oh, we've got a good race here. A little smoke coming out of that Mustang.
So it's a local yellow at turn 5 and a local yellow at turn 11 because the cars stopped there. Oh!
Forcing out that Bizzarini right there is the Corvette.
Yeah, what they've done is they've just parked a truck to keep it out of harm's way. It's quite a smart idea so that we don't stop the race. These are short races, only 5 minutes left in this one. So instead of bringing out a full caution, they parked one of the safety cars and they were far enough off track where that's safe to do so. So a pair of Corvettes coming into 12.
Man, we've got New Zealand, Sweden, people from all over the globe are watching the racing. Welcome to Circuit of the Americas with SVRA and Vintage Racing. I don't. They just said hello from New Zealand.
Well, hello, New Zealand.
North Island, South Island. You got to give us some details here in New Zealand.
Absolutely. I bet it's Christchurch.
I'm going to say Wellington or Auckland.
All right. In the end, it'll be Rotorua.
Yeah.
These two are really having a great little ding-dong. Really good racing. And what is the etiquette? You tell me in vintage racing, because You know, people think it's exhibition racing, but it's not. These guys are fighting.
It's not exhibition racing by any means, but it is no contact racing.
Yeah.
It's very frowned upon to have contact. We've got 4 minutes to go in this race. They're racing really hard. There's kind of 3 groups out here too, because there's a lot of gold medallion cars that are cars that were prepared exactly as they should have been back in the day. So those cars haven't gone through the development of some of the other vintage cars, and because of that, they're, 1, a little bit slower, but also 2, worth quite a bit more money.
Fair enough. So Scott Borchetta of Nashville, Tennessee, having a lovely day out front, and now leading by some 7.5 seconds as the rest of the pack fight it out. Now 3 into 1 does not go, but
No.
who is going to take this one? I think the white Corvette on the inside should take it, and he does.
That's Rick Ortman right there, number 26 Corvette. Rick Ortman was our Group 12 winner from last year, I believe, and it was Dunedin, New Zealand. I haven't heard of that. Still don't know if that's North or South Island.
Dunedin, my friend.
Dunedin. Okay,
Yes.
good.
Get that wrong and you'd be in trouble.
Oh, and we also have somebody watching from Jupiter, Florida.
Wow. Oh, Jupiter, Florida. Okay, because I thought our signal was good, but
yeah.
It's funny enough, though, a lot of the astronauts are big racing fans.
Yeah. Yeah, last year our Grand Marshal was the astronaut that took all the pictures of all the Formula One tracks.
Wonderful. So it's going to be last lap time for these guys. And Scott Borchetta leading by a country mile of over 8 seconds now. And that's Scott Borchetta. Dave Kanuki still in second place. Jerry Robinson, we haven't seen him much. He's down in third place ahead of Jeff Lindstrom in fourth. And then Mark Hildebrand in fifth. Wow, they've got him packed up and ready to go.
So Jerry Robinson, we were talking about him in that green Viper. Bobby Archer is his co-driver and mechanic, and so is Dylan Archer. So Dylan Archer races with us in the TA2
that's right,
series.
and that's how Dylan got involved in the
and Bobby Archer
Championship.
is of the Archer brothers, Tommy and Bobby Archer from the Trans Am series.
Yeah, I've listened to their Radio 4 show for years.
There's a good race right there. Daniel Haynes in that 1970 Ford Mustang.
Gene Hassel, Ford Mustang coming at us. What a sound, what a beautiful sound. Here's Scott Borchetta, hardly seen him, but he's on his final lap.
Smoking those tires and brakes.
Yeah, he's not holding back. He probably wants an out lap, a sort of his own lap record. See how fast he can get. He'll be challenging himself. His best lap at 2:25.2 so far.
And he is the reigning Group 6 champion.
Yeah, that's right.
National champion. So this is going to be 2 national championships for Scott Borchetta, Big Machine Records, Big Machine Vodka out of Nashville, Tennessee.
And Big Machine hand sanitizer.
That's right, hand sanitizer.
Yeah, they made the vodka, of course, and then when COVID came, he just turned the distillery off, took the alcohol out, and made, well, not all the alcohol, but decided just to distill hand sanitizer and gave it out to everybody, which was very nice of him.
Hey, we've got somebody from Cornwall, UK.
Ah, yes. Cornwall, we call it, not Cornwall.
Cornwall.
We'll be saying Edinburgh next. It's Cornwall. Well, welcome, Cornwall. So then, Scott Borchetta with 2 corners to go to what should be another national title here and another golden helmet to hang up in the showroom and the museum that he has back in Nashville. And here he comes. Scott Borchetta takes the checkered flag. It's been a good weekend. Top 10 in Trans Am and now a win in Group 6.
Let's see who's going to win in Group 12. Okay, so that's Kanicki, second place, Group 6.
Group 6, yeah, in another 69 Corvette.
Alice.
Jerry Robinson in the Dodge Viper, the all-green Dodge Viper.
There he is.
Coming over across in third.
Group 12 champion right there, Jerry Robinson.
Yeah.
Should be the first Group 12 MP3 and that beautiful 2010 Dodge Viper. Congratulations, Scott Borchetta and Jerry Robinson. Go try on your Bell helmets.
Nice. Nice prize.
Yeah, Edward Reynolds, it is amazing to be trackside listening to these fantastic engines. A lot of fun, and it actually, if you get close enough to the track, it actually shakes the earth. Just reading the comments on Facebook, looks like everybody's loving watching this. And who couldn't? You know, if you don't like something out here, then you just aren't a fan of cars, really. Scott Borchetta giving thumbs up, waving to everybody, thanking the corner workers.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds so fun.
That's a 427 big block Chevy engine in that car, but built to the rules of Group 6. Rick Parent, our chief of tech, make sure that these cars are built to the rules to be able to win a helmet. And that is a fast car and a faster driver. And notice his Johnny Lightning, his little homage right there to Al Unser Sr., the Johnny Lightning stripes.
Yeah, Scott Borchetta's been carrying that since he was a little kid. He sent me a photo of it. Scott Borchetta then in the Chevrolet Corvette from 69 beats Dave Kanicki by some 15 seconds to take the title. Jerry Robinson in third, Jeff Lindstrom fourth, Hildebrand, Wing, Cole, Gary Moore in eighth, James Heck in ninth, and Joe Robo in 10th place in the Corvette. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with our final race of the day coming up very soon here with more SVRA coverage. Join us in a moment.
On behalf of SVRA, we'd like to congratulate Range Rover on its 50th anniversary, and we thank Jaguar Land Rover for their continued support over the years.
I'm Willie T. Rivers. Meet my friend Brian Cook, a wealth advisor, who's one of us, a winner.
Both racing and finance are unpredictable. You want a pro team guiding you.
Brian and his team work hard to keep you winning in life, not just financially. Get to your goal faster and enjoy the drive more. Schedule a free conversation with Brian at Cook Wealth Management, SVRA's official wealth management company.
And join Brian and me in the winner circle.
So here we go. Look at that. What a pretty car that is as the US Vintage National Championship continues here.
Yeah! My favorite class right here. This is exciting. Let's get up, people. That's Marcus Pillion right there in that Porsche 356. Great car here. A big Healy. Mr. Jonk right there. That's his daughter, Jessica, who was racing in what we call the BMW pickup truck beside him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Great driver. Great vintage racing photographer. But that's Jeff Jonk. This is my class. Scott Frazier, last year's national champion in Group 1, driving Kermit, the Frog Eye Sprite. Porsche 914. Look at these shots that Tony's given us here from the grid.
He's done a grand job.
So I like all cars, but these are the cars that I love, especially look at that beauty. Wire wheels,
a
Lotus 11.
That is gorgeous.
That thing. Built like an airplane, basically a bird cage with a little bit of a body, super light, really pretty car.
That was Steve Sinnett in the Lotus 11 Le Mans.
Le Mans.
Le Mans.
That's a good shot right there. So that number 66 car we're looking at is an Echidna.
You kidding me?
Echidna Roadster, 1958. I talked to the driver. It's a Devon body. Three were made, and all three are still racing, but it's from a 1956 Chevy chassis.
Oh, okay. So high above the Circuit of the Americas as we look down on the pre-grid. And in a moment, the pace car will lead them out. as they grid up. A big field, this one.
Yeah, it's because it's the coolest. These people know what they're doing. I love it. This is just exciting for me. I love these cars. So let's go through it.
Okay.
Nathan Thompson starting in first in the Lotus 23B from 1964. Travis Engen in a 62 Lotus 23B. Jim Gewinner in a Lotus 23B. Willis Murphy in an Elva MK7S. That's our Group 5. Steven Steers is in that Echidna in Group 4. In Group 5, David Bauman. And then now in Group 3, we've got John Nash, Nicholas Clements, Rob Davenport, Marcus Pillion, Jeff Junk. Our first car in Group 1 is Scott Frazier. Back to Group 3 is Stefan Schluter. Group 4, we've got Steve Sannett in that Lotus 11 Le Mans. John Hamilton in an MGB. You like my French, my Tennessee French? Yeah. My American French. All right, so where was I? John Hamilton, Colby Lemons, Charles Brem, Ted Melody, Pierce Gormley, Carl Kiger, Peter Sandy, Doug Radix. We got to talk about this car. 1955 Mercedes-Benz 190. Painted in the silver arrow colors. Lou Marchand from Texas. She is racing in MGA. Ken Morris in an MGB. James Dean in a Porsche 9144. David Lee, Roth, or just David Lee, is driving a Austin Healey Sprite and Austin Healey Sprite. Sorry about my grammar. Susan Patterson, one of my favorite people. Susan Patterson actually has pet kangaroos. So all of our friends down there from down under in Australia, she has a pet camel and pet kangaroos. She's racing a 1966 Jannetta G4. Jeffrey Walker, Joanne Lemons in a Morris Mini Cooper. Robert McKenzie in a Triumph Spitfire. Roger Williams, Stephanie Heitzke, Kent Prather in an MGA starting last, it looks like. Marcus Hoffman, Jackson Williams, Peter Glaw, David Hopkins, Paul Conkle Jr. is going to be joining us from the back in his MGB. He didn't get it started. Yesterday he had to replace the clutch and the transmission. And then we've got Perry Tennell in a Porsche 356B. 38 cars, ladies and gentlemen.
What a great sight. And I'm starting to get with you on this group in terms of my interest, for sure. No question about it. This is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is just the coolest one right here. Sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody, but it just doesn't get any better than this group right here.
Peter Sandy, the white and blue Austin Healey Sprite, Mercedes-Benz 190 SL ratings, 190 will be alongside him.
What I love about the eclectic group here is you've got so many different cars. You've got the tin tops, you've got the open wheelers.
15 different manufacturers represented in this group of 38 cars. That's almost every other car is a different manufacturer. That is pretty, you don't see that. You know what, you've got NASCAR, you've got maybe 3-4 different manufacturers. IMSA maybe 10 at most. 15 in a group of 38. Good stuff.
I got a few favorites out there right now.
Yeah,
I love the little bug eye.
Let's do a little fantasy football, people. If you're watching live, post your top 3. And if you're right, we will give you the pride in knowing that you were right.
And a free evening out with Ben Sissel in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah, we will take you and get you a #1 combo at McDonald's, which is a Big Mac, fries, and we'll let you go large.
There you go. You will be eventually after that. Mercedes-Benz 190 SL. That's the car I've been looking at. It came out yesterday, and I thought, ooh, that's pretty. And it is. A 1955 Mercedes-Benz, and as I mentioned yesterday, a rather dramatic and historical year for Mercedes-Benz, given that they pulled out of motor racing that year after Le Mans. We have a 55 Mercedes out there. Here we go then. Nathan Thompson will lead them away. Travis Egan alongside him. Gewinner, Jim Gewinner, was on the podium yesterday. Can he do it again today?
Here we go. Look at that pack right there. I love it. Nathan Thompson takes the inside. Travis Egan ducks in behind him.
Look at Nashi. And the Minis. And the Sprite.
look at the smile on these cars. I love cars with a smile. Cars these days seem to be angry, but these cars are happy to be on track.
Yeah, they are. We made happy cars in Britain, you see. They didn't go very far, but they were happy.
Well,
somebody's taken avoiding action there. And
that's
we'll have to
Nicholas Clements in that 356 Roadster.
He's taking the long route.
He's just
joining back now.
Up. There's Susan Patterson in that blue Elva right there. Some great Mini Coopers. Some midgets from CVAR, Spridgets. Sorry, they're MG Little People. We can't say midgets anymore, so we'll call them MG Little People and Sprites. There's Travis Engen in that Lotus 23B. And John Nash has gotten ahead of that Elva in his Lotus 7.
He was right in the middle of that pack at the start of the race, and he just squeezed his way through and put himself into contention. Nicely done by Mr. Nash.
Now watch this Echidna put that American V8 coming down. He doesn't have the handling, but he's got the horsepower.
1958, that Echidna of Steven Steers.
Oh, here comes that. Here it comes. There's that Elva MK7S. So he must have spun somewhere because he is just coming through the pack. There's Jeff Jonk there. We had Rob Davenport with us in that Datsun yesterday, and then that's Marcus Pillion in that number 8. Beautiful Porsche. Love having Marcus and his wife here racing with us. Huge supporter of vintage racing. Has been vintage racing for about 5 years and just loving it. But look at that big Austin Healey.
Yeah, it's a pretty car too. I love Austin Healey's. And he's scything his way through bit by bit.
What's going on here?
High and wide.
Different lines.
John Nash doing a really good job up front with that Lotus Super 7. And the sun going down here in Texas gradually. I found your swimming pool, by the way.
Yeah, see, there you go. Oh, we got another Swedish person watching right now.
Good.
Good stuff.
I think we've got half the Swedish Racing Federation over here racing in Indy.
Yeah, I love it. Carl K. also likes Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite.
Yeah.
Scott Frazier. Just got a comment from him on Facebook.
It's not easy being green.
And then we've got Peter Trotman says Donald Healey was from Cornwall. Is that what you say?
Cornwall, yes.
Cornwall. And so he's supporting the Healeys.
Donald Healey from the Austin Healey. Yeah. First fell in love with that Austin Healey, the 1953 version, in the old Tears for Fears.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody Wants to Rule the World video. Now I'm dating myself. But I don't care. I'm a vintage too. Ken Morris just popping through shot in his MGB. '77, Susan Patterson in the Ginetta G4. Ginetta actually won a Trans Am GT championship a couple of years ago here in Trans Am, didn't they?
That's true, yeah. We had 3 or 4 Ginettas running with us, modern Ginettas in the Trans Am series, and they were really fast.
Yep. So the field's spreading out.
There's Robert McKenzie right there, Triumph Spitfire, local here.
I know I've told you this story before, but I used to go to school in one of those.
So you're educated?
No, I said I used to go to school in one of those.
Okay. And it got you there, huh?
My mom used to take me to school in a Triumph Spitfire.
Did she really? That's awesome.
Bright yellow.
See, now that's a good mom.
She was. And we had 2 Afghans as well in the back of what back there is in a Triumph Spitfire, but anyway.
So look at this. Expect Rob Davenport, a little bit lighter, pretty better brakes, maybe going to be able to outbrake Jeff Jonk there in that Austin Healey. There's Susan Patterson, number 77. Susan Patterson started racing. Listen to this story. She's a really successful lawyer out of Texas, and she came down with an illness, and she thought it was going to be terminal. She had cancer. So she's like, well, I want to be a race car driver. I've always wanted to be a race car driver. She bought a race car, thinking it was almost like that Tim McGraw song, Live Like You Were Dying. And then it turns out she bought a race car, having the time of her life, and she's been in remission of her cancer. She's doing really well. She got some kangaroos and some camels, and she's living the dream. So vintage racing may have saved her life.
I love it. What a great story.
So these MG Little People and Spridgets that you're seeing here are built to this little club at CVAR, Corinthian Vintage Auto Racing. They all build their cars to be kind of like a spec so that they can be competitive in their own classes. It's a really neat little subclass within a class.
Stephen Petsky in the MG Midget, I'll say it.
Listen to this. Nathan Bennett also commented, 1967, Austin Healey was using Tears for Fears video.
There you go, see? We're on the same wavelength.
We got another one from Sweden. Andy McLean needs to get one of those Mercedes. That's what Mandy McLean says. I think that might be Andy McLean that pretends like he's Scottish.
Ah, right. Yes, well, that's a Scottish name, I can assure you. Now, they are looking at the start from that kind of what I would call almost a jump start.
Yeah, so let's go through the top 10. Nathan Thompson, Jim Gewinner, Travis Engen, Steven Steers, Willis Murphy Jr. is 5th, John Nash 6th, Jeff Jonk 7th, Rob Davenport 8th, Scott Frazier, and hi-ho, Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite here, and Steve Sannett in Group 10. I'm having a lot of M&Ms, and it's late in the weekend, and I'm going crazy.
Yep. Ben's finally lost it. He's lost the plot, but he's having fun. This is his favorite group. He's lost the plot, as we say. But he's all right. He put all those signs up on Tuesday. He's been flat out. He hasn't had a wink of sleep.
I'm sore. That's the SpeedTour, SVRA Trans Am, International GT, V-Rock, and now we're adding Formula Regional Americas and Formula 4 to the SpeedTour concept.
That's going to be a long banner.
It is.
So high above, the Circuit of the Americas, which once again has failed to disappoint, and it has not failed to disappoint. It's been brilliant all weekend long, absolutely superb. And who would have thought little old Elroy in the middle of Texas could produce such a fantastic circuit, and absolutely fantastic.
So notice here we've got some great pack racing. Packs of 4 and 5, middle of the pack as Nathan Thompson crosses the start-finish line. Or actually the finish line in his Lotus 23B. I didn't see the checkered or the last lap.
No, and I think the last lap will come up after this.
Yeah, look at this thing. Look at how low that is. Now this car, we were talking about this yesterday. From right to left, it has a gas pedal.
Oh, I know, you told me this.
Brake pedal, steering column, brake pedal, clutch. So that he can do right foot, brake, gas, or he can do left foot, brake, clutch.
That just sounds confusing.
And so it's a big dance with his feet down there.
How do you make that work?
And then I think the undulation bar and the brake pedals are both connected with the linkage. And then there's a button on his steering wheel that will mist water onto his brake discs to cool the brake discs as we watch Travis Engen in his Red Bull helmet powering through in his Lotus 23B.
How many races has Travis Engen raced in today?
So he did 4 yesterday, 4 today, plus an hour and 15-minute enduro.
In the enduro, yeah, of course. Wow, that's. I mean, talk about track time. You get your bang for your buck, don't you?
Yeah, there's that Echidna. Look at this car. Devon body, that's a beautiful car.
That is a beautiful car, isn't it?
And it sounds sweet.
Yeah, you can hear it. Beautiful. That looks fun. Fun. Steven Steers at the wheel, appropriately, steering it.
That's good stuff. There's Rob Davenport. Got past Jeff Jonk, and now maybe Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite. Look at that smile on Kermit. He is so happy to be racing.
He's going for it.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Lotus 11.
I haven't seen my Mercedes yet. Whoa, look at that, the Mini.
Front wheel drive.
I told you to blow the bloody doors off. Michael Caine used to drive a Mini in the Italian job. We actually, who do we have? What was his name?
Yeah, we had Phil Wicks from the Phil Wicks Driving Academy.
Who actually drove in the Italian job.
Yeah, he drove the red Mini in the original Italian job.
And he came into the commentary booth, and I was in awe.
He had to drive through that brick wall 8 times before they got it right.
I love it. And he does, or still does, a race school and teaches.
Yep. And you know what he told me? You know the scene, the last scene, when he's on the bus, and they try to make that look so difficult and scary? So that was the easiest stunt of the whole movie.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he said they had to actually make it look difficult. They all did it first try.
With all the sparks and everything.
Yeah.
That's great. Here comes our leader then. And this could well be the last lap. Quick check in the mirrors, which are only about an inch wide.
Oh, listen to this comment. So this is Mandy McLean, who's Andy's wife, and she said, sadly, Scott has claimed the green for Kermit. Andy could have painted his car Shrek green, because remember, he started the Scottish accent after he watched Shrek.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So whizzing through the S's on the final lap here at Circuit of the Americas. Having a time of their lives.
And the reason Nathan Thompson's so fast is because he painted his car SVRA blue.
Is that what it is?
Yep. He's with Ragogo Racing out of Dallas, Texas. Garen Ungerman, one of my favorite people in the paddock, is the mechanic there. Paul Rago puts on the Friday night fish fries for everybody in the paddock. Paul,
how do you eat all this food?
Thank you so much for all that you do with vintage racing in the paddock, and these fish fries are so much fun.
Coming down to turn 11 for the final time is your leader, Nathan Thompson. Nathan in the Lotus 23B. I'll bet you, when these Lotuses were built, they would have never have thought in a million years that 2020 they'd be still going.
And winning.
And winning.
Like, they're unbeatable. Those things, if you really want to drive a car that will teach you how to drive a momentum car, those are the fast ones right there. They're unbeatable in vintage racing in this class.
So Nathan coming into the stadium for the last time. Hits the apex perfectly. Second gear up to third perhaps. Dabbing it back down to second now. Into the right hand at turn 13. Got a little bit of a traffic ahead of him, but it shouldn't bother him.
So it looks like Nathan Thompson is going to win in his group. Win overall, but also win the gold bell helmet. So they're going to take a gold bell helmet for Ragogo Racing. Congratulations. Great car, that 124 Lotus 23B. And then looks like Steven Steers is going to take 4 if he can keep running.
And that's 25 coming through. David Bauman. And there's the checkered flag for Nathan Thompson to round out his weekend with the gold helmet from Bell. Second place goes to Jim, your winner.
We should see Travis Engen here in a second.
And we should, in a few seconds' time, see Travis Engen.
So that's the podium right there in Group 5.
Yep.
Let's see who we've got in Group. So it should be Steers.
You know, Steven Steers did his fastest lap on lap 4, a 2:42 to get the fastest lap of the day. Nicely done.
I hope we can get back to the finish line so we can announce the gold helmets in the other classes. It's a big deal in vintage racing to win the national championship here at Circuit of the Americas. And our drivers like to display them proudly. I know last year Scott Frazier actually had in his bathroom mirror every day when he brushed his teeth. He thought about winning the gold helmet, and last year he won it, and it looks like he may be on track to win it again.
Good for him. Well, it's been an excellent weekend of racing. There's no question about it. Very much enjoyable by both the fans and the participants. Getting out and about and going back to motor racing, thanks to Tony Perella and his team.
So as far as I can tell right now, Scott Frazier won another gold helmet, and he and his wife are expecting their first baby here soon. So that's great. He'll be bringing home a baby in 2020, maybe early 2021, and another gold helmet for the Fraziers. Good stuff.
I know who gets to wear that gold helmet when he's about 4 or she's about 4.
Exactly.
So well done to Nathan Thompson as he winds down, coming into the stadium again. And thank you for staying with us and enjoying our historic racing. We've got more to come.
Look at this. I'm getting a comment from Jessica Frazier that says that picture is still on his bathroom mirror. How awesome is that?
Love it.
And there's Susan Patterson. We were talking about her in that beautiful blue 1977.
That is a nice color blue.
Yeah. She has very good taste in cars. She drives some really cool cars.
My thanks to Ben Sissel. And as the sun is setting here in Texas, that will be all for your coverage of the SpeedTour weekend, which has featured SVRA, the US National Vintage Championship, and of course the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. My thanks to all the marshals and safety workers, to all the great work from Greenlight Television, both behind the scenes and on track. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to our guest commentators, to Gar Robinson and several others. Austin, Texas looms and 6th Street awaits us all. I'm Jonathan Green. Join us in 2 weeks' time from Road Atlanta. Bye-bye for now.
Why am I excited to drive?
It won't be a burden on my family to drive me to my extracurriculars, including swimming, show choir, voice lessons, youth group, and leadership programs.
It's places I need to be, like sports, so my parents don't have to drive me, and so I can have a social life.
I'm excited to drive so I can go from 2 horsepower to 100.
I could say because of freedom, but I'm more excited for what I will be driving. A 1972 Datsun 240Z.
I'm excited to drive because I'm going to save the manual, like this one.
Hey man, you can't drive that thing yet. You don't have a license.
I am excited to drive because it will be a monumental step to a life of independence. And who knows, maybe my dad will let me drive his favorite.
Beats walking.